and the whole day we will be deliberating on different aspects of GCC. At the outset, the object of this first session is building global leaders, skills, talent, and the GCC ecosystems. Different aspects of GCC will be discussed in different panels as well as solo discussions by the speakers. Friend, I request CA Biswaranjan Sutar, Regional Council Member, to please join us on the dais. CA Biswaranjan Sutar. I request Mr. Suprakash Das, Chief Financial and Operating Officer at TCG Crest. I request CA Dr. Arif Ahmed, Director, South Asian Management Technology, FZC, on the dais. Respected Central Council Member, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, CA Mayur Agarwal, Vice Chairman, Gayat and Chairman Ayapata, and all the learned dignitaries present over here. We have got 3 panelists in the first session. Let me introduce Mr. Suprakash Das. He is a strategic finance and operational leader with over 18 years of experience building innovation-led high-impact institutions. As CFO and COO of TCG Crest, he leads financial strategy, governance, and scalable operating models across research, technology, and global capability ecosystems within the TCG group, including TCG Digital Solutions. The board of directors across multiple organizations, he contributes to long-term strategy and institutional stewardship, renowned for converting financial complexities into strategic advantage. Suprakash derives transformation aligned with innovation, sustainability, and value creation. His global accolades includes CFO of the Year and CXO 2.0 Dubai Awards 2025. A big round of applause to the learned panelists. Suprakash Das, may I request CA Mayur Agarwal to be on the dais to facilitate our Mr. Suprakash Das. We do have another panelist on the dais, Mr. Arif Ahmed, Chartered Accountant from India and the UK. His doctorate in finance, MBA, Management Accounts from CIMA, UK, and AICPA, USA. He also has professional certification in AI and blockchain. Dr. Ahmed has over 35 years of post-qualification experience in risk management and finance. He has served various industries like banking, oil, gas, real estate, engineering, etc. He has worked in many countries in Oceania, Asia, Africa, Europe, and North America. His book, AI in Financial Decision Making, is published by Roltage, has been welcomed by professional community. His next book, Quantum Finance, due in April, is a groundbreaking work in risk management. A big round of applause for CA Dr. Arif Mehmet. Request CA Sanjeev Sanghi to please come on the dais to felicitate CA Dr. Arif Mehmet. ये विश्वरंजन सुतार, member of EIRC of ICI, FCA, EPBA, IIM Calcutta. Visa, give me the privilege. A lot of people do not know. Uh, he is EPBA, IIM Kolkata, Visa, certified IFRS, certified BRSR, BCom honors, is a member of the EIRC, ICI 2529, convener of the Finance and Taxation Committee of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Odisha, a fellow member of the ICI and the alumnus of IIM Kolkata. He is currently a partner in the reputed assurance advisory firm, has previously worked with one of the world's leading professional service organization. He possesses rich experience in insurance, advisory, IFRS, implementation, valuation, and technology adoption, serving large corporates, PSUs, and emerging business. He is also passionate speaker, educator, contributing regularly to professional forums, corporate training programs, and academic institutions with his work recognized at various professional platforms. Let us welcome our own CB Sunil Sutar, and I will just honor the only one sentence from my side for introduction of Mr. Sunil Sutar will be that he is Hanuman of our AI treatment function. Whatever, whenever there is a problem, we just call him and he get it resolved. That is his one quality. Thank you. Thank you, friends. That's yours.
So, but never imagined that my Monday morning will be so much fatigued. And with this, a very happy morning to all of you and Jai Jagannath. With respect to GCC 10 years back, we were supposed to imagine GCC in a single phrase. It used to be delivery efficiency and cost effective. And always this been a very back office arena to any business ecosystem and to the country. And today, when you talk about GCC, it has traveled from the effectiveness of cost and delivery efficiency to insights, foresights, and creating leaders to the business who can impact and influence the policy. And when it comes to influencing the policy, it has now taken a major center stage at any country's GDP. And this journey has evolved over profoundly over many years right now. And we have brilliant minds with us as panelists, Mr. Arif Ahmed from South Asian Management, and of course, Mr. Suprata Das, who is very known figure to all of us from Quest GCC. And we'll be talking about if this transition has happened over 10 years and how we are looking at this ecosystem of GCC in coming 10 years with respect to talent, with respect to sustainability, and with respect to building this ecosystem in a sustainable way so that it stays at the center stage where it is today and we are aspiring to be tomorrow. So with this note, I request Prakash and Mr. Arif to the floor and with their opening remarks. First, we can go with Mr. Suprata, then I'll
Very good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure sitting over here in front of dignitaries, fellow colleagues, and esteemed panelists. So it's one of the very good Monday morning. Yeah. So when we talk about GCC, actually, we crossed a long road. Now, long back, we used to be kind of scorekeeper. We have to follow the timeline, deliver reports. Now, GCC is no longer only to, to follow the timelines, to follow the reports within a deadline. Moreover, now GCC are playing a role how we are supporting the organizations to grow in terms of providing important insights, not just about core finance area. There are a lot of other areas. Meanwhile, one thing I really want to say that, in recent McKinsey report, and there are so many reports over telling that, the finance professional are, they invest 25% of their time for finance work. The rest of the 75% time, actually, they are spending for various other work related to an organization. So a CFO or a finance professional are no longer a scorekeeper of the organizations. They are now a strategic partner of an organization, and they are providing more insights about how to grow the business and in a various aspects. So keeping that in mind, the GCC, and we all are significantly, noticing that the GCC boom in India because of various reasons. So yeah, so we have reached a very good stage, and the future is just more exciting about the GCC. The way that, we have to provide the insights, we have to scale up the organizations. So yes, in terms of GCC and in terms of finance professionals, there are a lot way to go and to contribute in this segment.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now coming to Mr. Arif for his.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and it's always a pleasure to be back home. Right? This is where it all began. Whatever I have achieved is entirely because of the wonderful umbrella that the team has provided me, and the three small innocent alphabets of the name that have actually propelled us to that extent. Coming back to this particular topic, I'm not very sure about whether I'm competent to talk about an opening remark. I really love to have the last word. But never mind that. I think the focus should be on also defining the word what is competence. Because many times we consider competence as equivalent to innovation. These are two distinct issues. Innovation may be a part of improving my competence, and that need not be something very radical. Need not be something, which comes with a lot of bells and whistles. But small little thing. One the Japanese engineer had, kind of almost convinced me with the study. He said that he keeps only one pen on his desk. That ensures that the pen is in working order. He said, go to others, they keep all the pens on them, and every day they waste 45 seconds to 1 minute searching for which one are they in. He said, I keep only one. So I'm obliged to keep it in working order. Competence. Saving time, small little time, but sending the person sitting across the table a wonderful sense of a very, very competent professional who has kept these resources. Let's move on to the details of it, and that will be my opening sentence.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, Mrs. Equitas, you've been in a field where you have transformed the financial function, the finance function in particular, where many of us work, and which predominantly used to be a compliance function and assurance. And you have transformed that function within the organization where you work from a compliance to a strategic value added to the board. So what advice or the insight you would like to go to our participants that in a DCC, when the mindset has shifted from a delivery to insight, what are the key aspects we should keep it in our mind so that we can create a value DCC within the DCC?
Very good question. If we go back and see when we used to prepare a traditional MIS, there is, with celebrity, this month, I have provided the MIS within a certain deadline. But what if it's a, whatever happened in the last month or a quarter. But it's just a number. So what additional information I'm giving to the boards or I'm giving to my stakeholders is how numbers can narrate the story. So and and a finance professional who is the having all the data, having all the numbers, they're in a very good position to to tell the board or the stakeholders that what is going on within the organization. So we have to be very curious about the business, and over a period of time, the finance professional not just spending in finance department, they're roaming across into the different verticals to understand the business. That is the most important because we have to understand the business, how and how that business is functioning in a different verticals. So by doing that, we can conclude and we can give more insight to the board members so that appropriate call can be taken in advance, and a strategies can be prepared before disruptions. So these are the thing. And one of the most thing that I already mentioned, that curiosity is one of the most important thing, and how we are using our time. So long back, a company which is using an 80% time to closing their books, they automated their system, and they are they're closing their books in 20% and of time. But they have not laid off any staff. What they have done, they have, trained their staff into pricing strategies, M&A specialists, and a business analyst. And through that, they are now spending most of their time to analyze the business, to come up with the solutions that can help the business to grow. For example, right now we are into a very interesting era where we have AI. I don't know that AI bubble will burst or not, but we have an advantage of using this AI, agentic AI, and various IoT. So one of the very exciting example is that if you go to any organizations which is having a lot of critical infrastructure of machines and so many things which produce a lot of data in terms of the take research organization. Now there are an IoT device which can help to tell you the surge in the power, okay, of a particular equipment. Now that information can be used by the operation team to see that the quality of the machine, okay, and also that can help you to report the CO2, the basic your ESG reporting and so on. Now, how those informations can be used by a finance profession? Now, I have the data of the usage, power usage of the machine. Okay. Now, I can see whether my machines are properly using or not. And by tagging the revenue numbers generated from the particular machine, if it is directly related to the, to the production, to the revenue stream, so I can come up with how the machine is utilizing how the resource with the machines is utilizing properly or not. So I can derive a lot of information by using AI, IoT, and many other applications. I can save my time. We can, invest more time into analyze those information and give more solutions. So yes, this is how, the finance and various operations can come together and to provide input for the growth of an organization.
Okay. If I have picked one word from the entire segment of words, it's the curiosity, which evolves over a period of time. And that's what drives every day. And when you talk about the theme of the GCC, it is from leaders to global leadership. And curiosity also brings in one element of risk, because it is on the leaders whether out of curiosity they should not venture into something which is very risky. And today in a global which is VUCA, full of vulnerability, uncertainty, and ambiguity with the decision making. Of course, nowadays the bankers have started saying this VUCA is translated into Trump. But when I see Mr. Arif, with your background with movies, Lynch and World Bank, where you have read the pulse of it. And when you talk about leadership, the risk also can be mitigated with the credibility within the leader. How you measure that risk and what advice will give to the young leaders who are here that how they can protect themselves in venturing into a riskier area and they can still be a leader who captures the pulses of the ecosystem and grow.
Thank you. A critical aspect there. Now, let me first start by putting in a spoiler. Risk, we define it as a problem which requires a solution. I'm sorry, we cannot say. Risk is a fact we have to live with. So the first change in our mindset that we need to bring in is not to treat it as a problem, but to treat it as a regular aspect of my business, of all my decision making, which I have to live with. Sometime I will call it correctly, sometime I will not be calling it correct. That brings in an understanding of the genesis of risk and why risk is critical. So whenever some of my clients said I would like to mitigate the risk, usually asking back, do you realize that you bring down your profits? So he said, how come? I said, on one hand, you are so very confident that if the risk is greater, you will earn greater profit. And now you want to put in an area and you want to say that, no, I want to be very lightweight, but I want to fight the heavyweight category of boxing. No, that cannot be done. So you've got to first decide, very commonly we use the word your risk appetite and others, a clear understanding of it. And then see that whether the decisions that you were taking or the opportunities that you have, they fall within that bracket. If they fall within your risk appetite bracket, why on the God's earth I would like to reduce it? Because that's what is giving me money. Because I am that one crazy chap who went up a 20-feet podium and dived into the water, and that's what got me the Olympics medal. If I'd like to stand on the side of the pool and jump into the water, it will give me a good health, but not the Olympics medal. So the question is, are you in a position to suffer that plunge? Can you, if you do not enter the water correctly, would you be able to come back and get up on the podium again? That's your risk appetite. Your ability to continue the business, so define how much of risk you take. Then you mitigate. So there are fuels of mitigation, various parts of mitigation, but mitigation is not your objective. Mitigation is a tool to attain your other objective of getting the maximum amount of return within the risk you'd like to take. And there are various tools for achieving that. None of them are very difficult. What is difficult is understanding. So, Vishwanath, I often tell my audience who use the word controlling the risk. And, I think it's almost sacrilegious. I've been working on this field when there was no textbook of risk. People used to ask me, what's risk management? It was a passion. I was working on creating tools at that point of time. And people talk about controlling the risk, and I still have not understood. If you can control something, how can it be a risk? By definition, risk is something which you cannot control. I hope this would give in a thought process in all of your mind. What you can control is your exposure. What you can try to control is the loss that you may suffer if that risk actually comes to crystallizes. But risk cannot be controlled. My favorite example is by carrying an umbrella, you don't stop rain coming. The rain will be there, you protect yourself. That's it.
If you don't mind, I just want to add one thing. Being a finance professional, how much risk or curiosity you can address. So, being a finance or operations head, if one of my team members come to me and say, I have a very good idea, let's work on that. So, and we always have a budget for Okay, that is part and parcel of our life. But we always encourage curiosity at a lab scale. Okay, you done a pilot program. Okay, prove your concept, and when we take it to the market, we'll then think number of times when there is a massive hardware commitment, where there is a massive data protection commitments. So this is similar to how AWS is here today. So how AWS started? It started from a lab scale prototyping. So it takes a lot of time for Amazon. They give a go ahead for AWS experiment. And when they've decided to launch it, they have done number of calculations. They spend a lot of time, years or many years, to decide the huge amount of infrastructure in data centers, in CapEx commitments, in data protection, so on. So yes, if the curiosity, we have to embrace the curiosity. We have to, invest on the curiosity at a lab scale, at a prototyping. But when it comes to implement at a industry level, then yes, we have to think multiple times. We have to tick all our parameters, and then we can approve that.
Very interesting. From curiosity to we have reached to this. And before I say, and once I say this, I believe Vivek Bhai's smile will glow up. In audit and assurance, there is something called SF315, risk assessment and understanding the environment. So we talked about risk. Do you feel that the cross-functioning within the finance and those who want to build up a GCC and they want to travel down from the compliance to the leadership, the cross-function itself will help to understand the ecosystem better? And if yes, how they would like to cross-function within the team itself and within the leader, the person who is building GCC will help.
Yeah. So absolutely, without doing a cross-functionals, a couple of terms that are, very aligned nowadays is the cross-functionals, training, reskilling, and cross-scaling, and so many things. So without having a cross-functional experience, you cannot understand that what are the other divisions are doing. So from a finance person, it has to be, in GCC environment also, it has to be a process. There has to be a process where they have the exposure to interact with the cross-functional team, to embrace themselves, to learn what the other department is doing, what the constraints for the other department. So many large organizations, what they are doing, they're sending their finance professional for a subsequent training, for spending a good amount of time, different verticals, so that, different departments, be it IT, be it other operations, so that they can understand the problem where, the finance have a, crossing the path, how they can, solve the problem, how they can expedite the decision-making process. Again, I keep on saying one thing that today energy economics is very important, because energy compounds, people stay in organization where energy compounds, not where energy leakages. So when I have a cross-functional exposure, I can understand, how fast a decision on approval I have to give, so that we can better utilize the energy. So yes, cross-functional is very important. We have seen many cases where, a large organization send a finance person to a vertical in a, the name of the bank is Standard Chartered Bank. And that particular person, she identified that there is a 15% delay in a particular process, which actually translates into a 2 million revenue loss. So after spending 6 months, she understood the problem, she figured it out, and as a part of the GCC, she figured out, they solved the utilization of time, they solved the problem, they are now utilizing the time in a better way, and they can come up with a very good ROI by collaborating each and every department into a similar platform. So yes, cross-functional experience, collaboration is very much required. So without that, GCC will not perform at its best.
Thank you so much. This actually puts this thought into like when you talk about you can think about it, and the face of it itself. We'll all believe the fact that this is a wonderful marriage between brilliant minds and technology. And both of them go hand in hand and both of them complement each other. And when you talk about CCC at a leadership level and policy making level, so the decision making is being fed by some input from the technology side, from wisdom from the human side. So that gives opens the door of a risk mitigation where you venture into a arena where you have to evaluate the inputs given by the technology, whether they're right or wrong or in right direction. What kind of modeling, being a leader or DCC, we can do within ourselves so that we can stay floating and we can stay to the time. So, thank you.
Well, I think there are two distinct aspects of the question that we have put. One is in terms of the model part of it, and one is in terms of the leadership challenges. I think one area which my co-panelists just used is in terms of getting a cross-domain understanding. Now, generally, we accountants are very reluctant to go beyond our comfort zone, right? Including me. And for example, if I ask you a question that classically, starting from 1930, we have been using a definition of what is the direct cost. And we will tell everybody, I mean, as if it's from a gospel truth, that the direct cost is the cost that moves with production, right? And I passed my examination by saying that. Do I have another clue today? Has it ever occurred to us of running a statistical technique on the last 10 years value and trying to see that the costs we consider as the direct cost, are they actually moving or they're components of it? Now this requires a part of technology, and more than the technology, my willingness to use the cross-domain tools that are available. And there are plenty of. They're absolutely plenty of them. And they're very, very easy to use. In fact, how many of us have ever thought of taking my data output from Excel, running it outside the Excel for a further processing, and giving it back to Excel and create my report? Right? How many of us have ever thought of trying to get an audit report read into an Excel file and search for a list of negative words? If I'm looking for a qualified statement, I would do that. I would automate that process. It will give me a list in a GP. Again, learning that how to do it in Excel is easier than driving up the mindset that I will do that. Coming to the modeling part of it, I think it's easier than learning driving today. I mean, the book we referred to, which is very well globally, is meant for professionals, and we're telling them, I don't want you to be a coder. Why do I want this wonderful group of people to learn coding? There are tools which will give you that output as long as you know how to define it. So I think these two aspects. First is the zeal to do that. Hypocrisy is the word repeatedly, curiosity. You use the word risk. The first thing which came to my mind was the curiosity to kill the cat. But again, I remember that a cat is supposed to have 9 lives. You can continue remaining curious up to 8 times. That's your risk appetite. And I'm very sure you will hit the jackpot by that 8th time. If you do not, then stop it. Because that's all you are left with, one more life. So understanding that will be a challenge that the leadership must face. Yes.
And when you think about DCC and its delivery with respect to relevance, nobody talks about whether you have delivered this or everybody expects excellence. and the entire ecosystem of GCC is ever evolving. In that, how you categorize innovation as an within the at a scale of scale, and how you place yourself that you stay relevant to the innovation within the GCC and you cope up with the innovation what is happening around the GCC outside, so that you stay relevant to the ecosystem.
Yeah. So, exciting question. So, operational excellence without innovation is some kind of irrelevant. Okay. So we are doing operations related work, but we are not doing innovations. So we are not, moving ahead. So we have to work on the innovations. We have to use the tools that can reduce our repetitive work. Okay, we have to rely on the all the new age features, and on top of that, what we need to do is that since we are getting enough bandwidth from saving bandwidth from repetitive work, so that we have to use for the analytical work to provide the analytical insights. So when GCC will start providing in along with an operational delivery with financial insights, with business insights, so they'll automatically scale up. They'll automatically, grow. They'll automatically provide, they automatically go beyond an extra leg. So they will become more relevant for the organizations, and that's how that innovation has to be there in the system, in the culture, because we without innovation, we automatically disrupt. So one important thing is that disrupt before you get disrupted. So to do that, we have to keep working on the innovation and see that how we can give additional information, give insight, so that business will get more ROI. And by doing so, GCC will obviously, provide their importance, substantiate their importance, and it will. So that is one of the most important thing, that we don't need to forget the innovation part by doing the operational work.
Okay, innovations and the tomorrow both evolves, and nobody stays with today. And the most challenging part of being a GCC, either you can choose to work with a particular industry segment, or you be the center stage and work with different industries. The choice is, of course, ours with GCC. But in that, how you see that to ensure that reskilling your talent so that they stay relevant across the board, and sustaining that talent over the period of. So in that segment, how you base yourself and what advice you'll give to us that you can stay relevant to.
The advice I can't, I can do at the maximum tell you what I try to do. One thing over the years of working in India and outside, what I have realized, that talent is a very, very perishable commodity, right? It needs refrigeration. It needs to be preserved. And in order to preserve the talent, we need to challenge it. We continuously need to pose new challenges to our mind. As a long back, I saw a wonderful poster. It said that your mind is like a parachute. It works only when it's open. So whether I would like to tackle a problem of a specific industry, or I would like to tackle a generic problem which can be applied in every industry, perhaps depend on that genesis of that particular problem. For example, for a machine learning tool, the way a data file is presented and the way an image file is presented Processing wise, there's not much of a difference. Analyzing the output and coming to a conclusion, that logic is different. So if I'm trying to become a data scientist or a person who would like to analyze data points, what does the data carry forward is a criteria which I'm not bothered about. I'm bothered about creating the data, clustering the data, and giving back the clusters to the domain user who would interpret that. If I am the domain expert, in that case, I need to understand how the data is processed and that comes to us. For example, we have a tool of clustering. In case of a clustering, I must understand the basis in which the clustering is being made. Because if I change that particular basis of clustering, my clusters will change. So if I'm advising a marketing person, my definition of clustering would be quite different than if I'm trying to do a prognosis of a disease. In that case, the logic of the clustering will be quite different. And naturally, all of us will not be able to procure all the knowledge. So what I always try to say and propagate, I say that look at the question carefully. Read the question carefully. In most of the cases, the answer is hidden within that question. The question exactly would tell you what route I should take, how we should logically think to arrive at the solution that that particular question demands. So as I said, that in this particular, again, this particular question, the choice is ours. Yes.
You want? Yeah. So whenever we are saying that, how we can, scale up the resources, one of the skill that I always want to focus on the meta skill. Now, the meta skill is what, learn fast, unlearn faster, connect the other domain, and meta skill is think and thinking, and it gives the muscle to the leaders when they work, when the rule book disappears. So meta skill is one of the skills that is really, really relevant, and we should focus on that in the new age of the environment. So that is what I want to share.
As when you said the rule book, it brought me the nostalgic statement, debit the giver, credit the receiver. And the world has slowly transited from dual like accounting to like accounting. And when you talk about this transition of accounting itself, and being all of us as game actual users, we think of the integrity of the accounting itself and then getting the result. So in that process, and if I couple this question with what is happening post-COVID and with respect to business continuity plans, maybe prior to COVID, business continuity plans take for decades. But nowadays, the life cycle of business continuity plan has already gone up. So for it, I put this question, both of you as a closing remark. What is the key mantra for being a global business, being a sustainable business, and a GCC which is relevant for the time? For that,
Right. I think this answer was given to us long back. The clinicians who have been advised, keep walking, keep progress continuously. Much later, when Darwin spoke about the survival of the fittest, he did not mean the strongest. He meant fittest. Who's fit? Who can adapt? That's why dinosaurs are dead. And the nearest relative of dinosaurs are my house lizards. They're still alive because they can adapt. When everything will go down in the world, if there's a nuclear holocaust, the only animal, the only life which is surviving are the cockroaches. They can adapt. So the answer to that is from great old Indian wisdom as well as modern science which validated and said, be adaptive. In your knowledge, in your application, in your learning, in whatever we do, that adaptation is the necessary condition for survival and perhaps the only mitigant against a massive slash.
Yeah. So, I already uttered this word, disrupt before you are getting disrupted. If you see, from where I'm just taking from where you told your earlier questions that the life cycle of the industry, if we go back to 1950 or that time, we see that the life cycle of the organizations are long. Okay. But the organizations that are ruling today, that those organizations were not there 15 years back. The life cycle of the industries of the companies, large companies, are very short nowadays. So how I can stay relevant and where how much innovations I am doing, that is the most important thing. And again, in order to do so, I keep on working on the innovation. I have to stay relevant. I have to think about my business numbers. And for a GCC, how I'm telling the story. Okay. So, I'm a very good finance professional. I have a lot of knowledge about the DCF. I am presenting something to the board with a long 50 deck. Okay. The board members will think, okay. But if I am giving a small story, so this is you can achieve 500 crore and you have to invest this. And this is the hardest way you can achieve 2000 crore, but you have to this. So when I am giving the alternative model and also the problem, so those, how I'm saving the time, how I'm utilizing the time to take the decision. So this is one of the key mantra for GCC, how I am giving the realistic information in a storytelling way to the board members, to the stakeholders, so they can take the fast decisions. And nowadays, again, there are so much development in AI. There are, you can integrate your social media, your information about your, various platforms. You have to integrate those information. I remember one of the fantastic business case that, that, uh, a platform selling that, Southwest, there can be a lot of demand of the your carbonized drinking water because of the heat wave. So one company took that advantage. They instead of spending huge amount of storage in a particular segment, they transfer the stock over there. So when the demand spikes, they have a lot of stock that can be used that can boost your revenue. So this is how you have to take the decisions with using a lot of information available today and make GCC relevant, scale up, and make bigger day by day.
Thank you so much, both the gentlemen. So with this, we are concluding this panel. Hope with the insights of the brilliant two minds, we can build up a GCC which is sustainable with skilling, which creates a story to aspire for and inspire the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CFB Suranjan Sutar for context setting, and many thanks to both the other panelists, Mr. Suprakash Das as well as Dr. Arif Ahmed for set the ball rolling and given a overview on the building global leaders through skills, talent, and GCC ecosystem. A big round of applause for the panelists. Thank you, sir. May I request CM Mayur Agarwal to please carry on the next.
In the 1990s, the world discovered India. Multinational companies from the United States and Europe began outsourcing information technology back office work here. Call centers, help desks, data processing. India became the natural choice. Why? Low cost, skilled English-speaking talent, and the magic of time zone advantage. By the late 1990s and 2000s, outsourcing wasn't enough. Companies wanted more control, better protection of intellectual property, and less dependency on vendors.
So just like China has emerged as a factory to the world, India is now emerging as the office to the world.
So they set up their own offshore offices in India, and then they rebranded into what we know today as Global Capability Centers, GCCs.
Global capability centers are actually deeper functions.
No longer just about saving costs. They began driving analytics, research, product engineering, and even global financial strategy.
India's global capability centers ecosystem is expanding rapidly, with over 1,700 centers employing 1.8 million professionals and contributing over US $64 billion annually. With significant growth projected by 2030, chartered accountants are poised to play pivotal roles, not only in governance, ESG and digital finance, but also in building and scaling GCCs, driving global tech strategies, talent acquisition, and upskilling initiatives.
I think this is the time we have to come out of box, think differently, think out of those traditional practices which we have been doing for years.
By the 2010s, India had become the GCC capital of the world. Multinational corporates tapped into India's deep talent pools. In the 2020s, GCCs are not just execution engines. They are the leadership hubs. They drive artificial intelligence, automation, ESG, and even entire global CFO offices.
Chartered accountants are at the heart of this transformation, not just as a financial expert, but as strategic leaders, driving governance, compliance, ESG, global tax planning, automation, and digital finance.
Sustainable finance needs is 57 lakh crores in the next 5 years. And similarly, ESG reporting is already mandatory in India. ESG assurance or impact assessment is already mandatory in India. Moving in the world in this scale, it is mandatory. We can certainly make India as the ESG GCC capital of the world because
India now hosts 53% of the world's global capability centers, and we are on track to cross $100 billion GCC industry by 2030.
Concept of export, like in services, the foremost. But now we have noted that GCC is also emerging.
What began as cost advantage has now become one of India's greatest strategic strengths. India's edge begins with unmatched talent. Every year, more than 1.5 million chartered accountants, professionals, MBAs, and finance experts graduate.
Perception to bring the difference. A perception to say, let's come out from ledgers to global leadership.
India has the largest number of CFA and CPA aspirants outside the United States. Today, India is a rare and powerful blend of finance and technology.
Well, if we chartered accounting, 450,000 chartered accountants and 11 lakh students come together, we can be the world accountant. We can be the global accountant, and we are all the knowledge that for this 25 years of experience which I had working with this GCC, I've seen the knowledge and the domain specialization which we own is uncomparable.
This is what our mindset has to be if we are talking about GCC or anything new.
Very good morning to all the delegates. I request everyone to kindly settle down and people outside to kindly join in as we proceed with the inaugural session of this GCC summit, the 7th GCC summit of ICI, which is happening at Kolkata, from ledgers to global leadership, chartered accountants shaping global capability centers. Friends, these days GCC are being talked throughout the country and throughout the world. We talk about data. More than 1,700 GCCs are now in India, which comprises of more than 50% of the world global capability centers. The cost centers are now converting into value centers. Back office of the world, which we were being called, are now being called as the brain office of the world. And this is all around GCC. So we can see the response we have got. And in all the other summits, the response were huge. So the thought is to learn around GCC, to know what it is and to implement it and be part of this bullet train of GCC, which is running at a very, very rapid speed. On that context, I would like to invite on the dais CA Hariram Agarwal and CA Biswaranjan Sutar, our council colleague, followed by CA Vishnu Kumar Tulsian, Chairman East India Regional Council. I'd request CA Sanjeev Sanghi, Central Council member and convener of the GCC group, to kindly escort our chief guest, Mr. Devasis Sen, former IAS officer, former Additional Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. I request Hariram Ji and Vishwaranjan Sutarji to also kindly join. We also have CA Ravi Patwa, Central Council member and Program Director among us. We'll welcome you, Ravi sir. I request all the dignitaries to kindly join for the lighting of lamp.
या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या या तुषार धवना या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणास्तदण्डमण्डिता या
Thank you, everyone. I request all the delegates to kindly rise for the ICI motto song.
यशस्सुप्तेषु जागृति यशस्सुप्तेषु जागृति
Friends, time we welcome and felicitate our chief guest of today's program, Mr. Devasis Sen. I request both the Central Council member, CA Sanjeev Sanghi and CA Ravi Patwa, to kindly welcome him and felicitate on behalf of ICI. Thank you. I request Secretary East India Regional Council, CA Hariram Agarwal ji, to kindly welcome and felicitate the convener of the GCC group of ICI and Central Council member, CA Sanjeev Sanghi. Thank you, Hariram ji. I request Regional Council member, CA Vishwaranjan Sutar, to kindly welcome CA Ravi Patwa, Central Council member and Program Director for GCC Kolkata. Thank you. It's time I request Chairman East India Regional Council CA Vishnu Kumar Tulsian for his welcome.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning. Yes. This is the energy what I want to feel before all of you. Chairman Raj Devasith sir, the former IS officer, Central Council member and Program Director Sri Sangeet sir, Central Council member Ravi Petwa sir, my council, Sunil Subhathi. Friends, Sunil Subhathi. Friends, the GCC, this is not an outsourcing work. I think this is the work which can be generated in-house to help the parent company, and we can develop a lot of in-house capability to save the cost, to save the to create the innovations and many things. I welcome you all to this session, which is the very useful, very thought-provoking, and which is setting the path to the new opportunity. As a chairman, I think that student guys having a lot of capability in the form of talent pool, and we can become the accountant hub the entire India. So this opportunity lying here, and with this type of initiatives of GCC and other opportunity which is lying before us, and I say doing well for this creating opportunity. If we study the history of 25 to 30 years of the India, of the eastern part of the India, we find that there has been a lot of brain drain from the state. Because of our talents couldn't be consumed, couldn't be for opportunity. But by this type of opportunities lying before us, this Calcutta, this eastern part of India can be one of the biggest talent pool which can bring a lot of opportunity for all of. I feel this is for the purpose of static operations, it is for the diet control, it is for talent and cost efficiency, it is for innovation hubs. And through this, we can access the global talent also. So for the purpose of cost optimizations, of course, this is very important. And hence, we welcome all of you for this program. And please take all types of experiences from our leaders from the DICE and have conversation to them so that a new area can be opened up and we can fix ourselves that we are not only ledger bookkeepers, but also we are the capacity creator. It is a opportunity. Thanks a lot for coming in here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Now I request Program Director CA Ravi Patwa for his address.
Seated on the dais, the chief guest for the inaugural function, Mr. Devashish. Thank you so much for coming here, sir. The convener of Group on Global Capability Centers of ICAI, Sanjeev Sanghi, my council colleague, who's doing a fantabulous job so far as this group is concerned. Chairman of AIRC, CA Vishnu Tulsian, Vice Chairman CA Mayur Agarwal, Secretary CA Hariram Agarwal, and members CA Vishwaranjan Sutar. My dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you to this 7th GCC summit, which is being held in Calcutta. Already 6 GCC summits have been held all over the country. I will just like to tell you this much, that 12 months back, most of the chartered accountants did not know much about GCCs. But when President Sir asked each of us council members on one particular item which he would like to do in this 1 year, a unique project, I picked up internal audit standards because they were outdated and we needed to revamp them. And Sanjeev Sanghi picked up GCC. And today, the word GCC is popular among the whole fraternity of chartered accountants. So big hands to Sanjeev Sanghi for whatever he has done with JCC. Friends, in the presence of somebody like Sanjeev Sanghi and Mr. Devashish Sen, it would be unwise on my part to dive deep into the topic of the conference here, the main item that is GCC, because I am not an expert in it. And Sanjeev has been doing GCC for 2.5 decades now. So let them take care of that. I will just touch upon a couple of other things, some important things which have happened in the council and which all of you need to know. Friends, day before yesterday, we have adopted the new internal audit standards. We are going to have 2 quality standards among the total of 19 standards. And let me not, give the details because this is not the right forum for it. But I would request you, and these standards are going to be applicable immediately. We are also trying, the MC has also given us indications they would like to make these standards mandatory in the times to come for all professionals. We wanted to make these standards mandatory for chartered accountants, but I myself, when the argument came up in the council, spoke against it because I felt that if we make these standards mandatory for chartered accountants only, then our brothers will be unnecessarily facing more difficulties, whereas people who are not subject to this would be doing internal audits at their own sweet will. So until and unless the industry adopts it or the government adopts it, perhaps these standards should not be made mandatory for chartered accountants only. They should be made mandatory for all internal audit. Considering that, we have kept them as recommendatory for the time being, but the council has decided that after 6 months, they will go back and think on whether they should be made mandatory for chartered accountants. So this is the background. So I'll urge upon all of you, whosoever is there in the internal audit profession, to start following these standards immediately. A lot of changes have taken place in the code of ethics. Again, the changes are not to be discussed over here. This is an inaugural session of GCC. But I'll request all of you to go through the standard changes in the code of ethics. The commentaries have changed in many places, and follow the code of ethics in total. Friends, since all of you are eagerly waiting to hear about GCC, I will bid adieu for the time being. I once again welcome you all to the conference. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Ravi sir, for appraising around the recent changes with the council has approved. Friends, it's time we listen from the convener of the GCC group, as already mentioned by Ravi sir, that GCC word now is in the mouth of all the chartered accountant across the country, and one reason behind this, that is CS Sanjeev Sanghi. Request sir for your address, please.
Good morning, everyone. On the dais, we have a very respected Devashish Sen sir, former IAS officer who has brought a lot of innovation in Bengal. And when you listen to him, you will see a lot of skills and leadership qualities which he had, always looking towards the future. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. My council colleague Ravi Patwa, who had given a very gist of all what has happened in ICA. And again, due to the limited time, he has much more to say, but he is a person who's working very well on the internal audit standard and many other things which has been assigned to. Chairman of the IRT, Vishnu Tulsian, just completed his largest conference in Eastern India. with a record attendance and record sponsorship. Mayur Agarwal got the first prize in ICASA, hosting this ICASA, and got national first for the Student National Conference. Sutar and Hariramji all doing a beautiful job. Let me get back to this topic of GCC. First of all, I want to thank all of you for attending in such large numbers. And I want to apologize to all of you to say why this was taken up at the end. When we started this GCC, I went back to the rightly said by Ravi Bhaiya. I went back to the president and said, I want GCC as an initiative to be taken across the country. And there was a story behind it. And this is very important for you to listen to this. And that's why we have brought this summit together. I was in Hyderabad in one of the programs, Devasi organized by another organization, which was not an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And there were approximately 400 to 500 delegates sitting over there. And I registered myself as a delegate over there. And that was happening in Hyderabad. And that was GCC summit over there. At the end of the day, me with one of my council colleagues went up towards where there was networking going on, and we were on chat with the president of that organization. I don't want to name that. And we exchanged cards. Looking into that card, visiting card, when I offered my visiting card, he said to me, Chartered Accountant with a question mark. Which means, what is Chartered Accountant doing in this GCC? And that raised a very, very important question. And I told him, sir, I was here for the entire day. Not seen anything on transfer pricing, not on ESG, not on mergers and acquisition, not on valuation, not on funding, not on taxation. All you are talking about is talent. With all due respect to the IT companies across the world, it will be taken up by AI. But we have that knowledge. We have that skills. We are that strategists. And we are people who are going to be the brain office of the world. We are going to be relevant. And we have more than 100,000 chartered accountants already working in GCC. He said, wow. The question comes, what is GCC all about? Why is this such a buzz? And what is that we are going to get out of it? Well, if India is going to be the largest economy of the world, the contribution of GCC will be the most. 1800 plus GCC. Calcutta just witnessed a GCC couple of days back, sent by Vivek Agarwal, and many more. Bangalore is hosting more than 600 plus GCC. Hyderabad, Pune. And all the key players working over there are chartered accountants. When I was in, this is my 7th summit in just 7 to 8 months. We started with Delhi to Ahmedabad to Pune to Hyderabad to Bangalore, Jaipur, finally to Calcutta. And there was one single objective. And this theme which you see over here, from ledgers to global leadership, the theme was repeated in all the 7 summits. We got 15 ecosystem partners. Ministry of Information Technology, Ministry of External Affairs, IFCA, SCPC, all the organization joined hands with us to say you are the best. Chartered accountants today are going to play an important and the most important role in it. And let me tell you how and why. What used to be an outsourcing services, like I started my outsourcing services 2.5 decades back, rightly said by Ravi Bhaiya. It was more towards back ops, which means, जो जूते की दुकान होती है ना, I don't know how many of you have gone, but एक छोटी सी जूते की दुकान होती है जिसमें एक छोटा सा सीलिंग के ऊपर छेद होता है. और वहां पर एक छोटू होता है. And when we go and we want to buy a shoe and जब वो 9 नंबर की जगह 10 नंबर जूते चाहिए होते हैं तो आवाज आती है छोटू 10 नंबर वाला बेच. तो ऊपर से एक बक्सा गिरता है. We are not able to see that छोटू over there. Somehow, someway in outsourcing, we were that छोटू. I'm calling myself for 2.5 decades because we are not able to meet the clients. We are not able to strategize things. We were the back office. Back office means you are not coming in the front. And now the focus has changed. We are strategic thinkers. We are transformation evangelists. We are taking decisions. We are doing forecasting, as already said in the earlier sessions. We are working on insights. We are working on foresights. What is there for you sitting over here? How many of you have gone to Gift City, Ahmedabad? Can I see a raise of hand? Okay. How many of you have actually seen a running GCC going in this country? Can I see a raise of hand? Sure. All of them have started with 2 or 3 people. There's a session on domestic and global network guidelines today. And there was a question, why this is so important? How this journey is going to get started? We need to get specialized. That is for sure. Gone are days where we have to shift from these ledgers, so-called ledgers. And what are we doing in these ledgers? All we are doing is summarizing, analyzing, and submitting information, which can be done by machines. What we have to step into is insights, analyzing this data and trying to get meaningful information from it. Learn to connect multiple systems and create a live real-time dashboard and get into that foresight. And for that, we need a lot of adaptability to change ourselves from what we are doing today to what we are going to do tomorrow. We have to talk about how we can learn, unlearn, and relearn new things. And that is where these 2 or 3 people start creating this network of members and chartered accountants and professionals and lawyers and other data scientists and cybersecurity experts and RPA experts and data scientists and AI experts and working as a team. One-stop solution where you have offices across the country, in fact, across the world also. And then position yourself to these entire worldwide organization to say, we are your GCC. Because these organizations are looking to set up their GCC center in India. And the projection says that approximately 2,500 to 3,000 GCC will be coming up in next 4 years. Each with a capacity of average 2,000 people to 20,000 or maybe 50,000 people working over there. How can we get started into it? Take a step back. Start traveling. Start meeting people. Start attending different conferences, events. There's a big AI Impact Summit coming up for 3 days in Delhi, organized by Government of India. Meeting. Do attend these kind of programs. Try to network with people around. Learn what is going on across the world and how things have been changing so fast and so rapidly. We created this noise together. The government had acknowledged the efforts. And let me tell you, if you go into GCC ICAI, GCC was always a product of IT companies. Today, if you type in Google GCC, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India will come at the first page. That is the contribution we as Chartered Accountant has to do towards building our nation, to be a true leader and partnering in global building. And what a budget this time it was. This budget was all about G, other than taxation and other subjects. I don't know how many of you have learned and heard about safe harbor rules. We are going to discuss in length on that. How many of you have heard about foreign company coming to India to get tax holidays and many more? What is the objective behind it? To retain the talent which is going across from India to the entire world. In fact, now these foreign firms can open their company in India. We all will be having opportunity. The question which is important and relevant today, and that is what you're going to learn in today's session, is are we ready? Are we digitally ready? Are we able to manage our work anytime from anywhere? Are we really paper-led? Can we specialize into 10 different things? Have we grown ourselves from a 5-partner firm to 100-partner firm? And we started building our offices where you can scale. So there are two important messages and words which I wanted to share with all of you, which is required if you really have a vision to be one of the GCC in Calcutta. Because Calcutta is going to be the best spot for the entire country. Like what I always say to the people is what India is to the world, Calcutta is for India. So this is the journey which we all wanted to go forward to. I'm very happy that I've got the tremendous support from across the country to say when people who are working in GCC Chartered Accountant, they came back to me and said, we never thought that Institute of Chartered Accountants of India will finally understand and will acknowledge our efforts and contribution. If you see this room over here, this is a center of excellence. How many of you have came for the first time over here? Can I see the raise up? It's such a beautiful building, which has again been done by Institute of Chartered Accountants, a setup which nobody has thought that Institute will have such a beautiful setup. The journey of networking, which Ravi Bhai had just touched upon, the journey of how we can fly, transform, and actually bring the best out of us. Capabilities is the key. And let me share with you, when we talk to the government, when we talk to people like Sanjeev Sanyal and many other people, last year, let me give you the number, when I was calling him as one of the chief guests in Delhi GCC, with an economic advisor coming from Bengal. And we had a good debate, a hot debate, let me tell you. And I asked him a question, sir, you talk about Big Seven. You talk about how India can be Big Seven, how we chartered accountants can become 100, 200 partners firm. How many of us are sitting in a top line of 100 to 500 crores? Please answer few questions which I have. Now, a very strong, hot debate. You paid 34,000 crores to Big Fours last year. Out of that, please tell me if even 34 crores has gone to any Indian firms. He said no. You form a committee for Big Seven, wherein you are discussing policies, you are talking to MCA and how we can work together, aggregation and all of that. Please tell me, is there a single chartered accountant who is a part of that company? Said no. Then he asked a few questions which I was not in. How many of your chartered accountants have 100 plus partners? How many of your chartered accountants have 20 offices or maybe having a top line of more than 200? How many of partners or your firms are meeting all these ISO guidelines, security standards, which the world is looking for? The question comes, well, you give me work, I'll do it. or I'll get myself ready to do that work. What comes first is what we need to discuss internally within ourselves and take our thought process forward, that what we want to do in next 5 years, because India is now in the best spot. And we all are going to play a very, very tremendous role in it, whether you want to work for government, whether you want to work for stakeholders, for the entire world. Everyone is looking for us. We have no other choice but to get ourselves ready for this transformative movement which we have. I just wanted to share a few pages. If you can see, can I see that? Can I see that? This is the website of GCC, which covers all the things which has been done in the past. I wanted to go through each and every, where you can see all the speakers, the program structures, the glimpses, insights, and the report. All the videos has been uploaded over here. If you go to Hyderabad, you can see all the videos, Pune. And I want you to see, if you go into these insights, you can see all the important articles which has been covered on these by the best of the best people across the country. So if you go through this website, GCC ICI, and if you go through this ecosystem, this is what has happened in last. I'll just show you the ecosystem partners which we have. We have got wonderful tractions across, and we wanted to take it forward because next year, this year was focused on creating that voice of chartered accountants among all the important ministries of this country. Next year, let me tell you, starting now, next year, we all are going to physically go to each and every GCC. The conference will not be happening in this place. The conferences, the roundtable discussions, and the entire thought process will be happening inside a GCC. In this 1800 GCC, where one of our chartered accountant is sitting over there as a CFO, as a CEO, or as a senior person, and we are going to go over there. We are going to practically see what they are doing and how they are doing. This is the journey which we want to do it together, and we look forward for more support from all of you together. Thank you once again for joining with us, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions which come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev sir, to share all your experience with all the 6 GCCs which you have conducted throughout the countries and taking the delegate through the entire gamut of what is happening in and around GCC at ICI and in the country. Friends, this time we welcome our chief guest for his address, Mr. Devashish Sen, former IAS and ex-additional chief secretary. So, over to you for your address.
Good morning, everybody. It was indeed a pleasure listening to Mr. Sanghvi. I had 2 primary reasons to listen to what he had to say, which I have sat through with great interest, and also see this new center of excellence. When I was in charge of HITCO, when I was creating this new town, this plot of land was just started to develop, and I am very happy and I wish to congratulate ICAI that this has indeed been constructed. It is easy for a corporate to do it, but for an association to do it, get all the funding done, get all the engineering in place is not easy. And for a second time, I congratulate you. Now, how you will use it? People are very fond of this term called Center of Excellence. It has arrived at very clearly what इसको माने क्या है. Everybody wants to be excellent. Who wants to be clear? Who wants to fail in an exam? Lekin, what happens in a center of excellence? This is what matters. And if we have listened to what the GCC is trying to do, it is urging you to rise above what you are doing into an international field, into the present day era with or without technology. And for this, you have to upgrade your skills. If you don't upgrade, if you remain what you are doing, if it's business as usual, no global center of excellence will be created. So what is needed? It is needed an institution to impart the knowledge and best practices and a mechanism to transmit among people. In this case, I am very happy to see that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is taking such a huge lead in trying to generate awareness of this. This is the first step. I would now urge you to do some courses, some certificate courses, some diploma courses, some training sessions in small batches. It can't be in a hall as big as this. Say in 20, 15 batches, if something can be done so that people can really start using these new tools and think of working in GCCs. So my first point that I wish to make, not that I want to make too many points, only 2 or 3 points. My first point is we need training and certification. I see AI can, from this center of excellence in Kolkata, in Newtown, can it begin that? So anybody next, like he said about the visiting card in Hyderabad where only CA was written, now he can certify GCC professional, certified by ICAI Kolkata branch or something like that. So that would be quite useful. The second point I would like to say is that it is also, like Mr. Sanghvi, I am also a great AI follower and enthusiast and trying to apply the tools in various things that we do in our professional lives. I, for myself, am doing a lot of AI art. Now I call myself contemporary artist and using generative tools. This is just to tell you that generative tools are only 2 or 3 years old. And I'm not using it to do professional art exhibitions, which even some people are buying. So my point is, unless you learn it and use it, this is the second point I'm making, is that you have to start using these new tools that are around the corner. So if you want to be a GCC, if you want to build a GCC, you have to compete with the global world. And everywhere they're using AI in their day-to-day lives. There are n number of statistics we know of. So my second point I'm saying is that technology and advances will also have to be known. And it will be good if ICAI Kolkata can take a lead in forming how to get along. Not that everything is available on the net. Everybody knows, but where to start? In Bengali, we say, "Ekta dhuriye dawa." You know, how to get started. If somebody could tell us, I am sure all of you have got the intelligence to take it forward. To how to take the first steps, 1, 2, 3. Preliminary introduction to AI for chartered accountants for GCC is the second step, I think, is advisable. And the last, no large sermons. I am sure, like many of you, you were also very happy to note how India signed the EU trade agreement with the European Union. And you have noticed, if I have noticed, you must have noticed twice, that they have agreed that Indian professionals will also be able to certify carbon credits. They call it border sustainability margin adjustment mechanism or something like that. Very briefly speaking, they impose, European Union imposes on our manufacturers like steel, cement, and everything else, some additional tax unless sustainability safeguards are observed. So who is going to certify that, let us say, Tata Steel is observing sustainability guidelines? It is not enough that you give ESG or BSRS returns because you can fake it. It has to be audited. It has to be certified. Now, this is also, I think, another area in the matter of trade and in the matter of carbon tax, especially with the European Union that is coming. And if you can master this, you can be from the global competency center, you can be helping all other countries in the world in their carbon tax kind of, what can I say, to solve those problems. So with these words, I would very fondly hope that the leadership that is being taken by this institute with the leadership of Mr. Sanghvi and with the physical presence of so many of you, I would very sincerely hope that Kolkata and Newtown, this center of excellence, will be taking forward this movement for not only whole of India, but also globally and especially with the European Union. Thank you very much.
So, gratitude and thanks. Please give a thunderous round of applause for our chief guest, Mr. Devasis, sir. So, thank you for sharing your thoughts in around GCC. We would also like to thank both our Central Council member and other council colleagues, regional council colleagues for being there for this inaugural session of GCC. Thank you, everyone. We'll move forward to the next panel discussion. I request everyone to kindly stay back. Before that, friends, will be launching a GCC booklet on impact of Union Budget 2026-27 on GCC ecosystem. This has been collated and prepared by the GCC group, and this will be for the benefit of members at large. Thank you. Over to C. Abhishwaranjan Sutat for taking up the next session.
Welcome back, friends. We are heading for a very interesting panel session where we'll be discussing about ourselves as a country and the growth story of GCC. And in this upcoming panel, we have two leaders, those who are influenced in that individual capacity, a generation of professionals. To initiate this panel discussion, may I request the convener of this group and Central Council member, C. Sandeep Sanghi, as the moderator to the dais. And let's welcome the first panelist to the session, CA Vivek Agrawala, Executive Director and CFO, Eveready Industries Limited. And we are also having our past president, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, as the second panelist. He will be joining us in the meantime. When you talk about CA Vivek Agrawala, it is not about 2.5 decades of rich experience and wisdom, which has reflected through his risk management skills while he has navigated Eveready from 1 mile to 1,000 miles. With these few words, let's welcome CA Vivek Agrawala from Eveready, and I request our convener to welcome him. Thank you so much. With this, I leave the space and floor to the moderator, the fantastic, wonderful voice of the GCC front, CA Sandeep Sanghi. All yourself.
Thank you, Sutar. Before we get into the heated discussion, because I always try and make the panel as exciting and interesting as possible. Till the time our past president ICI joins, just a good input. If anybody has questions right now to start with, so that we can also take those questions into our panel. So can we have some mic over there? We'll take a note of these questions. We will be answering you during the panel.
Yeah, so I have a very basic question. Like what we experienced till now is that the capabilities and the possibilities for a chartered accountant in this coming time is much huge than the traditional work that we have been doing. Having said that, why is this group called Positioning India as an accounting GCC? Why are we restricting this group's vision as an accounting GCC, Positioning India?
Okay. Thank you. Any other question? Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. My question is, sir, that compared to India, there are lots of options in the South Asia Pacific which companies may be looking forward as an alternative. What do you think the challenges are for our country to get a larger share of the GDP as compared to those other economies?
Any more questions from any? Okay. Well, definitely go back to Vivek Ji and then ask. Yeah, we have a moment. Yes, please. Can we have the microphone over there? And let me tell you the objective of the current session that we are coming up as panelists is to ensure that each one will be answered their question. There will be a value. I also welcome Rakesh Ji, coming all the way from Delhi into this summit, and he has got real-time experiences on setting up and implementing GCC across the country.
Yeah, thank you. That was a nice opening talk, because I am hearing this thing closely for the first time. But after so many years of working,
Like recently, somebody got in touch with me from the UK, and they wanted a comprehensive service. Though his unit is located in Dehradun, I don't know for what reason he wanted someone in Calcutta. So I really want to know when we talk in terms of a GCC, could you give me a little bit of a dimension of what it entails to have a GCC, in the sense you were talking about so many 1800 and 600 GCCs. What is the definition of a viable GCC?
Any more questions? Yeah. Thank you. Now we're getting this opportunity because we're waiting for the past president to come in. As soon as he joins in, we start the formal pledge. But we don't want it to waste the time because time is money.
So one quick question. See, for example, the business looks for analytics, analytical insights. And while GCCs primarily, there's a major part of the country has been focusing on compliances, taxation, accounting, MIS, okay, they're getting to the finalization of accounts. But, working with the marketing team to understand the business dynamics, to create marketing strategies, to looking at the more revenue focused, what to look for the next 3 quarters instead of looking at the back. So instead of looking at the post-mortem of the financials, how we can have more projected financial cash flows, projected balance sheets, and how we can contribute to the budget. What's your question? So how this PSCC will be helping in looking into these analytical and projected. That's the whole objective. That's the whole objective. All right. So Vivek, you want to take up a question? Or should I just give my first input and then maybe you can add up whatever you want? Okay. So why India is accounting GCC? Why India का बैठे हो तो India नहीं सोचोगे? Why accounting? This is just a word. This is a word which has been created. It's not that we are only looking for account. It has been created by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the thought process of scaling up and taking it to the next level. But yes, there are few who are asking questions about, are we into compliances and all of this? Yes, that's the basic foundation. We cannot ignore that. The foundation of getting your books correct, getting your line items in order. If your data is not structured, number one, if your data doesn't get connected, number two, if your data cannot be accessible anytime from anywhere, that's the basic foundation. And that's an important role to play. The problem is we are struggling to get this data in a structured format, or we are not able to make that structured, or somehow, some way, that data is only used for a very, very focused objective of filing compliances. And we are only limiting ourselves to those data which are relevant for that, and not those data which is helping in creating more value to the organization, because those data may not be also be available with the organization. So that data, first of all, we need to create that system to get those data available with the organization. Try to pull up those data and that is forward from. I give an example. What if I say, we talk about client, we talk about any client, that what they have been doing for the last 10 years, well, we know their numbers, that's great. But what about non-numbers? How much of that is the production unit? What are the major reasons behind that slow production? How much of inventory is there? So there are many, and we can go more and more into detail of that. But get the broader perspective of it, get the accounting data structure, get that available, accessible, and try to get that information and try to automate that. Which means, if we will create a system, we are working on a very important project called triple entry system. Now, we all know single entry, we all know double entry. What is this triple entry all about? So if we are not moving up the value chain, if any one of you start working on that direction of triple entry system of accounting, let me tell you, next 3 years, in next 5 years, double entry will be considered like single entry. The way we look at single entry today, well, who is doing single entry today? It will be considered in next 5 years, who is doing double entry. So that's how we have to move forward into blockchain, into RPA, into making sure that all your data are connected, all your data can be automated, and those can be easily be understood and accessible. So that's how the entire capability of why India and why India is having the largest share today. Yes, 51%, maybe 53% of GCC is in India currently. If we talk about 3,000 GCC or 3,500 GCCs across the world, we talk about South Asia and others, we have the better advantage of English speaking, knowledge, domain expert, the concept of accounting. Again, I say, the objective of understanding the business, what we understand here. I think I've been working, and I think Sarika is with me and agree with me, that we had worked with accountants across the world. The objective and the knowledge of debit and credit, the way we understand, the way we do, I don't think so, with all due respect, any other accountant across the world is having that grip over the accounting understanding of the financial statement. So if you want.
Oh, thank you, Sangeet. I think there are nothing is right and wrong at this speed. No, just to add what Sangeet has added. Today, I think GCC, why CA and GCC, right? Because this is the fraternity. I think I'm not going to define why an accountant, even the US called CPA, they are also public accountant. And it's like, if you say that accounting could be given as a great product to us. But today, if you see the kind of environment where the chartered accountants are grooming up, from the day one, you have been sent to a manufacturing unit for auditing, for example. Today, the kind of visibility chartered accountant is having. Because, for example, if you say person who was doctored, he's only studying how to do the surgery and operation. They don't get an opportunity to understand general management. They don't get an understand to learn the marketing and sales. But if you understand that our profession, how it matters in the GCC, because it should not be considered as a delivery center. GCC should be considered as a innovation and the decision hub. Today, the definition of GCC by way is completely changing because the way chartered accountants are poised from the day one of their articleship, they know how manufacturing process works. They know how sales marketing works. They know what is the value of compliances. They are not limited to only the breach between board and auditors. Today, that is why probably how India and chartered accountants are poised to set up in the global platform for the GCC, because this fraternity has a very well described mindset that yes, I am not a functional manager. I am a business manager. We know how to take business forward. Because today the chartered accountants are not being considered only as a rigid controllers. They are being considered as a trusted advisor. And that is why this movement, I think the GCC and the chartered accountant fraternity is very well poised to take India ahead.
Well, and there was one more question on the viable GCC. Who was asking that question? वो एक शायरी में बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ कि जो फ्लाइट को चाहिए तुमको जो पसंद वही बात करेगी. So a viable GCC, I think, is all depend upon. We don't have a choice. The definition and the broader difference between outsourcing and GCC is, in outsourcing today we have a nice little lunch. I'm giving it a very simple language, Sadaji. So we have ordered a caterer, we have finalized the caterer, and we said, boss, ये menu चाहिए, ये मिठाई चाहिए, ये dessert चाहिए, ये हमें दाल चाहिए, ये चाहिए. He's bringing the food over here, and we are all going to have a wonderful lunch today. That is similar to outsourcing, because we don't know कि उसने किस तरह का चावल लिया है, उसने क्या मसाला डाला है, उसने क्या क्या किया उसके साथ प्रोसेस. वी आर ओनली गोइंग टू टेस्ट इट एंड देन विल से वाओ दिस इज गुड और नहीं यार मजा नहीं आया. In GCC, you don't have a choice. You will be given a strict policies, a system which you have to abide to. The entire, each and every person which is appointed, each and everything which is happening is all monitored and controlled. आपके हाथ में कुछ नहीं है. So anyone who can give me 5-10 names of GCCs, I can be very clear that you know what GCC I'm talking about. Give me 10 names, anyone. Any GCC, we have 1800 GCC or more. Give me 10 names. The big fours are GCC, right? Okay. Accenture is a GCC, yes. But talk about any non-accounting GCC. HSBC, yes. Why I'm talking about all these names? So that you get a clarity. Now, these are big GCCs. Smaller micro GCCs are people who had been taken up by an accounting firm. So, where there is an opportunity? The opportunity is that the entire world today is aging so far as accounting are concerned. I'm only going to be very, very relevant on the subject which we are trying to understand. There is a company in Hyderabad which is called Verizon. Anybody has heard about Verizon? What is the company all about? What is Verizon doing? Telephone. It's like Airtel and Vodafone in India. They have their GCC in Hyderabad. Now, what are they doing over there? More than 4,000 to 5,000 people sitting over there working on the account receivable management. So what is happening? Verizon sitting in US thinking, boss, मेरे को एक process, मेरे को एक system करवाना है. अब मुझे 4,000-5,000 लोग लगेंगे. चलो यार इंडिया में एक सेटअप खोल देते. तो उन्होंने वहां बिल्डिंग खोली, आपसे कंसल्टिंग करवाई, आपसे जमीन लिया, आपने उनका पूरा सेटअप किया, टैलेंट बनाया, एसओपी बनाया, टैक्सेशन पॉलिसीज बनाया, फंडिंग बनाया, सारा काम आप एज अ कंसल्टेंट उनका कर रहे हो. अब वहां फीस 2, 5, 10 लाख रुपए में नहीं होती है. राकेश जी आप बता दीजिएगा अपने सेशन. वहां फीस करोड़ों रुपए में होती है और वो सेटअप होता है और उसमें आपकी एसओपी भी रहती है, इक्विटी भी रहती है, रोल भी रहता है, कंट्रोल भी रहता है. बट पूरी ब्रांडिंग, पूरा थॉट प्रोसेस, पूरा कंट्रोल उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का. सो अकाउंटिंग फर्म कमिंग बैक टू nobody across the world are getting into accounting. There is a dearth. अगर आप अभी मोबाइल में टाइप करो, there is a huge decline of accounting in America, in UK, in Australia, in Canada. No new person are getting into accounting industry. And all the accounting firms of those organizations are looking, those who are big organizations over there, to set up a GCC in India. Where if you get that connect, if you travel, if you are ready, if you are scalable, you can say, boss, we can work together because he's not happy, he or she is not happy with outsourcing because control is not in their hand. हम उनका काम करेंगे और बोलेंगे सर अब तो 10 साल हो गए, अब तो आपको डबल करना पड़ेगा, तो हम गए. So they don't have that control and that's why they prefer GCC than outsourcing. So this is the revised and the changed version. Vivek ji, आप बताओ.
Aligned that you have already explained that outsourcing versus GCC because most of us confuse outsourcing. So I think today, as the situation comes, every organization, it is not only cost arbitrage. Once upon a time, this outsourcing and shared services, center of excellence has been looked into as a cost arbitrage. Which is definitely not. It is along with that, the value creation, value addition, succession building up, a leadership building up. How do you build the transparency to the governance? Because when you put somebody giving a very stringent SOPs, policies, KPIs, SLAs, escalation metric, and a third party is monitoring for you, chances of missing out is very less. But when your own people are doing in a few of the time, acha tu kar le yaar, dekh le, sometimes you take a practical call. So that is the way we are looking into that. Uh, so, yeah. So now, today, what is happening that if we really want to continue that momentum in the GCC, we have to really look for that a mindset change. Change management is the most critical in the GCC environment because the same thing is going to be happening, but in a different format, different taste, so that you can take your organization ahead of time.
Welcome our past president of ICICA, Dr. Debashish Mitra. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. I request you to please take the proceeding.
With the pause, let's welcome the member, not a past president, not a professional with 4 decades of rich experience, but a voice within the profession and from the profession to the globe. Dear Dr. Debashish Mitra. Let's welcome, sir, with a gratitude and love from our Sanjeev Sanghi.
So, coming straight to Dada, we all love to call him Dada. And we are talking about GCC and the growth story, sir, and there are multiple questions that are being exchanged. But I had one very important question for Dada always. So when I was 15 years back, I was looking Dada to speak on company law, talking about auditing standard, then slowly getting into other areas. Then he started talking about artificial intelligence. And then slowly getting into GCC. There's a single word for this, adaptability with the newer thing. Think about me talking on GS. Think about Viveki, you talking on things. So Dada, how much is adaptability important in this GCC growth, sir?
Thank you very much, Sanjeev. Welcome to you. Thank you. I still receive, although I'm not in the council, but I always like people like you telling your thoughts. Now, he's saying adaptability. Why are you here? All of us are here because we see that there is some kind of opportunity. You have come, most of you are in your 40s or 50s. Right? Most of you virtually are in your 40s and 50s. Now, in your 40s and 50s, what kind of opportunity do you expect? Now, you see what he is saying. When Sanjeev, and let me mention his name, when Sanjeev started off, I would like to call his the GCC because of cost arbitrage. Simply because he was providing services at a cost which was lower than the cost that was there in the US. That's why they gave all the work to Sanjeev. Right? And along with Sanjeev, you had so many others. The big four also had this kind of the thing. So this kind of GCC. So you had that cost. It was totally because of cost arbitrage. How many of you went into that? I did not go into that. Sanjeev, we knew that Sanjeev was there, but I did not go into that. Simply because I did not have the US contacts. I did not have the US contacts. Even today, if Sanjeev starts, it will be very difficult for him to establish the contacts, which he has developed over a period of time. Right? So, you see, that is the whole problem. Now, if you were in Gujarat, there will be some Mr. Patel in US who will tell you that Mr. Patel here in Gujarat in Ahmedabad, and we do something together. But here, if you are here, you will not find a Mr. Patel trying to tell you, can we do something together if you see US? Because Mr. Patel is being for a Gujarati citizen. He's feeling more comfortable being there. So when Sanjeev started off, he had the confidence and God has blessed him. But today, if you want to add the biggest cup, if you want to do this, that the kind of work that he does, the biggest market is here. But now that market, then what has happened is the adaptability. Now they are saying that cost arbitrage business is 1,800 businesses that the Sandeep will have to correct me if I get the numbers wrong, right? About 1,800
GCCs are there, employing about 10 million people. And whatever they're talking now, they're saying that how good are you in AI? How good are you in cybersecurity? They have moved from cost arbitrage to innovation concept. So those of us who are sitting here and thinking that, look, we are here for the cost arbitrage, and let's see if Sandeep has been successful, I will also be successful. You simply will have to adapt and change your minds. Simply will have to adapt and change your minds. So when the institute has a program on AI 1 and AI 2 and whatever, you say you have to attend that program and just see that what is happening on the AI front and how can I be. वो काम आपको मिलेगा नहीं जो संदीप को अभी संदीप अगर चालू करेगा तो उसको भी काम नहीं मिलेगा because we have no contacts. I'm telling you this from my own experience. अग्रवाल जी या संदीप मुझसे सहमत नहीं भी हो सकते हैं वो उसका बात. But you see, as you said that, you see, I like to speak my mind out on all these issues. That is how. Right? So the professional has to be adaptable. The professional must know वो काम नहीं मिलेगा, cost arbitrage का काम नहीं मिलेगा. But if I am good in research, if I am good in cybersecurity, if I am good in AI, I'm good. Because you see, they hope to have about 3 lakh people in this, right? And this is the growth. And with the business that I'm talking about, this 2047, no tax, no data centers will come up. Right? So we have to adapt ourselves to that opportunity. Mindset change for number. Most of us, why we are here? We are here to see a GCC teach them. ये है क्या चीज? ये संदीप हम लोग को बार-बार बोलते रहता है. जब संदीप टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में बोलता था तो मैं भी सोचता संदीप टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करेगा. Right? At that time he was not an honorable council member, but Sandeep was so right. Later on, technology became the center stage of the profession. And when you ask a person like past President A.C. Chakraborty, he said that the future of the profession is technology, and technology. A.C. Chakraborty, 91 years old, and he said that. And Sandeep was talking about this for a long time, but he said that, what future of the GST है, income tax है, audit है, तुम क्या technology के बारे में बात करता है? And today, it came at us. You see, so you see, that is the mistake. There is great, you see, but we simply have to upgrade ourselves, adapt. That's all. But if you don't want to agree with me on some points, you may.
Definitely काम सबके लिए बहुत बड़ा चुनौती है. But sir, we are working on that, and in this session, with the help of Dada and Vivek, we are definitely going to give you some clue on how we are going to get this around. But coming back to Vivek ji and both of you, sir, how important is networking? Now, when I say networking, there are various aspects which I wanted to touch upon. Is how easy it is for us to meet people, to interact with them, engage with them, and how this is important when we talk about social networking, when we talk about networking with people across the world. How are we taking that, and how should we take that step forward?
So, Dada, we are fully sahmat with you first. Okay, I also second. So I think today also we are here for what? I think network is right. Academic knowledge we all have, right? But today, world is so competitive. Unless until we make our life as a portfolio, like we could have sit in our own respective offices and could have taken a brief from Sangviji sometime back. But this opportunity of networking does not mean that you get, it's like a seeding, it's like investing. It's not कि 5 GCC में attend किया तो अगले से 6 हमको काम मिलेगा. It is first to even understand what is GCC. As some gentleman asked, what will be the value added cost? कौन से break even में quote करना चाहिए? Somebody asking, is an outsourcing? Absolutely not. It is completely a different ball game. It's business. That's why I say GCC is not delivery center. It's a decision and innovation hub. Today we build succession planning here.
Today we build the leadership talent here, upskilling the same people doing the different job. It is not only about accounting, but why CAs are more poised? Because we are a strong bridge between finance, operation, technology. Because this institute has taught us from our article these days, हर चीज में उंगली करो. Sorry to use that, but I'm saying that is the learning we got it. Because we are not a straightforward looking function on matter of debit credit. That the ERPs are taking away. And as a profession, this is a great opportunity. Maybe after 10 years today we'll realize, as Dada has said, उन्होंने पूछा सांगवी साहब को, सांगवी साहब पूछेंगे दूसरा किसी को, maybe मयूर को पूछेंगे कि मयूर तुमने GCC अगर नहीं किया तो probably our task will be a risk. Okay, who will ask the CFOs of the world? Because 80-90% work is automatically taken care by the technology. Then what is left out? Government is becoming a fully transparent on a taxation, GST, everything is automatic. Maybe next year onwards, we don't need to issue physical bills also. Already there that those are B2B customer not required. Then what the hell are we going to do? We are giving every portal access. That is the way this practicing profession. I'm not saying. I'm on the other side of receiving side also. I'm not talking about practicing side. I'm saying I have seen the services of a center of excellence and the shared services. And one of the partner Rakesh is there, Quantum Global, who runs the big. So there are merits to add important things. The change management, adaptability, agility. We have to quickly move around. There is nothing wrong. आज हम देखेंगे 2 साल बाद दूसरा कुछ होगा तो हमें आपसे today if Apple has launched 17, they are already having 20 in their portfolio. So you have to design, develop, and destroy your own thing. That is the way adaptability is coming. And I think that overall, that network is the most important. The kind, and we are so blessed that institute is organizing for all of us. Happy to see more than 150 audience are sitting. Honestly, when I said maybe I thought 50. The first time I got an opportunity to come here. And now, because I was in Mumbai earlier, last 2 years I shifted, but whenever I get an opportunity to attend any institute program, I don't miss it. Because I feel this is the networking opportunity you're getting, something who's to seek it.
Sanjeev, can I? Yeah, please, sir. I'm very happy that Sanjeev, I'll put you that with so I am also in agreement with whatever he's saying. Aniket Talati was the vice president of the institute and he went on to become the president. And he also runs something. So hum bola ki Aniket, see, you have been with me. You have been my vice president. Give me some work here. He said, Dada, for that, you have to go to US and attend conferences. I said, conferences? Who attend karega? Past president, invest. Conferences attend karka IAC on technology and all these things. Then maybe you'll get some. वहां में जाके बैठा ऐसे तो खर्चा है और सर इन्वेस्टमेंट करना पड़ेगा नेटवर्किंग नहीं करोगे यहाँ में बैठ के बातचीत करोगे तो नहीं होगा सर हम बोलते ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस है अनिकेत कितना दिन कितना कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड करना पड़ेगा बोले सर स्किल टू स्ट्राइक टिल यू स्ट्राइक वो वहां में जाके बैठा और लंच टाइम में सबके साथ में हाथ मिलाइए और आप ये भी बोलिए कि पास प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ आईसीआई है हालांकि उन लोगों का आईसीआई से कोई मतलब नहीं है सो इसी ये करके आगे बढ़े That's how it is. That is, you see, these are fruits. Actually, I've seen what has to be done. Go and better for it. You have to invest. Number one. Number two, giving you one more example of this. And see how things are done because of the vision of people. You just saw the World Economic Forum in Davos, right? So many of us saw it on TV, right? Tells others. So this gentleman from Assam, he went. The president of IIS, he went. World Economic Forum. What did you do? There's not a person. Some people. I liked Trump's lecture. I loved it. Yeah, I liked Macron's goggles. Macron, when he spoke, the French president, he had some eye problem and you see, he was wearing goggles. So you see, he said,
after the balls to take it, he's the most handsome president I think ever. I liked when the president of Denmark gave Trump the bashing for Greenland. I told this. What? You had a good time. First time. 3-4 दिन पहले, I was talking to the incoming president, Prasanna. And Prasanna Kumar comes from the state from which Chandrababu Naidu comes. So Prasanna Kumar was telling me that he had a discussion with Chandrababu Naidu. And they were only talking about how many meetings that Chandrababu Naidu had in Davos to get investment funds. Chandrababu Naidu was not interested in attending Trump's lecture. He was having networking, meeting after meeting to get investment funds. So that is the way to look at the network.
Brilliant. So let's settle ourselves together on this. There's how many of us, and please, the objective over here is not to come up and just discuss or give lectures. We are really introspecting ourselves together. How many of you have attended any conferences for the purpose of conferences outside it? 1, 2, 3. See what is happening over here. What is happening over here? We have been tuned for last few decades, and Dada and Vinay ji will definitely add on to this. Tuned to say, "मेरे को क्या फायदा होगा?" We have been tuned for empanelment. मेरे पास आप काम दे दो, कैसे करना है बता दो. You tell me what I will get. You tell me how to do. You tell me what I will get. You tell me when you want this. Dada job ही कर लो. But that's the only place where you are being told what to do, when to do, how much to do, what you are going to get out of it. If you are an entrepreneur, and I think we have forgotten that role somehow or some way. You are being an entrepreneur, and that is what you have chosen when you have started thinking of going into a practice. It's about going with unprecedented. It's about meeting people. And let me tell you, Dada, just 1 year back, I was in London into this accountex with no profile as a council member, just as a normal chartered accountant, meeting people. And they had a conference with people coming from across the world. And every single person, we don't enjoy, they have this thing, and Dada will speak a lot on this. They have this big billboard, mentioning the name, the company name, the skills. And everybody is taking up the card, taking a scan of that, trying to add that into their visiting card. We feel, wow, is it important? We feel that somehow sharing the visiting card or talking about our organization or talking about what we can do and how we do is not a great thing. So I think that shift is important if we really want to go for it. We are going to go into the readiness part also. But, Vivekji,
I will just talk about the visiting card. So here I was, you see, in London with Han Calls. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Institute of Capital Accountants of Singapore. And he is good, right? He's top class. You see, we were part of the same board of Capital Accountants for a while. So, good friend of mine, but those were early days, 2 years back. I said, man, this car, right? See, with a right striker. What? Now, yes, nobody gets cars like this. You're the problem. Things have changed. He taught me not to. Right? They will only talk. Even the person from Pakistan, he's been there. But we're talking about this. He's been there. Things have totally changed. The way it is, the way they behave, the things that they technology is driving us so much. Technology is driving us so much. Okay, accounting, very good. Because what has happened? Next time, I would advise all of you, try to make a visit in London when the accountant is there. If you book beforehand, you get good discount in area. Right? You see, go there.
things moving about. You find that opportunity that was talking. Nothing might happen to you. What? Something might happen. If you are very serious for it.
So, one next step, even the QR code is now dated. Now you set your both the phone of iPhone or both of you, your contact are there, right? To see the agility of state going on. So I think this is a great momentum for us that we have to move up ourselves even and really, that's the point that unlearn and relearn. I think what today we are seeing that the relearning thing. Sometimes we think we are the master of our knowledge, we know everything, who is there to taught us. Even a 20-year AI engineer could give us something. Few days back, we have seen how the technology space, the share prices have changed. When we certain of all came to know one company, the 2,100 staff has created something which will shake up the entire world in terms of the technology landscape. Overnight, our Indian share market just got technology share market got 8 to 15% corrected. Right and wrong, I don't know. But that is why it is as dynamic. So the volatility, as we said, we live in the VUCA world. Nothing is predictable. Every year, if you see from 2014, 15, every year we have faced something which has shaken the business and actually created an opportunity for all of us. So, every change and challenges you should see as an opportunity rather than just because जो हो गया वो तो हो गया उसको कुछ कर नहीं सकते. But how do we come out of it? That's more important. Vivekji, I think you spoke about VUCA, right? You see it, right? You see, in the World Forum of Accountants this time, Hughes was big. And he went on speaking about his VUCA. And he spoke for 5 minutes. I and Aniket, we are good friends. We are sitting together. हम बोला अनिकेत अभी ना मैं बोलूंगा कि VUCA का नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या है चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट सब जानता है You see, VUCA has now got to the next stage. Now they're calling it BANI, BANI. अभी VUCA का कोई नाम बोलता नहीं है. Right? You go to the thing, BANI, BANI. They have developed VUCA. The next step is BANI, BANI. So when I started speaking in my section about BANI, I started, क्या बात करते हैं बाबा? Right? So the point I'm trying to make is, we have to be honest. If I can say things which others don't know, I am always learning. If I go on saying that there is the Chartered Accountants of India, formed in 1949, they're the largest accounting body in the world, this, that, all this, which I have also done, by the way, as the president. Nobody is looking. Nobody is looking. Right? When I spoke about BANI and I moved from VUCA to BANI, everybody said, hey, Devashish, and they were all people from US and all this city. I could see that they were all Googling, trying to find out what fun. Right? That's the thing that you make all the time taking.
So Vivekji, since you are also a part of GCC and you have some experience related to this, what you think as an accountant, as a chartered accountant, the digital infrastructure and we talk about capabilities, we talk about networking, we talk about readiness. Digital readiness is something which I think Dada is also talking about. What are those important areas you think our members should work upon so that they can be digital?
So I think today GCC and technology resonate. There's no difference. Like today, I think our institute has already embedded a lot of processes beyond accounting, which mature our chartered accountant as a business professional. However, to be participate in this competing world and to lead the GCC, I think a lot of new avatar of chartered account has to come beyond accounting, like for example, investing themselves beyond understanding AI and understanding AI, how it will help business. Because today AI has become a jargon, right? Everybody thinks AI. From morning to evening, everything we are using AI today. But understanding how it is going to benefit. So the understanding of the AI, machine learning, I'm not going to state of generative AI and the metas of the world, but these are very basic. Communication is very important because we are fortunate that we have learned an English language. That means communication is because there's a difficulty. To ask a French person to speak good English, it's very difficult for him.
A German to speak a good English is very difficult for him, but our English global understands very well. What very important is that since the chartered accountant's mindset have to be that bring out themselves from the functional domain and put themselves in a business domain. You know, the policies, SOPs, gate document, all are there. This is we have been taught from decades. That has to be a part of our DNA. The mindset when you come a GCC, as I say, it is not merely a cost arbitrage. It is just a value creation window. That this could be business. This is not a cost center. There are people who are created, but either than other side, people have created GCC. Now GCC are being listed in the company. There are few companies who are stock exchange listed organizations. That is why they feel that GCC will add value both sides, them and as well as the client side. So I think today's chartered accountant mindset has to be very open. They need to think business first strategy, adapt themselves to all sort of technology, all sort of technology and technology. But fundamental and accounting all relate. We understand our accounting. Today, I think, I don't know, people may be understanding debit or credit not, because there is nothing called debit and credit, but by default it is there in our DNA, right? That what is the impact of this in debit and credit. So that is why you don't need to teach people debit and credit, which will come automatically. But what we need to teach along with this is an upcoming technology, understanding business, understanding communication. Because you know, you may be a good student, but you may not be a good teacher, right? So you need to learn the art of how to express yourself in front of the client, how to take that you are the best and beating his own CEO, and then the client will say, yes, yeah, हमारी दुखी लग को पकड़ा है, and they can take it.
So let's have some interaction. And in this interaction, the objective is evolution. Our thought process is evolution. How much have we evolved ourselves in the last 2 decades? Those who have been in 2 decades or those who are just to the 5 or 10 years of journey. From accounting to dashboards, how many of you have evolved? From accounting to real-time dashboard. I'm just giving an idea. Okay. Is this really tough for those who are not lifting that? I'll tell you why. जब तक मुझे काम नहीं मिलेगा, जब तक मेरे पास वो रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं आएगा, जब तक क्लाइंट मेरे को बताएगा नहीं कि ये काम करना, क्या फायदा? How many of you have evolved from regular taxation to international taxation and transfer pricing? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just giving you ideas of how you can evolve. How many of you are getting into ESG advantage? 1, 2. You can see the number, just feel. And these are the subjects. That's what Dada is talking about. And he's going to speak at length on this. I'm just trying to put the context of the evolution, sir. How many of you are actually getting into this advisory CFO service? 4, 5, 6. And we can go on and on. How many of you have actually gone into private equity mergers and acquisition, actually cracked the deal and worked on? 1 single hand, 2, 3. So that is where the challenge is. How will we get these work? Who is going to train us? How are we going to do this work? For those who have done this, we have seen 2, 4, 5 people have done this. Talk to them. How did you do this GST work? How did you do this GST litigation work? How did you started doing a practice when nobody was telling you how to do a practice? How did you got your first client when nobody has given you the first client? How all of this have stopped up? The same position, the same thought of going back into the room, becoming a magnet and trying to attract people across the world with your specialized knowledge, with your talent. You become a magnet and the whole world will look for you. Dada, your
What he is saying is how much we evolve, right? Now, when we evolve, I see so many people sitting there. Don't bother about how many hands went up. That's not. But he's in this hall itself, or maybe the hall next door. I was speaking on this gentleman, he picked up his hand. Okay. He said,
What chartered accountants have got to do with artificial intelligence? I was quite shocked. अरे इतना बोला होता है कि ये तो इंजीनियर का काम है, सॉफ्टवेयर एक्सपर्ट का काम है, हम लोग क्यों इस पर घुस रहे हैं? मित्रा साहब, आप एक फास्ट प्रेसिडेंट है, हम लोग का गलत राह पे लेके जा रहे हैं. बस I was speaking again on ESG. बोलता है मित्रा साहब, आप ना ESG, it is environment, social and government, right? बोलते हैं मित्रा साहब, आप ना इस और जी तक सीमित रखिए. ये के साथ में हम लोग का कोई धंधा नहीं है. हम लोग को ये पढ़ाया गया क्या परिक्रम? तो आप क्यों ये ऊपर में बोलते हो मित्रा साहब? Why you are talking about it? Now you see the situation, and that's why Sanjeev has organized these programs just to prove that without he we lose our relevance. Abhi non-financial reporting is the future, not financial reporting. Yes, people planet profit. ये बोल रहा है, ये सब ये संजीव विष्णु तो बोलते रहता है, right? You see that is, for example, you have the DRS in front of you. DRS are the list of 140 questions that is laying stress only on non-financial reporting. अब कैसे E से भाग सकते हो? How much you can run? And if you run away from E, I'm sorry to say, you don't have money. Because then what is DRS today? Only 1% of the account. And I know for certain that the Ministry of Corporate Affairs is trying to bring this policy into other countries. आप भागोगे, you become irrelevant. AI का बोलते हो कि ये सब इंजीनियर का दिमाग घुसता नहीं. अगर AI नहीं जानोगे, then what you are doing here global capability success? Because this 1st GCC is all about AI, cyber security and digital. वो दिन जो है जहां में आप इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न भरते थे और अपलोड करते थे, जहां में आप ऐसा वो दिन अभी है whatever it is, don't challenge things. And again, I always like to support various pastors. I don't know how many of you have seen this great man by making he has got the maximum influence in my heart. Two people, Pierre Nagpala and Y. Right, so you see, they have got maximum. So once I asked you, Abibi, bank audit name. What me? So it's not also that well, you're doing nothing for the profit. Bank audit name, but extension of date will not pay. Those were the 90s. पीएम नारियल वाला हम बड़े परेशान होकर पीएम नारियल वाला साहब बात कर रहे थे. सर, ये सब मेंबर लोग हुए, हमने तो दूसरा काउंसिल मेंबर हो, मुझे ये सब होता है, तो इसके बाद सीरियस get this clear. And at that time I was not even in central government. The institute is a facilitator. The institute is not here to provide you work. The institute is not a trade union. Otherwise, you change your definition. The institute is not a trade union which will go and try to get an extension fund. I think many of you not like my comments, but that was here. And let me tell you, that is put by me so much. And when I when I was the president, so it is now part of the photo. Abhi to security chairman at that time, Sanjeev Gupta, now he's a NFRS chairman, right? He made me sit outside of it. I and Aniket Taraj. And I was livid. President ICI, by his statement, President ICI waits for now. कितना में समझ गया उसका सेक्रेटरी पास अंदर में गया तो गुप्ता जी बोले प्रेसिडेंट साहब बोलिए एक्सटेंशन चाहिए क्या एक्सटेंशन मुझे बैठा दिया बाहर में 15 मिनट. I said that let me tell you, Mr. Gupta, Chairman sir, I think I am the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I am not the president of the Institute of Extension of India. Once he heard that,
that, and call the member technical. I did not say that. Even Narendra was saying that too. I did say. Aniket and everybody was calm with it. Until today, this is one of my closest friends. He's from Napata. So they told him that. Right? So, see, the thing is this, what Sandeep is trying to do is getting you ready for them. Getting you ready for them. Those of us who are here to put the head up, a term that we have used, will be very, very tough. Those of us who say, for example, sometimes I say, as God, as it, right? So, it's too late for being going to newer areas and things like this, right? Don't worry. You have your own practice going. And the fact that you have come here to update yourself, that itself is a great achievement. That's why the profession is so unique that we are always willing to update us. That's why the profession is. So when he is the DC, the first time he has done this, the committee, and wherever he had done, he has been still out. And there have been controversies. Like he was trying to get Sangha here. You know, he said, I was moderating a session in Delhi, Vicky. और बोला कि ये जो है ना स्मॉल फर्म जो है सब बेहतर है बोलता बिग इंडियन फर्म्स करो देखो कोई कुछ नहीं होने वाला अब बोलते व्हाई डोंट यू गो फॉर पी अभी संगीत बोला व्हाई डोंट यू गो फॉर पी एंड ही इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट वॉइस फॉर दिस लार्ज इंडियन फर्म संदीप he was talking about it. I said that sir मुझे अगर ठीक है तो लिस्टिंग करो फर्म का I said, sir, अगर लिस्टिंग करना है फर्म का, whatever by audit and assurance, audit and assurance की क्या माने depending upon the quality of audit, मेरा प्राइस का फर्क होगा क्या? बोलता है, okay, all right, जब आपने go to audit and assurance, non-audit services का तुम लिस्ट कर सकते हो, and he is now going in that. He's talking in that. Non-audit services का लिस्ट कर दो, बड़ा कर, वो तो audit कर दो. So this is what is the change that is coming, and so the changes that we have to all face, right? So that's how it is. Yes, sir.
I would like to give one practical example of the E part of that. I was in one of the experience, I was dealing with a US client and, they fight for 1% conversion charges, 1%. Suppose it's $10, they will go for 10 cents and they do. But the moment I prove him that E is a great for me, that I have the entire sustainable power in my organization. I have no child labor you implemented and all. They give me 10% extra on conversion charges. They give me 10% conversion charges. And they took a small video from us and created a QR code and embossed in their product. How globally they are feeling very happy that the country from which we are sourcing, they are ESG compliant. So how every part beyond accounting is helping to business to generate. So as Dada rightly said that our mindset has to be that how do we get a better business and prove our supremacy to the entire fraternity. That should be our mindset.
Yeah, so basically, we are going to come back to the open question, but before that, just one more thought. And again, I'm only asking questions and I don't want anyone to answer, just introspect yourself within that we are looking to have a GCC to where we are today. And how are we going to transform ourselves from a caterpillar to a butterfly to get into that journey that we become accessible, we become a quality, delivery center, and then slowly move forward the value chain to get into a GCC. It's a journey. Maybe it may take you a year, maybe 5 years, maybe 3 years. But are we into that roadmap to start with? Again, a question. How many of us are having an SOP in our organization? How many of us are doing induction, organized process? Very, very basic thing of us. Employee induction process. How many of us are sending our team to a particular client with a ready
manual to say, this is what you need to do. These are the things. These are the checklists. These are the references. And this is what we do. So the question which comes is, if we don't get into standardization, how are we going to get efficient? If we are not cleaning our internal house, how are we going to aspire to get to that level? So in this panel discussion, what we are trying to emphasize upon, how you can brand yourself, how you can adapt with this change, how you can do network, and how you can scale and skill your knowledge. Rakesh Sinha, sitting over there, extreme left, I've seen him in all the GCC. The 7 summits which we have conducted, and he's going to talk in his session. You know, what he's getting as a benefit, we talk about networking. And sir has raised a very, very important point. And I just remembered that when I went to US, and I was in front of a CPA who had been into practice of US laws for 3 decades. And I never went back to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to say, you never taught me US law. You never taught me QuickBooks Online. You never taught me how to structure all these. So I think when an article comes to me and says, sir, I need a firm which has got GST experience and audit experience, then come and sit with me. Subjects are not going to be important going forward, let me tell you. Whatever the subjects are, the thought process, the mindset of being adaptable to any situation and creating a value out of it, a very general term, is going to be relevant for future when we talk about UCA. Because we don't know how volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous situation is. So we cannot say that this is one subject which is going to be the best of. Or this is one area where we can teach speech like a lot. We have to make sure that we think like a business, like Vivek has said. We think like an entrepreneur. We think like a startup. And we should stop thinking that, okay, I'm getting 1 crore receipt. So I'm going to put in 40 lakh rupees and take back 60 lakh. The day has come where you get 1 crore receipt, you put back that 1 crore into package business for 2 years. And where is that money going to go? Into your infrastructure, into your networking, into your branding, into your skill development of you and taking the whole organization up level. That's the whole mantra. So, Dada, if you want to add anything, others can get the open question. Indicated me by saying the full form of dukkha. Let me tell you the full form of panic, right? It is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. That is the next. And this has been developed by a philosopher who says that dukkha has lost relevance. If what? Right? So you see, now, and I would say, right, the whole idea is now so many of you are smiling, seeing things, and that's what institutes and people together. You see, ensuring what is going to happen after this setup. And I have told him to have a twin, which all of you, if you want to be a critical, no problem, right? After you get out, once somebody talks to you about GCC, you'll be in a position to speak to him for 10 minutes. The great Rahul Roy, the youngest president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, used to tell me, give me any topic under the sun, I will speak for 15 minutes. At that time, not speaking too much. But Rahul Roy will say, give me any topic. And he also has inspired me so much that you see, give me any topic under the sun, I will speak for 15 minutes. Right? So, now, what is the takeaway from this? Maybe many of you will not be part of GCC, not whatever. The takeaway is, next time when you are meeting a friend and he says that, look, I am now setting up a GCC and I'm talking like this, you know that what is this. And you can talk back. And that giving back might help you in getting
नहीं तो कुछ नहीं जानता नहीं है चुपचाप बैठा रहेगा तो क्या होगा. So this presence here today, I think is going to be very, very useful for all. That's how.
Vivek ji, your closing remark. As we are in the closing verse, I have to leave two thought process in the GCC. First, don't worry about coding in technology. Think about prompting. Because what is going to be the most critical in your mindset? Today also, when you tell to Siri, Alexa, or other people, if you do a right prompting, you get the answer. And second important thing, neither we need to work as a promoter or nor as a professional, work as a founder mentality. In this GCC, if you really want to build up maybe a mid-sized firm, small firm, big firm, but you know, the moment you think like I'm a founder for that GCC project in my organization, and I have to build that organization for GCC for future, you probably will get an edge towards that. I think these two things I thought would be very closer that if you work could be something. So we take a couple of questions if you had, and then we'll add up to the question. This is important. So anyone who has some question related to whatever we have spoken, I think beyond that.
So, sir, right now in the budget, I've heard you, sir. That's a favorite dialogue of that. So, right now, if you have heard the budget, there is a very important word which came, which is called corporate mitra. And Institute of Chartered Accountants are forming a directorate specific on corporate mitra, where we are going to come up with, as I said you in the inaugural session, if you go into the GCC website, which Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has developed, that has got 200 articles, only and only focusing on GCC, how to set it up, what are the different services, what is the growth story of India, how many GCCs are there, listings are there, what are the available opportunities over there, all those things you can find with the podcast, with the videos, with the recording. You see over here, the entire recording is also over there. You can see the recording of all the 7 summits into that single website, gcc.icai.org. You'll find all the materials. In fact, all the materials which has been happening, all the articles, all the publications, all the insights, videos, podcast, everything is with it.
मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना था, ठीक है? I'm speaking in Hindi with your permission, right? अरे वो कि आप ये सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स के ऊपर में बहुत जोर दे रहे हैं. सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स क्या होगा सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स में करने से? आपको एक इंस्टीट्यूट एक सर्टिफिकेट देगा, आपका कोई परीक्षा भी लेगा, तो उसके बाद में आपका क्या होगा ये बताइए आप. एपीएफटी, हाँ. Correct.
Right. 100
विवेक जी, ऐसा है. हाँ. So ऐसा है, this is not a subject. Forensic audit is a subject. Transfer pricing is a subject. This is a concept. This is a center. If we say, tell me about KPO, every single client has different objectives. So this is a thought of creating a capability center, which is being, administered, monitored by entities outside India. That is the concept. Yes, sir. So let me answer the question. I understood your question, sir. If you want to get into the taxation domain of US taxation, you have separate courses on US taxation. You want to get into ESG, there are separate courses on that. You wanted to get into data analytics, there is separate course on that. You wanted to get into all the different things, whichever what you wanted to do. There are courses available. Now, GCC is not defined into these 3-4 subjects. It is defined into 3,000, 30,000 subjects. Depends on what exactly you want to do. You can get into NPO also. You can get into strategist role also. You can get into private equity funding also. All of these now, if you want to get into private equity, there's a crash course on that. There's a course on derivatives. There's a course on financial market. But then all these things are available. So once you decide that this is where I want to brand myself, this is where I want to specialize, then the journey starts. You want a complete perspective, everything. The only thought process is how you can network and identify and get things what you actually want to do. And then decide that you want to build a capability only related to AI. Do this AI course, do this AI level 2 course and get started from there. You want to get into international taxation transfer pricing, there's a separate course for that. That has nothing to do with AI. So again, there are GCCs for that as well. I hope I've answered the question. Any more questions? So since there are no more questions, sir. So congratulate Sanjeev and his group. They are doing fantastic work. I have always believed that first the government recognize the work there. हम लोग क्या काम करते हैं? आप लोग को एजुकेट कर रहे हैं, आप लोग अपडेट कर रहे हैं. बस यही हो गया. Now you clap and all this, that is the end of the matter. The question is to what extent the government recognizes the work that we do on this. And I have already requested that every state government requires a GCC. I have already told him that we develop a model GCC policy. And yeah, he's already done it and circulate that with the various state governments. The state governments requires. Yes, Sanjeev ji, आप ये models पर हम लोग समझाइए ये क्या है? You have already met the IT minister of it, right? If you give him a GCC policy, he will call us and say that, hey, can you make a presentation about what we want? And that is where the institute gets us. Institutes works do not end with updating all of it. Institutes continue to have a system where they are recognized by the government for the efforts that. And quickly update you in the inaugural, I have spoken that we have already tied up with 15 ministries across the country. IFCA, SCPC, and we all are working together. We have already worked with Bhubaneswar, Odisha. We are working on this GCC. And the idea is all the state ministers now, that's the reason why we created this voice. All the state ministers are now approaching us that we want you all to be involved in dividing and drafting this policy so that they can implement into their state, so that they can have GCC in their state, so that they can create employment and they can get more economy grown. So the work is already on. And one last thing, sir. Next year, starting this time, we are going to take delegation to GCC. We are going to take delegation to GCC where they are going to practically witness the infrastructure, the security policy, the compliances, soft compliances, ISO compliances, how they are maintaining the security, what areas of work they are doing, how they are maintaining the checklist, the processing, how they are training their team, their campuses. So that delegation will go to individual GCC, and we are already in talk with all the GCC so that the CFO of that GCC is going to arrange this meeting with our delegation. Okay. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. It's always a goosebump effect whenever you listen to Dada. And as every story need to have a perfect blend of light, camera, and action. When you talk about the GCC growth story, it needs to have a good amount of talent, bucket full of skills, and a wholesome of ecosystem. with this note, we're very thankful to all of you gentlemen for your insights to this India and its GCC growth story. And every story has an interval, and we also have a lunch break. So please reassemble here at 2 o'clock sharp so that we can understand the GCC and its nuances much better in 3 to 4 different sessions. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon, friends, and welcome back. It's a good amount of about GCC in the first half, but let's understand how to set it up. And you don't find a better person and gentleman other than Mr. Rakesh Sinha, founder Quintus Global. All along, he has helped and built himself an excellent GCC which caters the global need. With this word, let's welcome to the dais Mr. Rakesh Sinha. And friends, he has won a People's CEOs of the Year from the People First HR for his work and expertise. And may I request office to give our gratitude. Friends, don't restrict yourself in asking questions because it is all about knowing the nuances of setting up SSC. Mr. Sinha, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Very bad time, isn't it? वो इतना बढ़िया गुलाब जामुन खा के आने के बाद अभी तो बिल्कुल ही हिम्मत नहीं हो रही है ना मुझे हो रही है ना आप लोगों को हो रही है मुझे पता है the food was very nice and I got the luxury of eating that kulcha also stuffed kulcha so thanks to some of you it was very nice so अभी थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा लेकिन कोशिश करेंगे साथ में कोशिश करेंगे समझने की जीसीसी में होता क्या है दो तीन चीजें मैं आप लोगों से बताना चाहता हूँ as I start my conversation just to share with you so I don't have I'm not a people sometimes say you know you will be taking a session you will be giving a lecture you'll be a faculty etc let me very honestly confess to you that I don't know anything more than what I have experienced myself and I'm going to share nothing from what you can get from chat GPT or Google. तो पहला डिस्क्लेमर आप लोगों के लिए है कि जो आपको गूगल में मिल सकता है जो चैट जीपीटी में मिल सकता है आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू शेयर एनीथिंग फ्रॉम दैट आई एम गोइंग टू ओनली शेयर माय एक्सपीरियंसेस अगर मेरी एक्सपीरियंस आपके किसी काम में आती है तो आई विल बी वेरी हैप्पी अबाउट इट सो आई एम जस्ट गोइंग टू शेयर सम ऑफ माय एक्सपीरियंसेस we are all talking about future ready GCC. And before I have lot of slides and I can talk with many reasons and many more hours on the GCC. Just to give you another anecdote, I don't know how many of you are aware of it. I may have delivered more than 1,000 sessions on GCC. I have interacted with maybe if not more at least 40 plus thousand people to talk to them about what they can do in the GCC space. And why I am here when Sanjeev was saying in the morning that I have traveled all the way to even Calcutta just for this session, took the pain to be here in the morning and going back in the evening, is because I'm very much passionate about that belief that this country can continue to create those capability centers very much led by leaders like you. Actually, I have a firm belief that what engineers, किसी ने सुबह बोला ना engineers के बारे में बात कर रहे थे मित्रा साहब, what engineers did for manufacturing, I believe CAs and finance professionals can do for the world of Jesus. I firmly believe that I have experienced it and I'll share some anecdotes, experiences from that perspective. So, अगले 20-25 मिनट, don't even think that I'm going to share anything जो बहुत कुछ
आपको एस्पिरेशनल होगा, ये कुछ नहीं होगा. आई एम जस्ट गोइंग टू शेयर माय एक्सपीरियंसेस. और 3-4 मेरी लर्निंग के मंत्रास हैं जो मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाहूंगा, which if you feel like you want to adopt, adapt and appreciate and apply, what is more important is to apply. Feel free to do that. I will also share my experiences from another anecdote to share with you. In the last 20 years, I have been part of working with both global and regional organizations to encourage them to set up their global capability center or a GBS center in India. My strategies working with these organizations have resulted 150,000 jobs in India. So I'll use some of these learnings and share with you what is the art of possible. And feel free in next few minutes to ask questions, because this is not about how much I know. This is about what can I share with you which could be meaningful. So मैं बोलता जा सकता हूँ. GCC है passion मेरे हिसाब से इतना 1000 sessions करने के बाद. So it's not about what I can share. Please do stop me, ask questions as much as you want to ask. Feel free to do that. But I have got some thoughts where I wanted to share with you guys quickly some summary points. Listen, what is this industry all about? You all be hearing about GCC. आपको GCC करना है. सुबह भी when I came here, I think the council members were all talking about this is a huge opportunity. Adapt करना पड़ेगा, नई चीजें सीखनी पड़ेगी. But क्या सीखना है? Question ये है कि है क्या सीखना है? What we need to understand and why do we need to understand? That is where I'll share with you some of the learnings and my 3 decades of experience on this. अभी आपके पास तो फिर भी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि लोग बात कर रहे हैं इंडिया में, आपके फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर GCC बोल रहे हैं, आप अपने घर में जाकर बोलते हैं रिलेटिव्स को that I'm going to work for a GCC or I'm trying to be a GCC. At least they are not going to look at you and stare at you by saying, what nonsense. Think about me 20 years ago when I used to go and tell my in-laws that I'm trying to do something in GCC. They used to stare at me. They're saying the guy was passed out from IIM Calcutta, went to US, studied at Carnegie Mellon University, US, became handful of the authorized global practitioner, written books. Now he's trying to do something which we don't even know what this industry is all about, right? Very difficult. So you still have that opportunity of that industry shaping to where it is. And I feel very proud that when I started, लोग उसके बारे में बात भी नहीं कर रहे. पहली चीज GCC के अंदर में एक 3-letter word है, and I will actually give you some interesting journey from here. The first mantra for you to keep in the mind is, if you really want to talk about the GCC, the C and C is most important along with the G. The 3-letter word, the first letter is G. What is global? So what does it mean? The first thing is that आपको global thinking चाहिए, global appreciation चाहिए, global outlook चाहिए, global palette चाहिए. Sorry, somebody is talking. Sorry? Absolutely. And you can get global customers only if you have a global palette. I just give you example of it. For instance, 99% of us are not good in terms of creating anything which is suited to the global palette. खाना जो बोलते हैं ना, आप अभी खा के गुलाब जामुन हम खा करके आए. हम लोगों का जो choice of food है is to our taste buds. That is the palate. Interestingly, the global customer, what they are looking to eat, are we really bringing that on the table is most critical thing. How are you positioning yourself? What is the narration which you're having for your services is most critical. Narration बोलते थे accounting, और narration में वो travel accounts वो भी आप करके side में लिख देते हैं charge to travel account. अच्छा ठीक है, बहुत लोगों ने ऐसे किया. But आपकी narration जो है, that becomes your story. So narration and narrative becomes very important, and I'll talk a little bit more. The second 2 letters are C and C. Second C is what? Capabilities. Right? And I'll give you an interesting perspective to it. The second C, which is everybody is saying capability, actually should become the third C, because capability overnight nahi banti kisi.
Am I right? If somebody says overnight, I'm going to become a capability, even it's a global firm, local firm, doesn't matter. You can't become a capability overnight. It's a journey. That's why I call capability as the third letter of the GCC, which is the GCC. The third letter is the capability. The second letter is collaboration. 9 out of 10 times, and this is the biggest difference which has happened from a world of outsourcing. दो तरह के काम होते थे पहले भी, ऑफशोरिंग पहले भी होती थी. सर ने बोला ग्लोबल कस्टमर, पहले भी ग्लोबल कस्टमर आते थे इंडिया में, दो तरीके से आते थे, और मैंने बहुत लेकर आए हैं जो एक आउटसोर्सिंग के तरीके से आते थे, बीपीओस, केपीओस, आईटीओ, आईटी सर्विसेज, और दूसरे अपनी खुद की कैप्टिव सेटअप करते. So we always had these two options in front of the customer, which was like a third party outsourcing or a pure play captive. Now the GCC actually stemmed out from the captive, but it brought the flavor of the outsourcing. This is important. मैं repeat कर रहा हूं. There are two models available. GCC stemmed out from the captive, not from the outsourcing. Mindset yahan rakhe. GCC stemmed out of captive with a flavor of outsourcing on top of it. And this is where the biggest mistake many of us do. We think outsourcing can become a GCC. No. It has to bring the captive mindset. And I'll talk a little bit more about what captive mindset means. So there are, and I'll talk about it. I'll just give you a definition of GCC now. That's with, if it was so same, ma'am, then why we are talking about GCC? So the captive model used to be called a GIC, Global In-House Center. It was a global in-house center. There was a reason why the word GIC was created for it, for the captive. And over a period, GIC became GCC. This is where no one has really pinned down the definition of saying what GCC means. And I'll share a definition with you in this short one. After that, you will figure out why it is a GCC. And when somebody says captive is equal to GCC, please tell him it is not. If somebody says outsourcing is equal to GCC, please tell him it is not. And I'll give you a definition in a short couple of minutes. Of course, I mean, I can go anywhere, but one thing I thought I should also talk about is a bit about what is the opportunities for the CAs and advisory firms. I hope you're interested to hear that, right? Now, this is where the graph is, and I know it's very small with the sofas here, you can't even see it, but I wanted to give you a flavor of how global captives really started becoming an important norm in the country. And I had an opportunity to work with some of these in my life. American Express actually started from a finance and accounting point of view. It was the first ever offshoring GBS. It used to be called in mid-90s FRC, Finance Resource Center, not even GBS or a GCC. Then GE made it bigger and so on and so forth. So last, if you see 30 years, many global organizations, they learned, typically just to give you a range, from a Fortune 500, pretty much about 50% of the Fortune 500 companies have set up their GCC in India. But when you expand that base from 500 to global Fortune 2000, then only about 25% has done that. And that is where the whole opportunity we are talking about. If we're talking about today, exports of GCC from India is about $65 billion. I'm still talking about just recognized as a GCC. There are many centers who are not even recognized as a GCC because they are not positioning themselves as a GCC. So recognized sector is about $65 billion of exports in revenue. And the expectation is that over the next 5 years, it reaches $110 billion, which is 2x. Now in this $65 billion of increase in the next 5 years, मैं और आप क्या करेंगे उसमें is the question. Will we have a role to play there or we will not have a role to play there in the $65 billion increase? Today it is about 4% roughly the contribution to the GDP of India. Why everybody is talking about GCC? Because the next 5 years is going to be a significant contributor to the GDP's growth. You and I will play a role in this space or not is the question.
And every 5-7 years, there was a shift in terms of what is happening in that space and so on. Let me ask a quick question to all of you. What is your sense? Why do organizations set up global capability centers? Then only you will appreciate what you need to do differently if you want to become a partner for GCC. Am I right? Is the question relevant? Is question relevant? You want to become a partner, GCC partner for the global customer. Am I right? That's what you want, right? How many of you want that answer? Okay. So you want to become a global partner. So now let's ask the question different. What is your understanding why global corporations are setting up their own GCCs? To the madam's point, that many of them are doing their own captive. Right? They were still doing captive. The last 30 years they were doing captive. Now, what is the shift which is happening? And I'll talk about that. But what is your sense? Why they are setting up the GCCs? There are 6 options written here. Can you see it? I think I don't know you can see everything here, but maybe you can see some of those written there. I will read out the option and you can show your hands to say you go by that option. The option 1 is consolidate an offshore transactional work. How many of you believe that? Consolidate an offshore transactional work. How many of you believe that? Show up your hands. Cost optimization. Efficiencies and enhance customer experience. Okay, thanks. Access to talent pipeline and specialized skills. 4 hands. Innovation continuum and strategic decision making. Right. Market expansion and competitive edge. No, of course, all of it. But I think if you have to pick one, in your opinion, one option, what is the primary option? And let me just share with you out of the 6 options, and this is something which I have been asking, as I said, thousands of leaders across the country. And of course, we have done our own research with the global company headquarters, with the CFO, CIO, etc. The learning here is, which we always say, it's again a point of a narrative. What is the narrative? Like we were having a narrative 20 years ago by saying, India is a low-cost location. The kind of work which you don't want to do, which is non-value add work, low-end work, transactional work, please give it to India. We will do it for a low cost, cheaper, and sometimes even better. That was our narrative. Do you agree to me? Narrative was, I know Gulab Jamun effect is there, but still, I'm also trying hard. Keep believing. So the first thing was narrative. Narratives are, we are a low cost country. We have billions of people available. The non-value add work, we used to say NVAs, non-value added work, transactional work, mundane work, जो आप नहीं करना चाहते US में, UK में, वो मुझे देख लीजिए इंडिया में करने के लिए मैं कर देता हूँ low cost. That was our narrative for good 20 years. And if your narrative was that, by design, you will get that kind of a work. So you became what? Low cost center. You became what? A center where they were giving some bottom of the pyramid work. Try to visualize with me a pyramid, triangular pyramid. Try to visualize with me. I don't have a slide, but I want you to visualize. There are 4 layers of work in this pyramid. 4 layers in a pyramid. Bottom of the pyramid is transactional work or sometimes operational work. The second layer is governance layer, decision enablement layer. Third layer is product management layer, and the top layer was innovation, business model, market edge, market reach. The 4 layers, right? What we were seeking was the bottom of the pyramid. Now, in the last 5-6 years, what happened? All of a sudden, the organization said, okay, oh, we have done so much of bottom of the pyramid. Let me try to get the next level. Now, the global headquarters said, oh, you are looking for more meatier work.
decision enablement work, but can you get that? You have that capability. And this is where the question shifted to become, can we become a capability center and not remain a capacity center or operation center? So cost, which was a very critical item as an arbitrage, and please try to understand this two narrative. I'm just giving you one. पहला तो क्या कैपिटल माइंडसेट से आपका जीसीसी शुरू हो रहा है. दूसरा capability is a step after the collaboration. The third is cost. People say cost अब issue नहीं है, cost के बारे में कोई बात नहीं करना चाहता. Cost is not important. Let me tell you, cost is very important. I'll be the first one standing here on a dais saying cost is most critical one. Right? If you want to do it. The only difference here is earlier the cost was about cost arbitrage, which is labor arbitrage. वहां पे आपको $100,000 पे कोई मिलता है, यहाँ पे आपको $20,000 पे वही काम करके हम दे देंगे. That was the arbitrage benefits, which is the year one benefit. CFOs are smart. They are saying year one तो मैंने benefit ले लिया, उसके बाद तो मेरा baseline ही वही हो गया. Right. This is where the difference which has happened. And if you understand this element of narrative, I can tell you, you will be a big differentiator in your business area. ये बहुत important narrative है जो headquarters सुना जाता. Don't say I don't play in the cost. Cost arbitrage was always there. It is given. पहले वो 100 का $20,000 था, 100 का 30,000 हो गया, 100 का 40 हो गया, doesn't matter. But arbitrage is given. उसको भी मालूम है, आपको भी मालूम. You're not telling something which is new to the world now. 20 years ago, it was new. But if you say, I am going to give you a continuous cost optimization, year over year. So the difference is cost arbitrage to cost optimization, which is a continuum. So year one, if I do it for 100, year two, I will do it for 95, year three, I'll do it for 90, year four, I'll do it for 85, year five, I'll do it for 80. That is what is expected. And now hear me out the next line. Because moment you say I can do cost optimization means what will you do? You will do improvements, you will do innovation, you will do transformation. Without that, you can't do it, right? So the overall narrative, which is important to be built is by saying we are a capability arm for you, but built on the foundation of collaboration. And I'll talk about what collaboration means, how will you build your brand, etc. But most critical piece here is that narrative. Don't let go of this cost element, but don't harp on the arbitrage, but harp on the cost optimization, which is a continuous optimization. Does it make sense? So far, is it making sense? Is it making sense? I want to give you a sense of it. While I can talk multiple slides, I don't want to get into all this. I think this is something which is for a mature GCCs by saying why I'm looking for the talent, innovation, etc., the government support and so on. But I want to give you very practical examples here. This is what I was talking about from a transaction processing. How will you move up the value chain? When somebody says, I want to become a capability center, you're not talking about that I will do only transactions. But you're also saying, I will do transactions. There is where again the narrative is going wrong. See, again, I'll give you something what I call as a, those shabd hum log bolte hain na, optimistic or pessimistic. Are you aware of this, right? All of you? Optimistic and pessimistic. Optimistic will say everything is green. Everybody will say glass is half full is optimism, right? And pessimist will say glass is half empty. He padhte hain na hum log usko. Half full means you're optimistic. If you say half empty, you are pessimist. Today's world is not about, neither about optimist or a pessimist. Today's world is about realistic optimism. The world is about realistic optimism. So आपको reality बात करनी पड़ेगी, उसके साथ optimism. So glass is half empty, but also half full. That is the reality. Neither of the statement is right. Half empty भी wrong है, half full भी wrong.
But reality is half empty but half. That is the realistic optimism.
So अगर आप बोलेंगे मैं सिर्फ value added services करूंगा, I'll do everything in AI only and everything, all the stuff. Let's say, come on, you don't even know what transaction goes. Are you going to lose your own basics? So that is why it's a foundation. So transaction becomes the foundation. The second layer where many of you are not playing today, as I see, is a functional excellence. And then you move toward the value-added services. Just to give example, when somebody says, I want to do a process like accounts payables, and that too, again, when I say accounts payables, I can assure you 99.9% people, when they say accounts payable, they're still talking about invoice posting. Am I right? Vendor management. That is what that 99% people have seen. They're just doing a three-way match and posting in the books. The expectation is how you really move up the value chain to become spend controllers. Just to give example, how you can really move the value chain. Reconciliation as a process is so fundamental, foundational, basic in the nature. Reconciliation. Bank reconciliation, cash in transit reconciliation, whatever kinds of reconciliation. That's the first thing we all learn. But reconciliation tools are AI, whatever it is. But Rex was always a very operational process. But where you can move your narrative when setting up a future ready GCC is by saying, I do balance sheet integrity. I do financial integrity by leveraging reconciliation. Does it make sense? Is it making sense? Good afternoon once again, guys. So reconciliation has to become, that's where a narrative is. If you really want to partner with a global firm, if you say, I just do reconciliation, it's not bad. But if you say, I do financial integrity, balance sheet integrity on the foundation of reconciliations, it's going to work. So how you're going to position is very, very critical in the space of business. Just to give you example and the definition of the GCC, this is very important. How we believe the GCC can be defined now. Many of you were keen to know how should I define the GCC. If I have to be in a GCC, this is what it means, right? So first thing first, principle or mantra I shared with you is the GCC. There were two kinds of model always there. What? Captive and third party. Now GCC is stemming out of captive. So the whole GCC model is all about by saying when I say I become a strategic and execution arm both. If I'm just a transactional processing unit, you are an outsourcing unit. You are not a GCC. That's the first. Second is global organizations, global customers are looking for right location, and is that location integrated with the corporate headquarters? I think again the example we shared about Ahmedabad, etc. I was talking with somebody and I was sharing. I think I was sitting with sir in the while I'm eating lunch. I was sharing with him. He set up the first of the GCC in Ahmedabad in 2007. Much before, and of course we were part of even Adani journey, etc. Very closely working with Gautam. But we have seen that first GCC way back in 2007 in Ahmedabad. Then the environment really embraced it. Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Chennai, they all have outgrown. Where the challenge with Calcutta, and I have very strong affinity with this place because I lived here and I studied here at Joka. So I understand the culture. And I was sharing that the culture here actually can command more and more work coming to Calcutta because the infrastructure is great, actually improving a lot. The talent here is stable, very committed, not keen to do too much of job swappings. So you have a great opportunity to showcase. Where the challenge here today is that narrative that we are in this. For example, we might do a lot of those analyst relation work to put on a comparative chart. So let's say global company saying I'm looking for
which location to set up. So we will put, let's say, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Ahmedabad, Delhi, Mumbai. But I don't recall in the last 4 or 5 years, many of those reports released by us which says Calcutta. Sorry if I'm Kolkata. Please bear with me for Mike because I still have Calcutta in me when I was living here 20 years ago. So somehow in those reports, I don't see it. And I think we actually added Kolkata as a part of that option. But then many times the customer has turned back to us by saying, will you put your skin in the game and money to set up in Kolkata? And sometimes we were not very sure. I think there was a discussion in the morning about the GCC policies, state policies. The first GCC policy we worked with and we supported was for the government of Karnataka. I still remember the IT minister in Karnataka government, not this time, the previous term, he came to one of the forums and I shared with him what this whole concept of GBS, GCC is all about, what's happening. He said, okay, this is great. What is state government doing? I said, the state governments are not providing any benefits. Then Karnataka became first, then Andhra, of course, Telangana did a fantastic job, then Andhra has gone further to where, then Tamil Nadu has come out with GCC policy, Kerala has got a GCC policy, Uttar Pradesh has got a GCC policy, government of Rajasthan has got a GCC policy. We have worked with some of the state governments. With Rajasthan, actually, I'm doing an event in Jaipur to promote Jaipur. We are doing events in Bhubaneswar because the chief minister wants us to do some events in Bhubaneswar. We have been requested to do events in Coimbatore, Indore. So whenever I was told, so Calcutta, Saugata is sitting here, Vivek, who was the speaker earlier. We did first of the GCC events in Kolkata about a year and a half ago. We brought the leaders to talk about GCC there. And then I was very happy when ICI with EIRC did something. I was here for the EIRC also here as a speaker. And then now talking about it. So now you can connect. If you want to make your city or a state as a capital or a growing capital for the GCC, it calls for a lot of conversations and news about. Stories from here. Stories from even Indian multinationals like Tata Steel is having a GCC. Aldia is having a shared service. A lot of companies. Indorama is having a shared services here. I think we were suggesting to everybody is having a shared service there. So very important to the location it is in. The other dimension for the definition for the GCC for you is it should be multi-service. Ideally multi-function, but if you can't say multi-function, you should say it is multi-service. If you're just going to say I just do only one services, that is still not GCC. Still it's a very specialized skills of outsourcing. And I'm giving you a definition because that's why you would like to know. It's not a specialized skills of doing only risk management. It is very clearly a capability which actually brings a bouquet of strategic offerings. Most critical dimension of the GCC is it is built on the foundation of external expertise and collaboration. That's why if you hear, and I'll give you two names. You heard of Infosys, Accenture, Cognizant, Capgemini, TCS. What are they? They're IT companies. Outsourcing companies. Let's simply put it, they're IT outsourcing companies. They're outsourcing companies. HSBC, American Express, Novartis, Sandoz, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Jaguar Land Rover. They are corporates. They're not outsourcing companies, right? They have their own captive GCCs here, and they're an outsourcing company. There are a lot of consulting organizations who were helping the global companies to set up their captive or helping them to even outsource. What is the reason all of a sudden this outsourcing companies, if you read about it, everybody is having an internal vertical on GCC. HCL will have a GCC leader. Infosys is having Deval Shah as a GCC leader. They spent $50 million just to stack up that vertical within the company. 50 million का एक वर्टिकल खड़ा करने की अपने कंपनी के अंदर, क्योंकि ट्रेडिशनल आउटसोर्सिंग का नेगेटिव ग्रोथ है, डिक्लाइन है, और जीसीसी का राइज। ग्लोबल हेडक्वार्टर्स को जीसीसी चाहिए, कैप्टिव का टेक्सचर चाहिए, फैब्रिक जो बोलते हैं ना, फैब्रिक टेक्सचर इज अ फैब्रिक, वो लुक एंड फील कैप्टिव का होना चाहिए। तो मैंने क्या कहा था, जीसीसी स्टेमिंग आउट ऑफ कैप्टिव। थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग अवेक, आई एम आल्सो फीलिंग हैप्पी। सो जीसीसी इज स्टेमिंग आउट ऑफ द कैप्टिव। तो फैब्रिक क्या होना चाहिए, कैप्टिव। माइंडसेट क्या होना चाहिए, कैप्टिव। टेक्सचर स्ट्रक्चरिंग का क्या होना चाहिए, कैप्टिव। Taxation structuring, legal entity, setup, exclusivity, environment, everything has to be a captive model. But the entire capability to bring to that captive can be through a collaboration. Super companies like Infosys saying, I will do it for you. Which means I'll set up, and I think I can get into more of technicalities here, but I don't think I have time to get into. The technicalities about transfer pricing, you understand. So who is setting up that entity? Is it a related party, etc., etc. So all outsourcing guys are talking about, I can do it for you. Exclusive center, exclusive infrastructure. I will hire the people, deploy it for you. Deploy it for you in your ring-fenced area. So this is branded as your infrastructure, your office, your environment, everything is yours. But you don't need to worry about the talent. You don't need to worry about technology. You don't need to worry about site. You don't need to worry about glass facades. You don't need to worry about local government compliances. You don't need to worry about how to take that single window clearance. You don't need to worry about getting the benefits what state government is giving it to you. All that will do it for you. And at any point of time, you want this capability to be run by your management and not by management, I'm happy to give it to you. That was not the outsourcing model. Neither a captive model. So neither it's an outsourcing or captive. But the fabric is, एक को समझ लेंगे, आपकी narrative, while you're going to talk to a global customer, as Sir said, is going to be very different. I can talk on AI share and everything, which you can find from anywhere. You just put a Google and say agentic AI, generative AI, दोनों में difference क्या है, क्या कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो आप जितना बोल, you want, I can talk for us. But I want to give you some terminology, which again, you can use it for your environment. Are you an operation center? Are you a process center? Are you a value center? Strategic center? What are you trying? This is most critical aspect of your strategy and narrative. I'm again going back to this whole narrative. आपका narrative क्या है? आपका narrative ये है कि मैं arbitrage दे दूंगा. आपका narrative ये है कि मैं आपकी processing कर दूंगा. आपका narrative ये है कि मैं technology लगा दूंगा. या आपका narrative ये है कि I can drive the value. So narrative becomes very important. And along with that, one C, which I talked about is the GCC. I gave you a definition of GCC now, right? You know that definition of GCC, how it is different from outsourcing and captive and so on. So forth. आपको outsourcing और captive और GCC का clarity हो गया, right? One major thing which I want to give it to you is that GCC में first is global, second C is what? Second, collaboration. Remember that in the mind. The third letter C is what? Capability. Don't go by the definition of global capability center. वो तो पता है सबको लिखा हुआ है. I'm giving you different narrative altogether. Say I'm a global in the nature. I have a foundation of collaboration, and I'm building a capability for what? For two more C's. I'll bring a commitment to create your competitive edge. If you bring that narrative in your pitches, you will be able to create those GCC protocols. I thought, huh? Achha, when I was given a check for 15 minutes, so I have 5 minutes? 5 minutes. I'll just give you a very interesting example of आपके ब्रांड बिल्डिंग के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, आप लोग सब लोग ब्रांड, आई डोंट वांट टू मिक्स अप बिटवीन restriction from a compliance point of view to create a brand, etc. But I want to give you interesting term brand. Brand is a combination of three things. If you want to become a GCC brand, remember three terms very clearly. Your intentions, you say, my intention is to become a GCC. Second term is behavior. Are you behaving like the one? The third one is perception. And we all know perception is a reality. Are you perceived as a low-cost capacity unit? Are you perceived as a low-cost processing center? Are you perceived as a low-cost transactional processing, a team? Or are you perceived as a capability? So if you really want to build your brand, first thing first, start changing your perception. And everybody in the morning is talking about that present yourself. Go to the conferences. The term which was used in the morning about what is the value, and Sanjeev Bhai was talking about networking, and I think a lot of credit to him for doing whatever he has created in the last year and a half. Networking, I believe, is all about net worth. So my network is my net worth. As I mentioned to you, in my 1,000 sessions I have delivered on the GCC with my passion, not just for network, but my passion. One thing I've learned every time is your brand is as you're perceived. I give you example. When I was an American Express, I used to have a chip on my shoulder. आपको बताने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती थी कि आप राकेश से ना है, आपको बोलना था कि अमेरिकन एक्सप्रेस से। जब आप बोलते हैं क्विंटस ग्लोबल से आए तो आधे घंटे समझाने में लग जाता है अपने को। सेम इंसान, डिफरेंट टू प्लान्स। I give you an interesting example. I was advising a $30 billion group, top 10 scripts of the London Stock Exchange in UK headquarters, because I was very closely working with the entire CXO group and advising them on a £100 million deal. Mind you, it's not dollars, £100 million deal. Abhi alag wala dollar bhi nahi pahuncha. But £100 million deal. And can you believe these global guys? They actually, and finally the deal was going to a company like Infosys, $19 billion company, brand की बात कर रहा हूं मैं। तो हमको कभी-कभी लगता है कि हम बहुत छोटे ब्रांड हैं, हम कैसे compete करेंगे? Please listen to this story. This is important for you. I was no brand in front of Infosys. I was such a small fry. But the CXO believed into me to give me £100 million deal to design. और deal किसके पास जा रही है? Infosys के पास। उसके लीगल काउंसिल ने, जनरल काउंसिल ने मुझे बुलाया, बोला चीफ, you are our advisor, you are helping us, everything is fine, but you're suggesting Infosys. It's an India company. The way he's an India company, I felt like he's thinking about somebody of the छोटू पे company as a mom and pop shop. I had to explain to him Infosys, $19 billion, etc. For India company. And see, I'm sitting, which I have nothing in front of those guys, but it's all about, so it's not about size matters. What matters is the perception. If you're able to create a perception as a brand, very difficult. And this is where I want to give you last mantra, but very important mantra I'd like to give you. This is a framework by Kenichi Ohana it's a Japanese management guru. He talked about the brand के लिए, growth के लिए 3 C's जरूरी होता है। मैंने उनके फ्रेमवर्क में थोड़ा सा ट्विकिंग करके उसको 4 C's बना दिया, और आप लोग अगर उसको चाहें तो अपने पास रखना चाहें तो रख सकते। The 3 C's Kenichi talked about was company, customer and competition. कंपनी मीन्स मैं क्या करता हूं, मेरा कस्टमर कौन है, उसको मुझे बेचना है, तो अपने का ग्लोबल कस्टमर, और मेरा कंपटीशन क्या कर रहा है। Is it clear? VCs. I've changed slightly this into a 4C. This is for the GCC. How you can build your GCC identity by using this 4C framework. So the 3 C's remain the same thing. The first C is that company. If you want to become a GCC partner, the global firms, the first thing is company. The point is, what is your narrative about your company? Are you saying I'm a low-cost transaction processing company? Or you are going to say, look, this is what I try to do. For example, There's a meaning in the name, as we call it, right? While Shakespeare says, what's in the name? I say meaning is in the name. When we were setting up a GCC for Ranbaxy, I mean, I don't know how many of you remember this company called Ranbaxy. 2005, I was setting up their shared services way back in 2005. Ram Sundar was the CFO. We created this entire team as called GRACE, Global Ranbaxy Accounting Center of Excellence, because GRACE became a position. Moment he used to say, because question तब लोग क्या पूछते थे, ये reward posting है कि punishment posting? जो मेरा करियर खराब तो नहीं कर रहा हूँ वहाँ shared services GCC में जाकर. That's a difference which has happened over a point. So brand positioning is very, very critical. Second, customer point of view, say, understand the segment that you want to target. I like the conversation in the morning that you should not do carpet bombing. कि जिसको मन में आया उसी को बोल दिया हरकतें. Can you specialize not from the processing point of view, but from the sector point of view? I think I would like to target pharma sector. I want to target banking financial sector. Opportunistic तो रहेंगे, जो opportunity आ जाए, but can you target a sector? And within the sector, can you target a scale? You can say $0 to $100 million companies, or you can say 10 to $20 billion companies. Choice is yours. But I can tell you a big underserved market in the US per se is less than $300 million. You'll be surprised to hear what I'm talking about. 30 million to $300 million companies, and you will find many of them are also listed company right now. Yet having a huge struggle in terms of managing the entire capability of their enterprise functions. Anything more than 500 million, you will start finding them, slightly having the ability to hire some larger brands and so on and so forth. But this is a sweet spot, if I have to say. Competition, be careful. Whom are you competing with? Are you competing with an ITO company, BPO company, consulting firms? And the most important mantra for you is collaboration. I would recommend as much as possible. I have seen it in some of the questions. For example, we promote all India software products. So when I go to US, I don't talk about only US product. I talk about the India product. I've already got about 4,500 India products listed with as a platform. Feel free to come forward, collaborate among each other. किसी के पास this की capability है, किसी के पास और this की capability. How can you work together and go as a platform to offer to them will be important. Rather saying I'm a small fry, become a collaborative partner is going to be the most critical thing. So please don't reinvent. आपके पास टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, आप बोलिए मैं यहाँ से टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप करके लेते हैं और आज की डेट में आपको कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं करनी पड़ती इस टेक्नोलॉजी के बिकॉज वेरी इजीली अवेलेबल इफ जस्ट कोलैबोरेट. With this, you are already aware, already 100,000 people working with this. Last point, आप close करते हैं, बोलते जाता हूँ. Mindset, किसी ने आपको सुना बात है, skill set, mindset. एक बीच में एक और set. मैं आपसे कहा था मैं मंत्र ही बता के जाऊंगा, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं. मैंने कोई गूगल से नहीं बताया, अपनी एक्सपीरियंस शेयर किया आपके साथ. 3 सेट्स होते हैं. हम 2 सेट्स की बहुत बात करते हैं. स्किल सेट, माइंड सेट. दूसरा होता है कैपेबिलिटी सेट. स्किल सेट क्या हुआ? जस्ट लेट मी गिव एग्जांपल. स्किल सेट इज एक्सेल. मुझे एक्सेल में अच्छा काम करने आता है, मुझे वीडी में अच्छा काम करने आता है, मुझे पावर पॉइंट में अच्छा. दैट इज स्किल. माइंडसेट क्या है? आई कैन थिंक बिग, आई कैन थिंक स्ट्रेटेजिक, आई कैन थिंक फ्यूचर. Is a mindset. I can think captive. I can think growth. I have entrepreneurial mindset. It's all mindset. Capability set is in between. This is where many of us actually struggle with. How I use my skill to deliver it to my customer. For example, project management is a capability, not a skill set. Transition management is a capability, not a skill set. Change management is a capability, not a skill set. तो ये अगर डिफरेंस आप समझेंगे जीसीसी स्पेस में, स्किल तो चाहिए और स्किल गिवन है. जैसे संजीव हमेशा बोलते रहते हैं कि स्किल तो आप लोगों को सालों से इतना ज्यादा पता है. यू नो द बेस्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ द स्किल. दैट इज नॉट एनीबॉडी इज गोइंग टू कैच इट. दे आर क्वेश्चनिंग योर कैपेबिलिटी व्हिच इज स्लाइटली मोर देन दिस. So do you know how to do the project management better? Do you know how to do the change management? I used to say a very interesting comment by saying operation successful, patient died. project management well done, but the change management not done. तो अगर कैपेबिलिटी सेट पे फोकस नहीं करेंगे आप बीसीसी ब्रांड नहीं बन पाएंगे और ऑफ कोर्स माइंडसेट शिफ्ट बहुत जरूरी है बिकम an entrepreneurial mind थॉट बट आई जस्ट क्लोज इट नाउ एक फ्रेमवर्क देके जाओ आपको लास्ट में मुझे याद आ गया माइंडसेट से बट देखे जाओ सॉरी I'm very excited to talk to you because you were wanting to learn something. आपको मैं एक फ्रेमवर्क देके जा रहा हूँ BAU कितने लोग जानते BAU मतलब BAU बिजनेस एज यूजुअल आप जो कर रहे हैं BAU बिजनेस एज यूजुअल है BAU आई बिलीव अगर आपको जीसीसी बनना है तो आप बिजनेस एज यूजुअल से नहीं बन सकते पहला चीज आपको चेंज करना है फर्स्ट यू नीड टू चेंज योरसेल्फ टू बिकम अ BAU. This is something my framework. You will not find anywhere else. I have to get it patented. Disruption as usual. Morning, we discussed about Buka and Vani. In fact, I wanted to add to Mitra sir is that Buka, Vani is over. People are talking about RUPT. RUPT, such a point. The world is so radical, unpredicted, paradoxical, and tangled. ऐसे वैसे पूरा मिक्सअप है तो दैट वर्ल्ड हैज शिफ्टेड बदल रहा उसमें डिस्ट्रक्शन एज यूजुअल नहीं हो गया था और उसके लिए आपको बीच में बहुत जरूरत इस chaos एंड बीच में आपको chaos स्पॉट करना चाहिए आप अगर एक प्लम्बर हैं और आप सोसाइटी में जाते हैं जहाँ पे कोई लीकेज नहीं तो क्या होगा आपके साथ कोई काम नहीं मिलेगा तो अगर आप घबरा जाते हैं chaos को देख करके आपको काम नहीं मिलेगा spot chaos. Don't spot flat lines. Spot chaos. So business as usual, spot chaos as usual, become disruptor by disrupting it mainly with excellence as usual and on. Lovely guys, thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. It's all plain proof to the blog that we had at the lunch. Not yours, not ours. Thank you so much for bringing in what, why, and how about DCC when you step forward to build in DCC. Friends, don't go. We are about to start and initiate a session of, when you talk about DCC ecosystem, we also need to expect what the government is doing for this ecosystem. And here in the session, we will be discussing about what is there with the just gone by Union Budget 2026. We are having two experts on this. One is from the policy side of it, and another is from the taxation side of it. So we'll be just quickly wrapping up the stage and we'll about to start the session. Thank you so much. So may I request Mr. Asutosh Sharma, who is Chief General Manager, IFCA, Gift City, who talks about policy with 20 years of experience from Indian School of Business, always been with strategy, policy, and foresight with the upcoming opportunities of India. And of course, DCC takes a center stage of it. And with this, also take the opportunity of inviting Manish Agarwal, co-founder, True Ledger Consulting, a rank holder himself, talks about international taxation, please, and interplays with finance, taxation, and the ecosystem. My request our Central Council members is Sanjeev Sangiji to the stage in welcoming for the gentleman. Thing we are talking about adaptability, and I just adapted myself as moderator to this session, which I have not envisaged 15 minutes back. So thank you so much, gentlemen. And when you talk about Union budget and its nuances with respect to, there are a lot of hope. And we'll try to know whether that hope and aspiration got fulfilled through Indian budget. One kind of direction it has given, or the thought process it has seeded in the Indian budget. To start with, I am also mindful of Mr. Sharma's timing because he has a flight to catch at 5. So we have promised from our side that we'll be releasing him sharp at 3:30. So 3:45. Okay. So how you read this current budget 2026 with respect to what IFPA is thinking of?
Thank you, Surajit. I'm sorry for the inconvenience getting you putting on the spot, but the previous session was probably so interesting. So it's a lot of fun there, but good to get good, interesting insight from the practitioner on this. See, I think just to give you a context, when they say IFSCA is a regulator, and it's a regulator the way you think of RBI, SEBI, it's a unified regulator. But the regulator for GIFT IFSC, which is India's global financial center. So when we hear about the budget, and before budget, I think the way we see this budget, we always go to government each year with some of the expectations, and we usually have 50, 60 asks on the budgets, and we see that 4 or 5 get fulfilled. This year we followed a different strategy, and we asked maybe around 6 proposals we sent to the government, and 2 of those proposals got accepted. But if you see the impact of those budgets, you will realize the impact is significant, because first benefit that you got in GIFT IFSC is that tax holiday in GIFT IFSC has been extended to 20 years instead of 10 years. What is the impact of this? The impact of this is that now when investors are coming into the jurisdiction, they wanted a long-term view. And now when you get 20 out of 25 year of tax holiday, it is significant impact. It gives them predictable regime. Second benefit they have got in this budget is typically when you compare any financial center, always whenever you're getting the investor into India, they used to say we are coming from Mauritius, Singapore, Hong Kong, which are 15%, 10% tax regimes. What is GIFT IFSC going to offer us post-tax holiday? This first time in India that you're getting a very clear guideline from the government, and it shows the intent. It's a very deep intent, where we are saying the after tax holiday, your tax rate will be 15%. And what does 15% mean? That if being the accountant, I understand you must be following the BEPS pillar and what's happening on that globally. Globally, the countries are striving to achieve at the minimum tax guideline, which is 15%. And that's why we have anchored on 15%. Now, if you think of a financial center, and a financial center, you think that globally, if any entity has to go, they'll go think of Singapore or Hong Kong. The tax rate in GIFT IFSC right now, after tax holiday, is 2% less than Singapore or Hong Kong. But right now, there is a 20 out of 25 year tax holiday. So it is becoming very competitive. But if you twist, then you have to, and as the previous speaker talked about the perception, and when you twist, when you present to your investor, and when you tell them to think of a place where you are earning your revenue in dollars, and you have a tax holiday, and your cost is rupee. There is no such structure in the world. It's the most competitive structure in this that offer. So this is a very, very long-term vision that government has given. And why this is given is because the India is right now looking at capital allocation. The kind of growth we are looking at 7 to 8%, and people are saying we want 10, 12% growth. The kind of capital that is required for this, that capital required frictionless pipeline. And that's what we are putting in GIFT IFSC. We'll talk about DCP briefly, because we are trying to bring that also into the jurisdiction. But I'll take it forward to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, when you talked about DCCs, Sanjay also talked about the top line. And when you interplay between the top line and the bottom line, one element comes very critical, which is the tax. And this question was for you, Minister, that with respect to international taxation, where DCC charges center stage, what degree will evaluate this budget and what direction was this budget has gone with respect to international sector?
So thank you for asking this. I think this budget has given us a lot of futuristic and I would say a right policy level direction, given that we have a vision of 2047 to become a developing nation. And all those policies, I think, I go into my taxation specific aspect as Madam Speaker always goes to party before his speech and showing us the vision of the budget. But there are a lot of very fine aspects which BCC as a country should see and evaluate that there is on an overall basis a high level policy level improvement and thinking is going on. This was, I mean, in terms of let's say specifically that India is vision towards new areas like biopharma, we go towards EV, we go towards nuclear power and data centers and whatnot. I mean, the things are moving into the direction that country is already. I mean, AI mission, semiconductor 2.0. So all is showing that India is now taking the steps to take into the next level of development, which is moving from a development towards export market. And some of the high level steps on the budget from an action tax point of is obviously the headline which most of us would have read and in the coming days, most would have also come on to the same corporate side. So earlier, I mean, transfer pricing dispute remains one of the key pain points in terms of to determine a rate of let's say 12.5% or something during the 15 during the assessment proceeding, transfer pricing officer raised it to 1924, and then you go to DRP, pay demands, and then you go to ITAT and all that. Overall, in terms of we see an overall dispute resolution timeline is somewhere around 8 to 9 years at a high court level and Supreme Court is 15 years. Efforts are being made to reduce those standards. But typically, it's all in all a waste of time, taxpayers' money, reduce, increase litigation, costs are clogged up. I mean, the government and safe harbor were already clear. Safe harbor were introduced way back in 2012-13. But somehow they were not yet effective and there were no takers for safe harbor because of the two critical reasons. One is the threshold was very low. I mean, only 200 crores. But GCCs, they paid them that I saw MNC or a Fortune company, the KG was saying that Fortune 500 at least 50% of them are paid. So 200 is just a bare minimum starting point. So any year it could be. So 200 was a very low threshold, so nobody was taking further. The other area was the markups were too high, and also the industry was classified in different types. You have IT, ITS, KPO, R&D, software development, and coupled with some of the circulars over there was 45 R&D, but 25 R&D, creating a lot of confusion. So now they have tried to come up with all this. I'm not saying that fully they have been challenged, but they have kind of opened a red carpet for safe harbor in terms of merging all the different verticals of GCC in terms of IT, ITS, QPO, contract R&D, software development into one single vertical. And they have also come up with a rate which is 15.5%, which is more acceptable. And I think presently most of the GCCs in software, sales, marketing, or other different verticals, they tend to be somewhere in the range of 12 to 15%. So this is more acceptable and also a bigger change which is increasing the threshold from present 200 crore to 300 crore or 14,000 crore, which is a sizable number and much of the newer GCC or even the established GCC can become eligible to for this cycle. So this is one very big positive thing. I think it will eliminate a lot of legacy litigation and could be a strategic fund. The other area which I won't take much more time on the budget, but we talk more, is on the APA side. Currently, APA is also a program launched way back in 2012. But if we see every year the annual report on the APA on the statistics, right? While the government portrays that they have signed 200 APAs, 1200 APAs, but one of the numbers which always worries me when I see always this APA annual report is constantly increasing of the timeline taken to conclude the APA, which sometimes is 44 months, which as latest as it is 54 months. So 54 months APA, you mean that already APA is valid for 5 years and you have already spent 54 months in concluding an APA. So almost there is no value in getting an APA. If you have already spent 54 months in concluding an APA for a benefit that will just last for 6 months. And again, for a renewal, you have to go through the same pain process. So that is not making any sense. So now they have come across a soft kind of a commitment, not a formal deadline, which kind of a date. Like they will endeavor to do it at the 24 months with an optional extension from a taxpayer side of 6 months. But again, this is a soft commitment, not a hardcore commitment. But Having said this is a very laudable and appreciable thing that government has realized that APA delays are intentionally causing the people to not to take this program, so they are taking a concept of at least make this announcement so that people around the world will see that India is making some commitment towards settling the dispute and making the alternate dispute resolution process a more convenient and welcome.
Thank you so much, Manu, for giving a written sketch on the budget. As well as the last month, around 20th, I had this opportunity of interacting with one of your former classes, Mr. Unity. He's one of the board members where we work with. And he was apprehending about the forthcoming budget at that time, and he was talking about that this is what being an authority needs to envisage that the government should handhold and muscle its power to get both IFSCA and the GCC part of it at this scale, because we intend to scale it up like Singapore or Hong Kong, whatever. So what is your point of view with respect to budget and how the government policy is setting up, and what the authority you being yourself is looking for?
You've actually taken a very respectable name. So I don't know if you understand, Njeti Srinivas was the secretary MP earlier, and he did a lot of work on the corporate sports side as well. And he was the first chairperson of IPSC and set up the entire concept. It's a very, and interestingly, the first board note that was moved into IPSC and it was set up here. It was on GCC, which I presented under his guideline. So I think when we looked at GCC in GIFT IPSC at that time, our concept of GCC was not really anchored in the way we are driving it now. At that time, problem statement for us was that when we are setting up a financial center, I have to get the bankers in, I have to get the funds in, insurance companies in, and I have to get all those big investors into GIFT FSC. But I cannot get them unless I get their family in. So getting their family in, I have to get the jobs, I have to get the social infrastructure. To do all this, we conceptualized the GCC to come in. But what we've realized over the period of time, and when we went to government and we proposed to government that the way government should think of GIFT FSC is they should think of it as a most favored foreign country. Now, why I say foreign country? If you understand GIFT FSC is TEMA offshore, you can do only foreign currency business there and not the rupee business in GIFT FSC. So it should be given a most favored nation. So whatever best treaties we have with the world, we should get the combination of those treaties and give all those benefits into GIFT FSC. I give you a very interesting concept, then I'll come to VCC. One good example is that, in India, when investors come, a lot of investors come from France. And when they come from France, the reason they come from France is because India-France treaty. It allows them the exemption on the capital gain. That's why all the global investors went to France. So we went to government and we said that, okay, you should give the same benefit in GIFT FSC in the budget. You should give a capital gain benefit in GIFT FSC also. What government did is, they removed the benefit from France treaty. So they did not give the benefit to FSC, they removed the benefit from France treaty. So now, the way we are working on enabling the jurisdiction in GIFT FSC is we are looking at what are the gaps in India and what are those gaps that this place can fill. Some interesting discussion that we are having in the industry right now because they want to bring the AI capabilities and they already have these in different parts of India. But they are saying that can we scale up the existing skill sets in these jurisdictions, or can we build a new GCC, maybe in a more new age financial center, and we scale up the GCC there with the AI first talent. So these kind of discussions are happening. But when you think of budget, and Manish has already talked about, I think when you're talking about APA, and the way, why I'm not talking about those points, because if you talk about APA, when you talk about APA as well as predictability and these litigation risks, I do not see those risks in GIFT FSC. The reason is that because in GIFT FSC, we have already given these tax benefits in law. So when a MNC is coming into India, earlier they used to think, मैं 10 साल के लिए आ रही हूँ या मैं 20 साल के लिए आ रही हूँ, 10 साल का मुझे क्लैरिटी है, APA नेगोशिएशन में 5 साल का कर रही हूँ. If I'm doing, so predictability is not coming out in their model. So some of those problems have been solved in the budget for rest of India. But when you think of gift FSC, again, you have to think differently because in gift FSC, you have a tax holiday for 20 or 25 years. There is no portion of such litigation risk. And after tax holiday also is 15%. So there is no question about getting into other kind of litigation risk. So I think budget and GCC combination gift FSC, I think I quite clear. When I talk about GCC, in my mind, so I understand the point made by the previous speaker about GCC doing the high-end work right now. But in our mind, in Gift City, we think about the three elements. We first talk about the Global Capability Center. While we name the regulation GIC and we later realize that industry doesn't like that terminology anymore, they want GCPs to be called upon. Second is we recently modified our regulations, which we call our GIC regulation, where we now allow the third-party entities also to provide the GCC services, which means that the EYs, KPMGs, Infosys, TCS of the world can also set up the GCCs there for third party. Third is what we enabled around a year and a half back, and ICAI played a key role in that, where we allowed the bookkeeping, account, taxation, financial crime activity. Those businesses are enabled in gift FSC. That particular part, I think, is still need to be enabled. What we were told is that in North America, talent is not getting into this accounting side. So there's a deficit of talent, and they can rely on the talent in India. And while talent is working in fractional form in different parts of India, but can they be allowed the tax holiday and gift FSC? From here, can the accounting firms do the BATF work for the world? So that part has been enabled. But now what needs to be seen how industry picks it up. Maybe it's considering these large, long tax holidays and considering a forward-looking view. I suggest some of you can pick it up and work on this BATF side in gift FSC. Thank you.
You talk about the tax as a cost in any segment of business. Do you see that there is a requirement of improving transfer pricing policy, global minimum tax, or this budget has that flavor of addressing those situations?
Of course, if we operate the revenue package, I think that we as transfer content is that the transfer pricing. What we do typically called as transfer pricing model, or you call it as an intercompany arrangement, is that based on the functions that we perform, like strategy of the debt limit from GIC to. So whether those functional things, whether your transfer pricing policy also needs to is a thing which the child accountant needs to do, whether we continue with this thing or we continue with the profit split model, which is more of an intangible thing. So are we just a bottom line transactional processor which needs to be compensated on a cost plus basis, or if you move from a value higher point to a more value added performance, not a NPA, then the transfer pricing should reflect our changes. So either getting eliminated on a cost model or a return. So that's the combination. So given this, I think this budget has proposed maybe 1 year, of course, on a safe harbor basis and on a fee basis, plus a lot of certainty has been provided in terms of the dispute that is earlier. So I think all of us would know in practice that there's a circular on the deposit on 20%. And that 20% is not just on the tax, but also you add up the basically you end up paying 20% on the notice of demand and the. That includes your tax, interest, and penalty. Now the budget has come up, not only reduce this component to 10%, but they also bring it down to the tax component. So very significant amount of demand. I think in most of the cases, at least sometimes 50% or 60% of the demand itself is comprising of the tax part. So that part is there. Again, some of the very good elements in terms of the reducing the litigation part is, I think penalty, you get an automatic till the time the penalty order is not being passed. Now the penalty and the regular proceedings have been passed. So till the time penalty order has been attained finality, you won't be required to pay the demand or that as you are not supposed to pay any trust or something like that. You will not be considered as an assessing record. In terms of the global minimum tax, I would say, given that I'm sure many of the members would be aware that US played a fully right here for this round and they entered into side by side arrangement. It's kind of like a story that the whole OECD framework way back in 2021 started because globally there was a tax which is called a state and profit shifting act. And the main primary target was the US business. USA first supported that, okay, I will support a global batch project. It joined an inclusive framework 139, 141 countries later, combined the announcement in July 2021, and then in December 2021, we have the blueprint for Pillar 1 and Pillar. OECD implemented the details. Now, when the Trump 2.0 comes in, the first step the Trump was to issue is that the US government, which has entered into this inclusive framework, is against the and I'm not a he immediately issued a statement and in fact put a law which is called a retaliatory tax also that which says that any country who wants to implement a pillar two, I will impose a retaliatory tax. So obviously, bullied by this same nature like a tariff, this tax, Mr. Trump pulled a favorable deal from the OECD wherein the US was somehow given a favorable. Now with this global minimum tax, one country which is a dominant country, which is the primary target of this whole arrangement, given a favorable regime, the fate of this pillar to global minimum tax seems to be shaky at that time. And India, by conscience, has not implemented a pillar to global minimum tax law. It has somehow cleverly, or I would say very consciously implemented the tax because somehow our effective tax rate is more than 50% in most of the cases. Earlier exception was only the gift city, but now it has also been important part of the global minimum tax. So I don't see any particularly impact on the global minimum tax for the foreign or even for the nationally headquartered company because India has already the 15%. Not a very significant impact. I think on compliance certainty point, as I said, many of the issues also relating to, for example, DRP timeline, assessment order going to pass, orders getting invalidated to the documenting identification number, controversy around the JAW and POW. These all have been ironed out in a very nice manner, not so nice manner. I would say again, I would see. This is a worrying trend in the budget, I would say. In the policy regulatory government in the initial 2014 to the commitment that we won't have retrospective, but we still keep on having the retrospective. Not a very good perspective. The litigation, despite they are being pending the outcome in Supreme Court, we have a retrospective overall. So that's not, but still it's a certainty of negative outcome is also a certainty.
Thank you so much, Mani. We are helpless with respect to the retrospective and prospective, even if the intent is always being prospective. Now, especially given your role in developing new financial sectors, both in greenfield and in a blue ocean segment, how you see that the policies are setting up in fintech, global finance operations, and risk management segment, and businesses are going to play a critical role in that.
I cannot speak for all of India, but I can say that. So I'm just stepping back. So I was in World Economic Forum recently. One thing that we clearly saw there is that when we discuss about India and we are talking about there's a perception. I think there is no more a perception of India. And sometimes we talk about that we are playing an emerging role and we are not playing an emerging role either now. We are a pivotal role. So I think if two themes which are constant in that event, I think one was AI, other was India. And when India was discussed with AI, GCC was again a common theme. And on the entire AI pavilion, discussions were very constant there. So I think government of India right now, when policies are coming out in the budget or otherwise, one thing that I see again in numbers term is when India is growing at 7-8% and service sector is growing at around 9% plus, GCC growth rate is going to be in double digits, mid double digit or lower double digits. So with that kind of growth, India knows where to invest and where the employment is going to, I think revenue is going to double as the previous speaker mentioned, and the employment also going to more than double. With that kind of numbers, supporting growth numbers in all the policy nature that country is taking right now, our aim is to become more predictable, both regulatorily as well as taxable, tax framework wise, and also to go away from the litigation because litigation is facing so much of friction. So all the enablers that Manish also talked about shortly, incrementally you are seeing that APA, for example, and now you are going automatic route. Now that is a big enabler if you see. Apart from 15%, I think APA and automatic room itself is a very strong messaging to the industry right now. And when MNCs are coming and they're looking for not a 1 2 year, 5 year kind of stories, they want 10, 20 year kind of story. So policy enablers which are coming here, these are becoming very, very long term in nature, which I think is very strong message to the industry. So before coming here, I spoke to all the big fours and I asked them what is the feedback from the industry. I think GCC industry as such is hearing the budget. Is a constant feedback to me. Apart from some issues that keep coming, but that's a nature of the when you take 5 steps ahead. Some dots and commas create trouble for a lot of us. You can check it out.
Manish, since you work in the field of tech and you closely interact with people from UK, USA, UAE, and you read the pulse of their countries, especially countries taxation. Do you feel with respect to GCC, India is at par with theirs, or we need to improve on our taxation policy? And what is the gap?
Big part of that opportunity to share my experience having worked with UCC and then with multiple country taxing office and you can share some of my experience for where we do. I think India as a policy in terms of legislation, we are great at making great. Because we have the language constitution, our laws are so great that fortunately the law itself becomes not for protection but for extortion. That's the hard reality. I mean, the good laws are great, but it is only good when it is implemented right and interpreted right. Earlier, I think few years back, the court was the savior if the interpretation was happening right, but nowadays the ruling coming up, it doesn't seem that interpretation is also not happening at a very good time. At least MFN ruling for the recent Tiger Group ruling for the assessment ruling for the we know what's happening. But somehow the law is as good as it is implemented right. I can give you very quick examples. For example, let's talk first about the US. US not compared to like UAE or our subject that to look upon the model would be the Singapore. Our tax rate is as good as. But I would say, look at the forms of the compliance. I would say, if anybody is dealing with transfer pricing, look at the forms that we have. We have a form 2C part A by 30th September, part 3 by 31st October. All needs to be digital trained, of course, with the digital thing. Form 10S, we want NRIs to be invested, but we are not able to send an OTP to the foreign. They need to come appoint a 10% and get a ticket. We are asking foreigners to invest in India, but we are not able to reach it. We are a global banking bank, but we are not able to send out a refund to the foreign bank account with the foreign. That's not GST, we say our GST and customs are all integrated. But at the time of assessment, we are asked for same details of putting the same details of foreign inward remittances, but all those certificates are generated from the customs process. So all these are issues. I mean, we talk about ATF. I mean, as I give an example, while 54 months of an ATF for us takes 5 years of ATF, I already spent half of mine. During assessment, I mean, saying it is comparable with that. So, I mean, implementation, somehow there is a flaw and always end up, and the new rules are also come. Let's see, I mean, with the greater hope we feel that the new rules and new budget things will go well. But law is always there. Law was always made with a good intention. I mean, with the execution, the things, and the recent interpretation of the law, the tax certificate of the country. I mean, you can't go back and write the virtue of the car over there. That it was meant to be a grandfather. It was now suddenly the world geopolitics is someone not in India's favor. The judiciary should not interpret the law in a manner that we need to protect our tax. It's right. But we have a bilateral commitment to the tax treaties as well. Somehow, like a Tiger Treaty with a 14,000 crore tax bill, which we voluntarily gave in the 2017 as a bar grandfather. It can't be a right packaging this. I mean, we have to be in a having a regulator and a policy maker on the side. I don't want to bring back any negative attention, but this is just the view I'm seeing on the media and on the TV for the tax. And my own blog. One very example. For example, we talk about GCC to come and invest in India. GCC spent a significant amount of in renovating their office according to the global sector to the ingredients. Why we are not allowing an input tax credit on this space? And we do have a favorable ruling of the Supreme Court in the case of Safari Retail, but we overruled it. I mean, what's this? I mean, if we are fully welcoming GCC with a roadmap to invest, why don't we allow a input tax credit on the staff welfare and health insurance? Don't we want the country to be universally so? Don't we want the GCC to promote a work-life balance? While on the parliament, we are introducing a work bill, but on a staff welfare expenses that allowing the input tax credit. So that's not a story that we should be doing it on intervention on the global side, but once we are
Just before the wine, uh, one question each to both of the gentlemen. First, to Asutosh, what is the hope and belief you are going to have in the ecosystem going forward as a regulator? And what change you want to foresee as we go ahead?
Yeah, there was hope and they spoke. I think as far as we have people like our co-candidates who are asking for more, we should be hopeful because I think I believe in one thing. Anyway, I'm an eternal optimist, but I believe in one thing. And recently, if you see in Davos, there was an interview with the IKEA CEO, and he was asked a question, very pointed question. If you go to India versus China, which one is better for you? He does the question about China. He is a global businessman. Like that, as a regulator, I will dodge this question to the extent possible. But he mentioned one thing that today, if you go to India, you are able to knock at any door. You go to any IAS bureaucrats, you can speak to any of them. You are being heard. Speed of execution, the speed of delivery might be different at different departments, but government is listening to it. Ease of doing business. I tell you very interesting fact. I'm a regulator. In the regulator, I had the division of ease of doing business. How many of you have heard that in an India regulatory ecosystem or any Indian such authority, you have ease of doing business division? That's the focus. And that's not a focus only in IFSCA. I'm saying it's a focus almost in the entire government department. Ease of doing business is a very core focus. And in this focus, what they're trying to do, they're trying to achieve predictability. They're trying to reduce the frictions. I think whatever India needs for growth, one thing that people should believe, sometimes I realize that a lot of our fellow entrepreneurs, they shy away. They think कि कुछ होगा नहीं, हो नहीं सकता, तो बोलते नहीं. I request and I suggest that all of us should actually, such grievances, corridor discussions will not help. But if you can, jot down on the paper, सरकार कागज पे चलती रहेगी. मेरे पास जो प्रपोजल आएगा, मेरे से कॉरिडोर में बात करेंगे, तब भी मैं आपसे कहूंगा साहब एक नोट डाल के मेरे पास डाल दीजिए. So if you believe that something need to be done, you raise that task formally on a note, and government is taking note of it. The various departments are taking note of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asutosh, for being crisp and fluid on this aspect of hope. Now, you being an expert on tax, what is your hope? I know it is a very difficult question with retrospective and perspective going hand in hand. Still, the hope is tomorrow, and tomorrow has to be good. Manish.
Yes, of course, this budget and every budget year on year we see is good. We definitely see some changes, and I think there is definitely some hearing at the bureaucracy level and even at the ministerial level and even at the industry forum that we regularly engage with. So some of these are considered and some of these, because obviously India is a nation of a wide, very wide stakeholders and everybody has different expectations. So each of the proposals cannot be taken up, it takes up at a time. But I think the message is getting right. I mean, we are creating a kind of a vibrant ecosystem for GCC data, AI, and all those new age industry sectors that we want to be part of, the semiconductor, all those things are happening at the right place. And I think nobody is doubting that this decade or maybe next, whatever, we are already proven that we are the fourth largest economy and trying to become the third or second, maybe whatever is going to take us. But yes, this is the era where we need to be in India, where we need to capitalize our the market, where we need to be there. So the message is loud and clear as always, and I think this budget has given Mike a bit of a more of a branding and which is out this message out. But yes, every country has its own set of problems, be it in terms of tax policy, countries, certain no countries provide. Yes, the messaging is very positive in that context.
Of course, yes. That's mainly the tagline of this project was and needs the Viksit Bharat with balancing aspiration with inclusion. So with this note, I thank you so much, the gentlemen, for being very lucid in terms of policy and tax and giving a roadmap what the regulators should think in a way so that we can make this GCC ecosystem more proactive and a vital stage of the ecosystem. Thank you so much. And friends, we'll be heading for the next session. And as Debasita said in the first half of today's seminar, that GCC starts with networking. We'll be having our session on networking. Just allow us 2 minutes time to set up the stage and we'll be heading for that session. Thank you so much.
Hello. 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 May I request all the delegate participant members to please take their seats so that we can start the session immediately. Please take your seats. Members who are outside the hall are requested to please join inside the hall. We are starting the session immediately. Friends, the next technical session is domestic and international web network guidelines. Being the part of the 7th GCC summit on the theme from leisure to global leadership, siege sapping global capability centers. And this session's topic being domestic and international network guidelines. May I request the dignitaries on the dais, CA Devan Patra, past chairman EIRC of ISI, to please join on the dais. May I request CA Subhash Chandra Saraf, past chairman EIRC of ICI, to be on the dais, please. Both the speakers of the sessions are well known to all of us, though they don't need any introduction as such. But being a customary, I will just read out a short profile of that to recapitulate there. CA Subhash Chandra Saraf is a practicing CA since 1994, founder and MD of Subhash Chandra CA LLP. He holds postgraduate degree in commerce and law from CU and DISA from ICI. Elected a EIRC for the term 2010 to 13 and treasurer 11-12, secretary 12-13 and vice chairman 13-14 and ultimately chairman 14 and 15. He served independent directors in the board of NBCC, STC. Mr. Subhash has actively associated in many professional associations, including MCC, DTP, ICI, BIP, and others. He is a local social worker and serving cause of humanity through various social and spiritual organizations. He has contributed many articles of professional interest at various seminars and conferences. So let us welcome C. Subhash Chandra Saraf with a big round of applause. And may I request C. K.K. Sarda to please felicitate our speaker, C. Subhash Chandra Saraf. Another speaker on the dais is C. Devan Patro. He is a fellow member of the ICAI and was elected chairman of the EIRC in the year 23-24 as one of the youngest to hold the position at the age of 35 only. He became May I request Shreyans Kothari to please come on the dais and welcome, felicitate our honorary speaker, C. Devan Patro. Friends, it is said that network is your net worth. Bigger your network, larger chances of your network. So grow your network to enlarge your net worth. And on this topic, what are the network guidelines for domestic and international? Both the learned speaker will throw the light on this. So certainly it is one of the most important session of the day. So be with us, enjoy the session, and let us start building up our network to know how we can increase our network within the guidelines. Thank you. Now I request Sri Devan Patra to please take the session. Please. A big round of applause to Sri Devan Patra to take care.
So, very good afternoon to one and all present here. On the dais, the Secretary of AIRC, Hariram Agarwal, and of course, past Chairman AIRC, my co-speaker, Subhash Chandra Saraf, the other speakers who have already spoken, who will be speaking on this very important 7th GCC summit that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is holding. And of course, to the leaders of the profession, the Central Council members, Regional Council members, who have created this platform where our members can attain this kind of a program and plan to build their capabilities. So, since time is at a very premium, I won't take much of your time. And let me tell you, till yesterday evening, I was only a moderator of this session where there would have been other panelists, but things changed. And now I'll be speaking about the concept of what is there, how we can grow in this model. And of course, Subhash will then speak about the practical challenges and the practical things that we have served as a chairman of one of the largest networks of CA firms in India. So that is how it will be. So friends, do you all agree that to grow in today's era, we need to collaborate? So let us make this session interactive. Just let me know if you are saying yes or no. So a louder voice. So we need to collaborate. Now the question is, there is a code of ethics of the institute. Whenever we think of the code of ethics of the institute as a professional, we start feeling that probably the code of ethics for practitioners is there so that we cannot practice. The code of ethics for practitioners is there so that we cannot practice. Whenever we will go through the code of ethics, we will get such a feeling. You cannot do this, you cannot do that. So now the question is, how do I collaborate? The institute says, of course, there could be chartered accountancy firms. So there are PA firms which are partnership in nature, right? There are around 1 lakh firms in India, out of which 72,000 are proprietors. Out of 1 lakh practicing PA firms in India, 72,000 are proprietorship. And there are around 1,60,000 chartered accountants in practice. So out of that 72,000 are proprietorship, other 80 to 90,000 are in around 10,000 firms or a little more. But now we are talking about something more. We are talking about networking. When I speak of networking, I will not only stick to networking. There are other models of the institute too in place, which you can use to grow. I think I need not explain to you why you need to collaborate. Because at the very beginning, you yourself said, yes. When I asked whether we need to collaborate or not to grow, you said yes. Now, again, a question comes. I can obviously bring another partner who is specialized into a different sector. I can build my capabilities, right? We all know about the Satyam story. See, I am not going to code of ethics now. I am talking about something else. Take Mahindra. We know how Take Mahindra was ultimately born, right? It was a merger of the erstwhile Satyam and the Take wing of the Mahindra group. And the current day Take Mahindra is there. Their customer base was different. When Satyam's shares came down, Take Mahindra found an opportunity. It bought 41% of the shares of that company because it started planning for a merger so that they could create more stakeholder value. Similarly, obviously you can grow by adding partners. But when you are getting a ready-made firm which has a diversity that you do not have, they are also willing to grow, where there is a scope to collaborate and of course increase the value. Obviously, there will be cross references within the two firms. You can do something for the clients of that firm and they can do something for your clients. Obviously, the top line will increase and of course the bottom line. And that is not only the end. There could be cost sharing. There will be resource sharing. There will be knowledge sharing. There could be infrastructure sharing. Obviously, the reach of the common brand, a new brand that comes into place because of this networking, the reach will be over a huge geography because probably you are coming into a network with a firm in Mumbai. So maybe they are working in the western part of the country and you are working in the eastern part of the country. Suddenly you have a reach in the western part and they have a reach in the eastern part. When 5 such firms come together from different regions, suddenly you have a pan-India presence. That is why it is so important. Now, let's move and understand why or how. I have already spoken about this. See, only 2.1% of firms are 6+ partners. Out of the number of firms present in India, only 2.2% of them have 6 or more partners. This networking is nothing new. Emergers of CA firms and the networking guidelines came in 2005. It's nothing new. It's 21 years old now. But today, only around 130 firms, there are 130 networks in it. 21 years and only 130 networks in India for CA firms. And we are still, many of us are not aware that there is a possibility of coming into networking, which the institute allowed. Something interesting happened. So we also talk about the big four, right? See, the big four had a big network. It was there. Its presence is in the foreign. It's subsidiaries, sort of subsidiaries, not real subsidiaries. The chartered accountancy firms in India were operating under that banner. We often forget their original name. We only take that foreign name for their operating. So in 2018, a very important court case was there. Supreme Court. This gentleman, S. Sukumar, he took the institute to the court and he raised this question. Multinational accounting firm, MAFs, how they are operating in India. While the code of ethics does not permit many things, how are they violating that? How are these Indian firms sharing their profits with someone else outside the country? They cannot even do it a non-chartered accountant. And they are sharing it with some other brand. So these things were brought into the court and of course there was a violation of section 144. The consultancy wings are giving certain services. On the other hand, the Indian chartered accountancy firms are doing the audit services. Whether that is allowed. So it also paved the way for the NFRA. That's why you will see that the NFRA is always talking about the non-audit services and the audit services. Whether a firm can provide both these services or not. Of course, after that, the institute also took up this matter importantly, and now the last year institute published a draft for the international network. So how can Indian CA firms also come into a network with international firm. You cannot still share fees, but of course you can share the cost, you can share resources, knowledge, and so much more. But of course, this was also passed in the council on 12th of December, but till now, the final guidelines are not there for international networking. Of course, it should come anytime, and we all must be prepared for that. Another important thing also happened in the last year in February. So I'll also come to that. Let us move one by one. From this slide, I'll take. So when we talk about merger and demerger, so demerger can happen only after a merger. So in the concept of merger, the institute allows that two firms can come together and get merged into one firm. How? Sorry. It can be a new firm. It can be one of the old firms. And let me tell you, the institute always also allows the merged firm to carry on the seniority. Whichever firm is older, it allows to carry forward the seniority of the firm. How does that help? Those of you who are more interested towards audit and assurance and also looking forward to CAG words. So obviously a merged firm is recognized by the CAG. But certain things are given value only after 5 years of merger. So the point is only to take an opportunity you merge, take that opportunity and you get demerged, that is not allowed. Because the institute allows you to get demerged within 5 years. After 5 years, you cannot get demerged. That is why the CAG says, I'll not carry all the points up to 5 years. Once the merger is complete in 5 years, I'll give you all the points. But of course, the number of partners increase. Their points are counted. Only the effects of merger. So a partner who joined the original firm from 1980, but now got merged into this firm, will not get that points from 1980. But after 5 years, suddenly he will get the whole point from 19. So this way there is a ranking system which happens. Domestic networking and international networking. So in the networking model, what happens? As I said, the international networking guidelines are not out fully, but you can still check the draft that is there, which was published in June 25. The domestic networking allows 3 models of networking, where 3 firms, say 2, 3, 4 firms come together and form a new brand. It is called an alliance or a network. And again, a name approval has to be taken and affiliate. You do not write and associates or company here. There are certain other norms for that. But now this, you can use the network brand in your letterhead stationeries. And of course, the firm names, the other firm names also can be printed on that letterhead and all. So you can start branding yourself in the name of that network. But the good part is you are still independent. You can still work as an independent firm. It's not that you only have to work in the name of that network. If you want, you can work in the name of the network. That is also allowed. However, only one thing is that at a time, a firm can be a partner of only one head. Entering into network with different modules is not only one at a time. Now, this one is very interesting for me, and this is new. Many of us do not know this, but interestingly, if you see the CAG ranking system that they have brought this time, you will find written everywhere parent LLP, parent LLP, parent LLP, and you must be thinking, what is this parent LLP? It is because of this aggregation model under which till date no firm is registered. Because there is a fallacy in the system also. And the institute already took it to the CAG. The CAG has already included it. And the institute is not even ready with the SSP portal where this one would come into this model. But this is a very interesting model to grow very fast. This is something between a network and a market. How does this work? First of all, you should be a LLC, not a partnership firm, a LLC. Now, the institute says 10 LLCs can come together and form a new LLC registered with the institute, where all these LLCs will be partners. That means till today we knew that only chartered accountants can be partners in a CA firm, in a LLC, CA LLC. But now LLC can also be a partner of a CA LLC. So, in place of a merger or a network which does not give you that much of flexibility, you get an option that those 5 firms from different regions, you come together. One of these 5 firms can also become the parent LLC, or maybe you together form another parent LLC, and suddenly the institute starts recognizing it. The CAG already has included the point system for you, and of course, you can brand yourself to the non-government sectors also. Now, there is a challenge in that. It says, we all know section 144 of the Companies Act, which says majority of the partners have to be chartered accountants to become an auditor of a company. The challenge that the institute faced by bringing this guideline is that now the institute had to write, even that parent LLC will have to have majority of chartered accountants. So maybe say there are 5 firms, 10 partners each. We come together, form a parent LLC. If we 5 were there, should have been enough. अच्छा चलो LLP एक्ट में बोलता है कि मिनिमम 2 इंडिविजुअल होना चाहिए रेसिडेंट इंडिविजुअल. Okay, fine. Two of us will become partners. Now it says, because of the majority rule, that since 5 partners have come together, at least 6 chartered accountants should be there, and their profit sharing ratio should be more majority. If 6 of them will hold 51% in the parent LLC, the other firms can only hold 49%. Even if equal, it would be 9.8, and for 10 of the partners, it would be 0.98. So again, there is a challenge, but this can be mathematically worked out. So what is important is that since PS Sanjeev ji is here, I would request that the council should represent to the ministry that section 144 should be amended, and it should now allow a CA firm where other CA firms are partners and indirectly more than 50% are holding the majority. So the problem is solved. So I think this single amendment can create a huge opportunity for Indian firms in this part. Yes, Gagan, you have a question. But if any of them do, then they are not getting that credit now. Then you are fine now. वो तो आप आज भी कर रहे हो. वो ऑडिट को आप आज भी कर रहे हो. Now problem is that the purpose behind this aggregation model is what? If you are into non-assurance, who is stopping you? Even if you do not have a COP, you are not appearing in front of ICAT or any position. Without having COP, you open a private limited company, you do anything you want. No one is stopping you. But this model is there because the government said that we need Indian brand, we need Indian big force. So the institute came with this model so that quickly there could be a consolidation of Indian firms and there could be Indian bigger firms. Obviously, I think while I was speaking, I have covered most of the things which are which is the reason why one should think of these models for growing the practice. Only one thing that I thought I should mention, that is, why are we talking about this in a GCC conference? The question is of Global Capability Center. And the institute is coming with international networking guidelines. Think of a accountancy firm in England which has a huge base of customers, but they are facing problem because there is a dearth of accountants and they are not getting good quality resources, which they can easily get from India at a lower cost. And at the same time, it is not going to outsource it to anyone. It can come to a formal agreement to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. So that builds a trust between these two firms. Correct. ये उल्टो ये गलत काम नहीं करे क्योंकि he is registered with the institute, I am registered with my institute, and these institutes also have a collaboration, and I am going to collaborate with this accountancy firm. When we are talking about the private limited company, the only challenge was this: the trust, the global trust. When you come as ABC and Limited Consulting, so who are you? Achha, you are accountant, you are that. And when you are a chartered accountancy firm registered with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, my confidence goes up. So this is the plot, and now I'll leave it up to Subhash sir, who can now talk about the Deva and people theoretical on it, but practically these are the things that the networks are facing, and I'm sure with the experience he has and being a partner in a network firm, he will be adding more value to this thing. So over to Subhash sir.
Thank you,
We'll take
Devan sir.
questions at the end.
Thank you, Devan, for giving a brief introduction of this, along with all inputs, and open the level field play for Subhash sir. A big round of applause for thanks for Devan and welcome C.A. Subhash ji.
Am I audible? Thank you, Devan, for introduction. Hariramji for introduction. Our Central Council member Sanjeev Sanghi, Mr. Ravi Patwa spoke in the morning. I think is not here, with our past chairman Devan Patra, and I don't know, but Mayor everyone was there. Kishore and Sutar was there. So thank you so much for providing this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Sutar, for bringing me here also. Thank you. Friends, I'm not prepared for this topic at all. Divine has said, कैसे शादी होना चाहिए, शादी क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए, डाइवोर्स कैसे होना चाहिए, शादी करने के लिए क्या फॉर्म भरना चाहिए, रजिस्ट्रेशन कहाँ होना चाहिए, डाइवोर्स होने के लिए कौन सा फॉर्म भरना चाहिए, डाइवोर्स के बाद फिर ज्वाइन कैसे होना चाहिए, एक बार शादी हो गया तो मल्टीपल शादी कैसे कर सकते, मोर नंबर ऑफ एलएलपी, उसमें ग्रैंड फादरिंग शादी हो गया, उसके बाद 1 2 3 4 शादी हो गया। और मेरे को एक बात समझ में नहीं आ रही कि यदि ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर बनाना है, इज इट नॉट नेसेसरी दैट फर्स्ट इंडियन कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर बी क्रिएटेड? I think I will have so many questions and requests to the Sanjeev Sanghi, who is going to be in council for next 8 more years and maybe many more years. I am part of this institute. I had been past chairman. I have lived my life 41st year I'm in practice, and I made my life with this institute and with the earning and with this qualification. So nothing to crib about it. But I think the time has changed when marriages are not happening by looking at the families. कि सरकार अच्छे हैं, भैया शादी कर दो, लड़के लड़की बिना देखे शादी कर दो, लड़की अच्छे घर की है शादी कर दो, लड़का अच्छा घर का है शादी कर दो, लड़का लड़की को नहीं देखता था, लड़की लड़के को नहीं देखती थी, till the time they came together. The time is when there is a live-in relationship.
The time is when the marriage has to happen with the meeting of minds, not meeting of mind and heart both. The networking guidelines by the institute are very valuable from 2005 to 11 to again 21, and then again the consideration for next mature level. While international guidelines have come in, not yet notified. Of course, they have been passed by the conference, as the Ryan said. I've not gone through that. The draft I went through and I made my comments on that. But tell me, will our children, because my children are already married, or many of whose brothers and sisters must be married, can they marry each other if you tell, এই মিস্টার সেনের মেয়ে খুব ভালো আছে তুই কি বিয়ে করে নে, এই সঞ্জীব সাঙ্গীর ভাই খুব ভালো আছে তুই কি বিয়ে করে নে, এই কমল সাহাডার কাকার ছেলে খুব ভালো আছে খুব পয়সা আছে বিয়ে করে নে, বিয়েটা হয় that whatever the guidelines are there, the first my comment is there should not be any demerger guideline. I may be wrong, and I prove to be wrong. If the starting point is 5 years you have opened in this marriage for divorce, what will you think of it? So the time is presently when you have a good courtship period, you have to have a live-in relationship, you have to understand each other by heart and mind both. If husband and wife cannot sit on a table, have lunch, breakfast, dinner, and they can giggle, laugh, walk together, if the partners are coming together to sometimes they cannot sit on the same office, they cannot be together since morning till evening as their present partners are. If multiple partners coming from multiple places, multiple geography, multiple states, or maybe multiple kind of upbringing, ideologies, practice precedents, different kind of clients, different kind of mindset, different kind of revenue. If they're not able to assimilate their thoughts together by sitting together on lunch, breakfast, dinner, and more on off the office time, because you cannot bring a good relationship and friendship unless you spend more of the office time, of the work time, then more time for the work. And my greatest challenge is most of the partnerships are happening, maybe networking and they're happening for networking for convenience. They're not happening for network for purpose. When I started my practice in 1984 until 2000, there was a culture in particular in this part of India that let's do partnership, let's do joint firms. And many of the large, very good practices form the firm, and none is existing today, only for the purpose to get CAG audit, bank statutory audit, any employment audit, tenders, government tenders, whether there is a minimum guarantee fees or not. But I remember Coal India is the first company which had the minimum fees of internal audit per month basis. And those all the convenient partnerships or networking what happened are not existing. I am the first member, our network is the first network, BATGAS, BATGACH, is the first network firm of the ICI registered, still continuing. But I can right now say on this platform that still it is not my firm. We all 11 firms have not been able to merge our firms together, despite many attempts. What is holding us? The holding us is our emotions to that name. Our feeling of belongingness कि हमने इसको तैयार किया है, ये हमारा फर्म. Feeling of uncertainty कि हमारा क्लाइंट कल क्या होगा, कल को जुली सीताराम अग्रवाल और संजीव सांगी और मिस्टर XYZ becomes my partner, तो मेरा सीक्रेट उनके पास चला जाएगा तो क्या होगा? Will client remain with me? If he is more intelligent than me or he has more better marketing capability, will he take my client? I also have a doubt कि मेरा client उनके पास जाएगा, उनका client मेरे पास आएगा. Till the time this uncertainty is not removed from the mind, The first question they might ask, do we need collaboration? And the first question is, should be answered by each of us in their heart. Why are we doing what are we? Why are we doing what are we? If this question is not answered clearly within your mind with yourself, no guidelines will ever. I'm not saying only for network, for anything you do. Why I am doing this kind of work? Why? Only for money? Is only that I'm capable? Is only that I'm the only person to do this kind of work? Or does it give me satisfaction? Or does it give me money, satisfaction, and pride, all three? Why are we doing what are we? If the networking guidelines has to succeed, out of 131 network, I don't know how much are active. Our network is still having a meeting every quarter. This 21, 22nd, 23rd, again we have an AGM and then the next level hot meeting is there, where we are all the 20, 22 people will be meeting. But the world has moved beyond it. I think the first networking can only happen when you have an good focus area. What you want. If you have the capability of internal audit, statutory audit, that do not have tax practice, you want tax practice. If I'm having a tax practice, say only direct tax practice, do I need to have GST practice? If I have a both tax practice, do I need an foreign forensic audit? If I have only statutory audit and income tax, do I need internal audit, risk-based audit, foreign forensic audit, or stock audit? We have to identify that whether my practice is sufficient enough and I'm satisfied to continue with my existing practice, or if I'm not, you must identify people or friends or firms who first with whom you can talk heart to heart. If you cannot talk with heart to heart, how your mind will resonate? If your mind is meeting, humko karna hai, but heart is not with him. Partnership is a sacrifice. Network is a sacrifice. I'm not talking about limitations. There are so many limitations. जो guideline मैंने दिखाई है, इनका PPT आप किताब पढ़ लीजिए. 46 पेज का guideline 2021 का है और international का I don't remember, but still it is a good one drafted. I'll come to that point where it needs to be improved. But again, networking guideline कुछ भी काम का नहीं है, यदि हमारा दिल और दिमाग नहीं मिलता है. और दिल दिमाग मिलने के लिए कोर्टशिप पीरियड बहुत जरूरी है. साथ में काम करना जरूरी है, साथ में बैठना उठना जरूरी है, साथ में एक दूसरे को पसंद करना जरूरी है. To understand each other's client first, you have to understand for some period. It may be 6 months, it may be 1 year, it may be 2 years, it may be 3 years. Or you have to work with somebody who can complement you and you can complement him. Recently, a merger of the firm has happened. Recently, yesterday, it was announced in Delhi with my friend's firm, where they did not have a GST practice and that tax practice. They have taken over the practice. They're working with the firm for last 3 years. And that firm has tech capability, tax capability, 100% tax firm. And they have merged. So unless those kind of capabilities, some of you don't have GST, and I know he's my friend, and they were trying to develop GST practice. From all the big fours, they've invited their indirect tax head to bring in at any cost. They went 2 to 5 crores per year. Nobody was there. Finally, they had to bring that entire firm, and 6 partners of that firm had joined them, and they have merged. Now, the greatest challenge what is coming is, can our जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट जो 2018 का बताया गया था, जो कि बिग फोर को लेके हुआ था, एंड वी आर इन द क्लोज डोर, वी कैन टॉक वेरी क्लियरली, इट इज इन द पब्लिक डोमेन. What Big Four were doing, they were doing assurance practice under the local name and consulting practice
in the name of their own, in that India company. And that is the most growing concern today. That is the most growing pattern of practice today, where you need to separate assurance practice and the consulting practice. When you go into the network, if you're not able to grow your consulting practice better on the assurance practice, no network is going to be very successful. Because again, there is a limitation in the assurance practice. And even in the assurance practice, there are 4 firms are coming together, and they have 4 firms where their audits are there, and there is a good amount of consulting practice. So unless you bring out the consulting practice to a separate entity, either as a LLC or as an or in a private limited company or a management consulting company as per institute guideline, those networking are not going to work very successfully. I'm not saying negative. I'm saying these are the only way by which you can create a good networking firm. With the challenge, a recent PMO for last 2 years, PMO office has been trying very hard in line with the 2017 Prime Minister's address in Delhi, where they woke up in sometime in 2023, 22 end. And I think 16 or 18 meetings have been held all over India, including with Dubai chapter and Dubai and as well as Singapore only has happened. And in 6 meetings I was there, where RSS office, it has been driven to RSS office, where in each of the main cities they are going and pitching to the main firms, my first 10, 20 firms, that please come together and join as a consulting firm. They are not saying आप networking करिए, आप industrial collaboration करिए, ये करिए. They are saying do with a consulting firm. And in this line, the first alliance of India has happened between Guru Jana Kirtaniya Pandit and Kothari Mehta and Company on 1st of October 2025, based in Bangalore, Delhi, and Bombay, where they have come together as an alliance strictly as per ICI rules, which is under the network guideline, with the 3 models, alliance, network, and lead from network model. I'm not going into detail, you will see on the board. And what they have done is they have just created that KGS. You can go and Google the website www.kgs.com. That only government work and tech work. These 2 practices they have carved out from their firms and they have transferred it to the KGS and will only focus. And few of the partners have surrendered their COP. They have become their full timers. They will be in consulting. They will not be on the assurance side, and they will drive this practice entirely. They have committed a good amount of funds for R&D, infrastructure, and everything. And those kind of networks will work. I'm addressing it is under the networking guideline. So friends, my first and foremost, I can go on. I think there is a limitation of time. The only way to do a successful networking is have a good courtship period. Identify who can be your partner, with whom you can work, you can eat, you can play, you can go out, you can have holidays, or have a live-in relationship for some time, not for the entire life. Live-in relationship, not as per male-female relationship, but live-in relationship with whom you can work day in day out. When there is a relationship, there's a marriage happens. You must understand. Today the life is a boy and a girl. Earlier life was boy and girl coming together. Whatever mother, father used to say, mother-in-law, father-in-law used to say, they used to work. Girl has to entirely understand the culture of the boy's house. Because a boy marries a girl marries the entire family. Present situation is not like that. Because now when boy and girls are marrying, they are not boy and girl, they are men and women. At least 5 to 10 years post qualification, they have worked in the field, either job or job or any practice or in professional business. Then they are coming for the marriage, almost 28, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35. The mindset is already fixed. If the mindset is fixed, then girl has its own priority,
boy has his own priority. Maybe men and women have their own priority. And when they are married, that's a common priority. If in marriage also, if you do not allow them, okay, my time is my time, 60, 70% is my time, 60, 70% my time, 20, 30% is a common time of family time. If this kind of networking is not there, where one firm's identity remains, another firm's identity remains, that's the common goal. What is the common goal? Sharing of cost, sharing of talent, sharing of infrastructure, sharing of IT infrastructure, development of SOP system, processes, practice softwares, marketing. If these are 20, 30% are not common, that networking or collaboration or alliance model. Okay. Open for question.
Special remark by C. Sanjeev Sanghi.
Not a special remark, just a big round of applause for Subhash Bhaiya. I think, let me tell you honestly, we have these 7 summits, which this is the 7th summit, and the way he has explained, वो शादी को लेके, वो लड़की को लेके, लड़का को लेके, I think this is a clarity which we all need, Subhash Bhaiya, and we look forward for more sessions for that. इस बार छोड़ेंगे नहीं आप. Once again, thank you so much for being here.
So a big round of applause for both the speaker and special remark by C. Sanjeev Sanghi. But one thing is there. When C. Devan was speaking about the proprietorship firm, 72,000 approximate proprietorship firm. So one thing came into my mind that why not succession planning of all those firms? Are they doing succession planning of all these 72,000 proprietorship firm? What's there in their mind that, okay, they will continue till long, how long they will, because life is uncertain. So what will happen after those proprietorship firm? Are they not thinking of that? They must be thinking of that, let the firm go in any way after me. Something must be there. But Subhasji has certainly given a way to that how far that succession can lead to collaboration, and what are the niche points on which collaborations are not getting successful, just like why marriages are not successful. The same way Subhasji has told that why these mergers of firms, collaboration of firms are not successful. But certainly, if there is understanding between the firms, between the partners, and the ultimate goal of all those succession planning of proprietorship after converting into partnership firm or alignment will be certainly successful. So thank you all for being with us in this session. Thank you once again to both the speakers. Thank you. So friends, C. Sanjeev is saying that last session of today's summit is most important. कृपया बने रहिए हमारे साथ उस पूरे दिन के सारे सार को लास्ट सेशन में सुनने के लिए. थैंक यू.
As we head towards the last leg of today's seminar, we started about GCC Group story and talked about people, planet, prosperity. But to have this people, planet, prosperity together, we need to understand the elements of GCC. And there are four core elements: the people, place, platform, and private equity. And for this session, we have two panelists and one beautiful moderator. And he is always graceful in not only with her stand, with her mind also. Let's welcome with a thunderous of applause the moderator, Sri Sarita Agrawal, and two brilliant panelists, Sri Anand Chatterjee, the Director, BMC Support and Accounting Services, and Sri Arunava Biswas, Financial Controller, Haldia Petrochemicals, to the dais, please. When we talk about the moderator, Sri Sarita Agrawal, not only she carries 2 decades of experience, but that experience is critical for today's discussion. That experience is very much at the soul of GCC activity. And when you talk about Mr. Anand Chatrat, he appears to be very senior, but 18 at heart, because he is started learning. He started just hitting boundaries with his domain of GCC and very proactive in terms of understanding the industry and started inspiring this industry. I am a bit of element of that fact. And when it comes to Mr. Anubhav, Haldia Petrochemicals, the expertise in finance and taxation always been forefront, and he's also worked with Wipro Limited and has expertise in the city also digital. To welcome all these three gentlemen, may I request our Central Council member and convener of GCC Group, C.S. Sanjeev Sanghi, to the dais. First is the moderator. Thank you so much, Sanjeev sir. Now, dear friend Sarita, it is all to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to take the job. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for introducing us all in such a good manner. And I would like to thank Sanjeev sir to give me this opportunity to moderate one more session on GCC. So, friends, even before we start with today's session, like, let me bring a point. Like, for decades, what we have thought GCC to be is about arbitrage, like the cost benefit analysis. That is what we all have thought about GCC as of now. But clearly anymore, just talking about the cost arbitrage, making profit about the difference between money and Indian rupee and the foreign currency? Or is it more than just building a business or building a business of its own, considering not as a captive center? I think in today's session, Anand sir and Arunaba will help us to give more light on this topic. So the topic for today is GCC today derives economic power from four pillars: people, place, platform, and private equity. Now, talking about people. So, Anand sir, coming first to you, like you are based from Kolkata, right? But if I know this correctly, you have your GCC set up in Delhi also. Okay. So, what made you have your center in Delhi and not completely in Kolkata? We being in Kolkata, we want to know that how can we build our GCC entirely in Kolkata, not moving out of Kolkata? What would you have to say about that? What is the improvement which we need to bring in that?
Good evening, all. Thank you for calling me here. Hello, Bill. Hello, a young chartered accountant. So, basically, we are a very old accounting firm, almost 100 years old. Grandfather, I'm third generation. We started 2 years ago in Lahore. So, cutting a long story short, we are 16 partners and all over the country. We set up our separate unit called offshore. You can say right now it's become a very mini GCC. Mini GCC. We are between Delhi and Kolkata. Why did we start in Delhi? Also because the atmosphere generally was better there. Partners were a little more proactive in Delhi. And Calcutta, we eventually moved. Although Calcutta has maximum potential for back office for GCC. It's got smarter people, more intelligent people, infrastructure is better and cheaper, more reliable. Delhi, Noida, NCR has become too many back office, too many mini GCC. 100, 200 people have already come up. And there's a lot of poaching going on from A place to B place to C place. So, something like among the big four, also, big six, big 10. So Calcutta is a very viable alternative for that, basically for that reason.
So my question still stands. You are surely saying that it's a viable city wherein we can build our own GCC. But then what is stopping the city to coming in a big way? Like actually it's very important for us to know now because we all know that Calcutta is full of capability. But still somehow or the other we are not able to come out. What's the reason?
So one is the perception of Calcutta, which unfortunately from the industrial point of view and the background point of view is there. Hopefully slowly it's going away. But from the back office, GCC, I'm combining back office from GCC point of view, there's tremendous potential. Tremendous. It's a matter of perception. It's a matter of people getting together and going out to set it up. It's not going to be easy. It took us many years to even come to where we are right now, and we are only close to 100 people.
Great. So, sir, can I take it in this way that it's all about our mindset? We have all the possible capabilities and options available over it. Just that we need to come forward, come together, and then start building GCC here in Kolkata.
Mostly about the mindset, and perception about what Calcutta. Has the plenty of intellectual power. It's better in costing as compared to even Bangalore or Mumbai or NCR. It's got the capabilities are there. It's got more reliable, even cheaper infrastructure in terms of real estate, etc. Especially if you go up the numbers. And but the main thing is the mindset, and the people you have to be very active and concentrate on this. And the benefits are tremendous as compared to a normal audit and traditional practice.
Thank you, Anand sir. I'll come back again to you, Mr. Arunavar. So I think though you do not have a global capability center, but you have like national capability centers which has been developed, right, in a big way. I think we can take out some points which will help us to build up global capability centers. If you can throw some point like how did you do it, what was the obstruction that you faced, and how did you overcome that?
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a speaker here. So yes, I am from the industry. So I started my career in Pricewaterhouse in the assurance and moved to Wipro Limited. And from there on, I moved to the Chatterjee Group, which is led by Dr. Puneni Chatterjee, of which Haldia Petrochemicals is a flagship company. To me, GCC was new. And, there are big setups of GCC in Calcutta. We have Pricewaterhouse Service Delivery Center. We have ENY GDS. But for the industry, we set up a captive GCC for our own group companies starting from zero. So as you are all aware, Haldia was a erstwhile government company, a state government owned company. And in 2016, it became privatized. Our GCC journey started setting up a shared services in 2018. We cater to a lot of companies within the group, and the main office or the main GCC center is based out in Calcutta, our corporate office of Haldia. As I said, it started from zero. We did not have any capabilities of what a GCC runs, how a GCC runs, what are the KPIs that should be followed. But it was a learning experience. So we set up a team of 60 people from our in-house team. And this team doesn't necessarily mean, so there is always a misconception that GCCs can always start with young generation. In our GCC, the average age is 55 and it runs like a machine. How did this happen? When we started, we took the help of consultants. Yes, of course, we took the help of consultants. We took the help of technology. We took the help of big fours. We took the help of SAP. All these four partners were gathered together and there was a team set up to set it up. We set up the three main pillars of the GCC in finance, which is procure to pay, it's called P2P, order to cash, called O2C, and record to report, called R2R. As the name suggests, I don't have to explain much. Procure to pay is basically the accounts payable side. O2C is the accounts receivable side. And record to report is preparing the financial statements of the company. So this journey took around, so we started in the early January 2018 and we implemented it around in 2019 March. So 1st April, we went live, go live for the GCC in Haldia. Now, when this 1.5 years was learning for all this stuff, so all the people who are very senior people, very junior people, very middle age, they were all learning. And GCC is such a subject that the learning continues every day. It improvises every day. Every day you come to a new problem when you're running a GCC. So be prepared for that. So in this 1.5 years, we just made the blueprint of how do we implement. We made our systems ready and we went go live. For the next 5 years, it took stabilization. It took 5 years to stabilize the system. So that does not, what I mean to say that from 1st April 2019, it's not that the GC is running like a machine. It took 5 years for the machine to operate effectively. Just as you start a plant takes a stabilization period. Similarly, a GC takes a similar stabilization period. And in this today's environment, change is the only constant thing that will happen. And technology is getting updated every day. In 2019, when we started our GCC practice with the people, the technology that they learned at that point in time has completely changed over the years. Now they are also equipped with the technology. So in order to summarize, I would like to say that for having a successful GCC from a people's perspective, you need to have 3 qualities. One is efficiency, one is effectiveness, and one is experience. If these 3 things are there, you can run a successful GCC. Hope that answers your question.
I think that gave us some insight about like what was your journey to GCC and how did you all make it work? But then I would still say, like, if you can just answer in short, one biggest issue which you face and how did you solve it? Like, we understood your journey, but now we suppose I start my GCC tomorrow. What do you think I should be ready with? The biggest issue which I can face, and I should be prepared beforehand so that it's not unsuccessful. I can surely run far.
So GCC is actually, running a set of standardized processes with people. The biggest challenge in setting up or running a GCC is people management and change management. If you can do this, you can run a successful GCC.
Yeah, so very well answered. I think we all do agree that the biggest problem or the biggest gap which we face is managing people. So if we can manage people well and plan accordingly beforehand, I think that would help us a long way to run a successful BCC. But now, since we're talking over here about the four economic power or the four good pillars of GCC, so like people, place, platform, and private equity. From your experience, how these four elements collectively shape the next phase of GCC growth in India? Like if I talk all the four together, how do they play a role in shaping the people, place, platform, and private equity?
Basically, the people are the most important in this context, what we are talking about. So get reliable, long-term, and people who don't shift away from your organization. And when you're talking about the GCC, your client, your customer, foreign customer, when he talks to Mr. Kumar or Mr. Chatterjee, and tomorrow he changes, your person changes, then that foreign customer gets very nervous. First of all, where is my data going? What will be the reliability? Who will actually do my work? In what way? In short. Number two is you're talking about place. Place is not such a major issue in our case because we had the sense to move out the city and to set up our center in the suburbs of the city and to hire on a long-term basis in that way. We also always, very small tip in a GCC, if we require X number of people, we always take X plus, always a backup. It's an extra cost. It doesn't matter. 10 to 20% extra. 10 to, we've always, and we tell the client that these are your two people who will be interacting and interfacing with you. But we also have this extra person there as a backup on a permanent basis. On a permanent basis. That's a huge sense of comfort for them. Coming to the next point of private equity. Private equity has come into this GCC thing in the last few years. It's come in heavily in the US and the Western countries. And in India also, it's coming in, I hear. And in some places in the rest of the country, it's already come in. Eventually, they come in, they're not the interfering type of people. They bring in a lot of technology, they bring in a lot of connections. And of course, they bring in a lot of funds. But there's a lot of pressure from them on how to grow you have to grow. They will even help you grow. And you have to travel. You want to set up a very advanced and a quick growing GCC, you have to travel abroad frequently. In our case, we are members of various international organizations in our private limited company and not in our CA firm because of too many restrictions from our institute. So through that, we have been able to get a fair amount of work, which we continue to get. In fact, some of the foreign clients join a particular network, foreign network. And even when they leave that network, they still continue their work with us, which is a huge thing for us because that allegiance and that confidence level stays with us. The private equity is the future, I would say, to grow if you really want to grow fast.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for putting light on the point. But like both of you have been talking about people, that how important people are to build a successful GCC, right? Now, just contradicting to that, in today's world, the way the technology, the way AI is taking so many things, how important is technology? If, like you said, that if we can give them a stable people and the person can stay with them for ever, they are very comfortable and then they do not have to think twice, right? How about balancing people and technology in such a way, like platform by platform, we want to say technology, right? So how can we balance between platform and technology, like people and technology, so that we do not have to depend upon a person 100% times, and we are not totally dependent upon technology, which can fail anytime. So, what do you think? What kind of technology we should build in so that we can have a balance between people and technology?
So technology is basically, we don't have any choice. We have to adapt to the foreign technologies. We have to adapt to their software. We have to adapt to their method of working. We have to adapt to their method of reporting. And every foreign client, we work with about 30 CPA firms and CA firms all over North America, Europe, and some in Singapore, Australia. And everybody has their own methods and procedures. Everybody has their own software. And a lot of them are upgrading. So we have to adapt. So we have a core group within our company who just helps us to absorb this new software, new technology, new procedures on an ongoing basis. So this is a separate core group, part of the IT group, you can call it. We call it a core group, which just is all the time moving around from between A work to B work and helping us even identify potential new technologies. Coming to the point of AI, AI is what coming, it's already come, but it's still, I mean, somebody says, oh, it will take over your work. That's not even take over basic accounting work. That's also going to take a long time. Because after all, we are also adaptable people. We will always think of some ways to go up the value chain. So I would say that we have to adapt to it over a period of time.
So, like, can I say like this, that we have to have a balance between people and technology, but then we really do not need any professors, right? Now we need people who can add value, who can provide extra service to the client beyond what they are looking for, and take best use of technology to provide service with best of quality and within time.
Yes, we have to keep on merging the requirements we go according to the requirements of the client. Every client has a different process. Every client has a different method of working. Every client has a different technology. And then even giving access to their desktop, even giving access to their bank accounts in some cases. And in the Western world, every bank account, there is different methods of very strict methods of working and limited access. One of the particular clients even gives us limited access for a limited period of time. We had suggested to them. So over a period of time, the confidence level goes up. So this is how we suggest various ways. And we even suggest a thing called a Dropbox. So where they just come and dump their data. We don't have access to their information or their procedures or anything about them. And we just pick up the information from the Dropbox. We process it according to their requirements. Reporting can be on frequent basis as per their procedures. But this Dropbox thing resolves the issue of security. Absolutely.
So, Arunabhaji, if you had to divest your GCC tomorrow, would a private equity firm see it as a liability to be trimmed or a product to be scaled? How would a private equity firm see the GCC?
It depends on how you have built the GCC. How tech savvy your employees are, your people, how updated they are in terms of technology. The technology and people go hand in hand. The second thing is that in terms of the country in which you operate, what are the policies of the government of that country where the GCC is being set up? It has to be an open policy so that doing business is easy, not a liability. The third is how quickly you can exit a GCC model. For example, if your country allows you an IPO process which is more simplified than which is there as of now in India, private equity players generally look for these three things. Also, the most important but not the most important thing that is that data integrity. Data integrity and the legal framework in which you are working has to be very crystal clear, because that is where the private equity are more relying on. They want their customers' data to be fully secure. The employees should be fully tech-savvy, so that the entire process is is dependent on technology rather than any human being. So if these four things are in your favor, then obviously the private equity will consider this as an asset rather than as a liability.
Yes, you brought in a very important point. Because this is the biggest concern when we try to set up a GCC and they look into the person, not even like private equity does look into, but for clients who for whom we're setting up GCC, they also first look into the data security, right?
Correct.
But how far do you consider India to be secure from data perspective and they get that confidence? Because that's the one thing which comes first as a question when we try to talk to any client that are you secure with the data perspective? How can that assurance and security?
Okay. So very good question, very relevant question. Today, technology has gone to such an extent that your data is, we can generally say that the data is generally secure in environments where GCC has been set up. Yes, there are various exceptions. A data breach can happen in Citibank also, in any part of the world, or it can happen to a small firm also. But generally, the firewalls and the systems are so secure at this point of time. Technology has advanced to such a level, unless there is a malified intention of a particular individual or a group of individuals, data is generally secured in India.
So what you're talking about is a big size GCC. If we have a big size GCC, we can afford on everything what we talked about, the firewall, a very secure system in my organization. But then suppose I talk about a micro GCC about some time back. For them, I don't think so. Each and every security aspect would be possible to me. At that time, what do they do to set up a small GCC to start with before they grow big? Like, what do you think are the minimum requirements which they should fulfill so that the client also feels secure and then they can start their own GCC, being a big size GCC?
Yeah, sure. So, in a smaller setup, you need to select the right people. You need to do background checks very well. You need to have certain technologies which are not very expensive, but which are more secure, which has a very good firewall system, which people cannot penetrate inside. So these three things, I think, are, there are many GCCs which have a lot of smaller in size. For example, the captive GCC that we have set up has only 60 people. And it is not that these 60 people do not have an access to mobile phones or computers when they're working. They have access to everything. But trust and doing the background verification is the most important thing. And also, when there can always be exceptions, but you should always have so much protection that even there is an exception, it doesn't reach the confidentiality of the client. I think the client also understands this in this world where, everybody of us, what we hear is our Aadhaar numbers and our bank accounts are, available to everybody who are the fraudsters. So in this environment, the client also understands what kind of breach there is happening across the world. So what they want is the trust building, and they would GCC can only grow when from small to big, only when they can show that confidence and trust to the customer and have the minimum requirements of data security that they can afford.
Thank you for bringing this up. Now, Anand sir, just you were answering the last question, one thing came in my mind that there's a very thin line of difference in our industry regarding global capability center and outsourcing. What I understood from few of your answers that it was more related to outsourcing. How do you differentiate the outsourcing and GCC? Like, how can we differentiate between both?
Basically, we don't call it outsourcing, first of all. We use the word offshoring.
Yes.
That's a mental thing that a lot of the clients have. Number two, we say this is an extension of your office, of your foreign office. I mean, these people are there. They are dedicated to you. They are your employees. We report to you, your procedure, your timing, your method, everything. Coming to a GCC. GCC is more of a larger, I would say, larger perspective, as per my understanding, and working on a little different model where you can grow much. You're growing in a different way, especially you're backed by private equity. Because I just forgot to mention also private equity. Also, some people are coming in and saying that we not only give you the funds, we'll give you the potential clients also, along with this. But you have to perform and this. Give you targets, give you procedures, everything. So the pressure when the private equity comes in is tremendous. And but that's the way to grow very fast and really on a long-term sustained basis. GCC is more of I would say like offshoring is a little different. GCC is more of a organized, the perception of a GCC is more of an organized capability center, very dedicated to certain clients. It can be in-house, like in Arunabha says it's his own group or his company. You're doing it in-house. They specialize in that. And they find that over a period of time, it makes a lot of sense from the economic point of view.
So answer is that, like, what I understand is in offshore, we can work for as many different clients as we want. We are not restricted, right? We can take one client from USA, a client from Australia, another client from UK.
Yes.
And there's no one to stop. It's our system, our process, which we move, and the client should also agree to it. But then in GCC, are we restricted to work only for one company outside India, like being their back office or being their captive center, just doing work for them? Can we see it like that, or I'm not correct in what I'm saying?
So the GCCs which have been set up in the last few years are mostly captive. Either dedicated to a few models. Say a bank comes in from the US. Say, let's take a specific example, Wells Fargo. Now, Wells Fargo has a GCC in India, and they have many thousand employees, maybe 10,000 employees. So that's dedicated for that particular bank. On the other hand, there are some GCCs which have been set up or in the process of being set up, which say that yes, we will work for in the pharmaceutical industry, but we can work for A company, B company, C company. So that is also there. But the dedicated in-house capacity has to be built up over a period of time. And at the moment in India, it's mostly in-house, captive GCC, we call it. And a number of them are owned by the foreign companies also. So now, huge potential for us chartered accountants is if we can set up and through a private company or whatever public company, and we can set up various GCC in suburbs or various places. The idea is to go and get the work. It's extremely difficult unless you're backed by a large amount of funding, a lot of structure, and a lot of experience.
So yeah, thank you both of you to give us an insight about the 4 pillars of GCC's economic power. But then I will open, I'll ask the house to have some questions for both of you if they have any.
So the other kind of GCCs are being developed, I hear outside Hyderabad, specifically in Pune. I just have heard this. I've been hearing it because I'm here in the network. And there are some private investors who are in the process of setting up these GCC centers, they call it. So like one will be dedicated for A company and B will be dedicated for B company, like that, C company. Like that. So it will happen. It will happen over a period of time because then the volume is huge. Also, there are huge issues relating to, data security and secrecy, etc.
Do you mean to say the shared facilities by different kind of GCC? So far, I have not come across anything.
Yes,
absent
that is
model.
the model being thought of.
Shared facilities.
Yes, but it all depends on the foreign client. All depends. If the foreign client does not feel comfortable, then this model will not work. You're right. Most of them right now are all captive. But it can be captive for domestic companies also. It doesn't have to be captive for foreign companies.
Yeah, we have these, for domestic companies, lots of GCCs are there. But for foreign countries, I've seen only the captive model as GCCs, but I haven't come across any third party GCC kind of situation where there are shared facilities.
So I'll give you another example. Outside Pune, there's a large CPA firm from the US, and they have a number of them, thousands of clients in the US. So those clients' work is being done in their captive GCC in outside Pune. But technically, it's they've been doing work for maybe 100 of their clients. Of course, it belongs to that particular CPA firm in the US. But in the GCC, they're working for many clients. So technically, you can say it's a captive GCC. You can say it's a shared, whatever you might say.
It's basically the same thing. Like you are working for the CPA firms. You just mentioned around 30 CPA firms. I also work for CPA firms. One CPA firm, let's say, gives us client for 50 companies. So that doesn't mean I become a captive of that CPA firm. I'm doing work for 50 clients of that particular CPA firm.
It depends on how you see it. It depends on the particular client, because the client feels comfortable that my work is being done in a GCC where other people's work is also being done. So you have to manage that in a particular. We are doing that in a very small way.
So, sir, can we say in this way that if we follow all the processes, all the softwares, all the technologies of our client, then it can be called a GCC. If we are trying to put our system in place and provide services, then it is more of offshoring. And if we adapt to their technology, their system, and deliver work in their platform, all the ecosystem provided is by them, then it can be called a micro GCC.
Yes. I think you mentioned it correctly. Although the boundaries are not too much between that. So many GCCs are becoming major, and majors are becoming different. But you're right. The model right now in India is mostly captive.
Yes. Rakesh.
I have hi, Rakesh here. Question to you. So I have a follow-up question. What Madam is asking. So in a captive GCC, so the role of a CA firm or a CA here, is it more of a consultant or a kind of employee only? Because everything, whatever they are saying, we are following it up and we are getting paid for that. So is it a kind of, just we lose our independence or kind of freedom to work, or is it just a consultant? How do you see that?
No, we don't lose our freedom to work in any way. It's instead of practicing in India, you're practicing in a different way by following the procedures and systems and the methods of a different country. I'm assuming that you're talking about foreign clients.
But then everything is defined. I mean, or you are defining for them.
Everything is defined for us by them. In fact, we study the various acts, the UK Act, UK Accounting Act of the CPA rules in the US, and we try to adapt. I mean, did you know that in each state in the US, the CPAs are a little different from one another?
Yes.
You can do the CPA, and so it's very complicated. It's very time consuming. But once you begin that, and once you get the confidence level of the foreign client, then it's true. And most of the work comes on a long-term basis. That's the good part.
Thank you.
Yes, Naveen.
Just regarding this GCC framework model, basically, is it always a one-to-one requirement wherein suppose a foreign client is looking forward to establishing a GCC in India, how will we be knowing that which company or which person to approach to? Is it always a one-to-one individual advertisements where or the brand name to which they come to know, or whether the GCC platform is giving us some framework with respect to, I've heard with during session also that state has some policies with respect to the GCC framework. So whether the states is coming up with any portal or somewhere where they can accredit something or some accreditations given to some firms wherein the foreign clients have some, I would say, confidence level where if they upload their work to this company, that can be taken care of. Whether your company or industry or any government authority is doing something like that. Or in a past, if anything happens.
Are you meaning from the institute point of view?
No, I'm talking from the general point of view, looking forward 5, 10 years down the line. That if I want to become or want to give some service to GCC and I don't have any branding as of now, because branding takes a time of its own. So how would I publish myself to a foreign client or approach them to a foreign client, whether it be a one-to-one or whether I can get a platform from the industry side or from the country side or from the state side?
Are you talking about acquiring clients over a period of time?
Right, sir. Right, sir. If it is policy framework within the country or only on or not.
So right now, our institute has just gotten into it. That's what I've been hearing for the last few months only. So it's, I'll be frank with you, our institute is little too conservative in this manner. I wish it wasn't. I wish we could be allowed to publish our cards with all these lovely colors. We're not even allowed to put our colors on our business cards in India, as you know. I think it's changing. It's changing now rapidly, finally. And coming back to acquiring foreign clients, I mean, we followed many methods over a period of time. We became members of large international accounting networks. Accounting networks, number one. Number two, we got credibility by finding some people whom we knew out there earlier. That helps you save time in establishing your credibility. Number three, we attend their conferences regularly. Very expensive, very time consuming, have to travel a lot. Took us many years to do that. Then over a period of time, you build up your capability and start from even any small job. Never say no to anybody. Always say yes. And then you have to move up the value chain, especially. So if they say, yes, can you do my accounting? Yes. We moved from accounting, we moved into audit. We do a lot of their audit process here, IFRS, US GAAP. Most Indian CA firms are quite adept at that. Our knowledge base is tremendous, amazing. So maybe our institute can all together, and our institute can, publish and write things about this. Arunabha, what do you think? And establish a lot of credibility. Maybe institute can even publish a booklet or something like that.
Can we say that we have a lot of foreign chapters of ICAI
Yes,
across
yes,
the globe?
yes,
We
yes.
can partner with them and we can get the membership of those chapters, and from there the foreign companies can look forward.
That's a very, very good way. But we should be more organized and more aggressive about it. Like we need to go there to visit them in the US, in Canada, or wherever, in Dubai. Dubai is overrun. Dubai is controlled by Indian chartered accountants. So I would say long term, this is the only way to do it here. And of course, any small methods of marketing. See, email marketing and just cold calls and all does not work. I repeat, does not work. In fact, it destroys your credibility. There's nothing like a face-to-face meeting or a meeting at a conference or a meeting through some third party like that.
Got it.
If you need to give referral fee, we need to give referral fee.
That's always fine, but we get the opportunity to showcase ourselves. That's the thing.
I'm giving you very, very practical tips.
Thank you.
I think you have to have a social presence. If you want to start, you have to have LinkedIn, active LinkedIn, your website, have people find you, and you also connect with the right kind of people. And then only, like step by step, you see that things move forward. Obviously, what sir said of that obviously that means a lot because you have to keep traveling, you have to attend, you need to show your physical presence as well. And then only things like work the way you work. So it's like step by step action that you need to take.
Credibility, sorry. Credibility is the main thing over a period of time.
So that's again one-to-one only. When you showcase yourself, then only
Yes.
confidence level will come in. Just one thing to add to what you said.
One question from the what he has mentioned. Would you like to share the accounting bodies you are saying you are members of, so that helps you to network? Can you mention a few?
Come across and talk to me.
Oh, yeah.
That can help.
So with just one platform I'd like to mention is that somebody who is very eager to set up a TCP. There was a session sometime back from a gentleman called Rakesh. You attended it? So Shared Service Forum is an organization set up by him, which promotes setting up of GCCs and what is happening across the world in terms of in GCC. It's a very updated platform. You can many of the corporates who have set up their own GCC take help from there. It's a very advanced. People are really very knowledgeable there. You can take the help of. You can just scroll their website to find out how much value chain they have created in there. So that's something you can always. It's called Shared Services Forum, SSF.
So now we can take rest of the questions offline because I think we are running off the time. So yeah, Sutal sir.
And private equity in one set. Long way to go, lot of things to learn, and more than lot of things to learn, many of the things to relearn because so that can accommodate the new things incoming. And with this, we are concluding this is Summit Calcutta 7th edition of the group. And thank you so much being here since morning to till time, and have a good day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Those who are here within the hall, please, if you can come forward, we can take a group photo with the panelists.